Hello, everyone. Welcome to another episode of Web Audio TV. If you enjoy my content, make sure to subscribe to my channel and hit the like button.
In front of the team, Zhang Shangbei wiped the sweat off his forehead, looking very tired. Everyone, stop criticizing Lu Yan. He was also just trying to resolve the source of the danger just now. Fortunately, everyone is fine. Let's continue. I can already sense that the divine light power is not far from us. It should be ahead. Hearing Zhang Shangbei's words, the surrounding new students nodded and followed behind Zhang Shangbei, intentionally or unintentionally increasing the distance between them and Lu Yan. Seeing this, Lu Yan was also happy. He simply gathered the surrounding undead and surrounded some people beside him. As for the participating new students in front, with Zhang Shangbei's effort and protection, nothing would happen even if they encountered any danger. Soon, they passed through the entire long corridor and arrived at the tower. Seeing the scene in front of them, all the participating new students were stunned. Before entering, they had their guesses about what was inside the tower. However, no one expected that there was actually a huge arena in the tower. The top of this tower-like building was not sealed. The moonlight shone through the black fog above the abandoned city and they happened to be able to vaguely see the interior of the tower. At this moment, Lu Yan and the others were on a high platform at the entrance, also on the first level of the stands. In the surroundings, the arena was surrounded by layers of stands. At the top, there were also stands that looked like private rooms. However, they were already dilapidated. In front of him was a huge circular pit. Tens of meters down, it formed a huge arena. Below, there were iron bars that were covered in blood and had already turned black. Clearly, many battle items had been imprisoned inside previously. I didn't expect the interior of the tower to be like this. From the looks of it, it should be an arena. I thought it was some sacred place. After all, it's in the center of the entire abandoned city. No, this is the most sacred and important place in abandoned city. It's also the most important place for the Darkborn race. I remember teacher telling me previously that Darkborns obey strength the most, so the arena is the most important place in every Darkborn city. They will lock the demon beasts they captured up with human experts and watch them fight to the death for fun. This should be such a place. Hearing the words of a participating new student, everyone's gaze landed on the arena below, as if they could see human experts fighting demon beasts inside. No matter how important this place is to the Darkborn, the most important thing now is to find that divine light power first. Zhang Shangbei, after entering, your senses probably picked up on more obvious signals, right? Luo Qiushan looked at Zhang Shangbei and asked. If the black fog in the sky was really a trick left behind by the Darkborn, then the divine light power would be their life-saving reliance. They had to find it quickly. When the other participating new students heard this, their gazes also landed on Zhang Shangbei in unison, spreading anticipation. Zhang Shangbei nodded. I can sense that the divine light power is below. As he spoke, Zhang Shangbei directly jumped down. Seeing Zhang Shangbei land steadily, the other participating new students also jumped down and quickly followed. N/O/vel/b/in.c//om. If there were many portions of the divine light power, they might be able to obtain them if they arrived first. Bai Miao looked at the large number of participating new students and asked Lu Yan beside her, are we going to follow? Lu Yan looked at the arena below and felt that it was somewhat sinister. However, Lu Yan then nodded. Let's go down and take a look first. A portion of the surrounding undead scattered and guarded the surrounding stands. Then, Lu Yan directly jumped down. After all the participating new students landed, a white light appeared in Zhang Shangbei's hand at the front. A dense divine light aura spread out, dispelling the faint dark power lingering around, making everyone's bodies relax. Then, everyone saw the white light in Zhang Shangbei's hand slowly move towards an iron fence in front of him. Zhang Shangbei slowly walked over, as if the white light was guiding the direction to the divine light power. Soon, the white light floated in front of the iron fence and directly entered. It quickly entered and lit up what was inside. This was a place similar to a cell. It was very big, about 6 meters tall and 20 meters wide. There was a stone bed placed in it and there was nothing on it. The surroundings were empty, as if there was only the stone bed. Is the divine light power inside? Luo Qiushan looked at Zhang Shangbei and asked. Zhang Shangbei nodded when he heard this. That's right. As he spoke, Zhang Shangbei raised the large saber in his hand and directly slashed at the iron fence in front of him. The iron fence in front of him had long rusted and was easily slashed open by Zhang Shangbei. Then, Zhang Shangbei directly entered, and Luo Qiushan and the others followed. After Lu Yan spread out some undead around him, he also entered with Bai Miao. Zhang Shangbei quickly arrived near the white light above the stone bed. Looking at the stone bed below, Zhang Shangbei directly raised the long saber in his hand and slashed. Ping! With a crisp sound, the long saber landed on the stone bed but did not slash it open. Raising his eyebrows, Zhang Shangbei snapped his fingers and various strength enhanced his body. Then, Zhang Shangbei raised the long saber in his hand again. It was wrapped in the divine light power and directly landed, instantly slashing open the stone bed. A faint white long sword appeared on the stone bed. The entire long sword emitted a white light, revealing a dense divine light power. The surrounding dark power was instantly eliminated, and even a lot of the darkness was expelled. Looking at the white long sword that appeared in the stone bed, everyone focused their gazes, their eyes filled with desire. Those with discerning eyes could sense that this white longsword contained dense divine light power. It was definitely an extremely powerful light weapon. Zhang Shangbei also revealed a happy expression as he reached out and grabbed the white longsword. However, as soon as Zhang Shangbei's palm touched the white longsword, the light on the white longsword quickly dissipated, as if it had been expelled by something. Soon, this white longsword fell silent in Zhang Shangbei's hand, turning into an ordinary longsword. The light on it dissipated, revealing the rusted sword body. What's going on? Wasn't it a longsword that emitted the divine light power just now? That's right. Why did the divine light power directly dissipate when Zhang Shangbei touched that longsword? The gazes of the surrounding new students landed on Zhang Shangbei, somewhat unsure why it had suddenly become like this. The hope that had just risen seemed to have instantly dissipated a lot. Zhang Shangbei held the long sword in his hand that was covered in rust and frowned slightly. This is a divine sword of light that contains a powerful divine light power. However, the divine light power inside has been sealed. Hearing Zhang Shangbei's words, the surrounding new students hurriedly said, "It's sealed?" Then Zhang Shangbei quickly think of a way to undo the seal. Among all the participating new students, only Zhang Shangbei had the power of light. In this situation, the surrounding participating new students naturally placed their hopes on Zhang Shangbei. Zhang Shangbei nodded and began to mobilize the light power in his body, wanting to activate the holy light sword in his hand. At this moment, the participating new students outside suddenly pointed at the sky and said in horror, "Damn, what's that?" When the participating new students inside heard this, they went out and looked up. Lu Yan and the others also came out. They looked up and saw that the top of the tower above was blocked by a black shadow, making the scattered moonlight disappear. The entire tower was instantly pitch black. Probe lights shone on, directly illuminating the black shadow. The pitch black scales and the snake head that suddenly dropped down shocked all the participating new students. "Earth dragon snake? It's an earth dragon snake!" All the participating new students exclaimed. They did not expect an earth dragon snake to actually appear from above. Moreover, this earth dragon snake looked very huge. It was much larger than the earth dragon snakes they had encountered previously. Boom! The earth dragon snake above crawled in from the top of the platform and quickly spread down the spectator area above, as if it was staring covetously at the participating new students below. What made the surrounding participating new students even more frightened was that after the earth dragon snake crawled down, another earth dragon snake appeared and crawled out. Immediately after, another one appeared. One after another, earth dragon snakes crawled in from above the tower and quickly headed towards the participating new students at the bottom. The surrounding participating new students looked at so many earth dragon snakes and could not help but move their throats, their faces filled with fear. In just a short while, more than 10 earth dragon snakes had already crawled in. "Run! Quickly escape from here. There are too many of these earth dragon snakes," some participating new students said in horror, wanting to go up and quickly leave. However, in the next moment, a black shadow descended from the sky and directly smashed down. Boom! The ground in the entire arena suddenly trembled. All the participating new students' gazes landed on an earth dragon snake that had fallen in front of them. An earth dragon snake had directly fallen from above and arrived in front of all the participating new students. It raised its huge body and stared fixedly at the participating new students in front of it with its cold snake eyes. "It's over, it's over," it came down. A participating new student facing the earth dragon snake directly looked at the huge creature in front of him and his body directly froze. At this moment, the earth dragon snake suddenly bit towards this participating new student. The participating new student raised the large sword in his hand. However, before he could do anything, his body was directly bitten by the earth dragon snake in front of him. The intense pain made this participating new student instantly panic and directly shout for help. Blood surged out and quickly made his body lose its strength. The earth dragon snake shook its body and swallowed this participating new student. Seeing a participating new student being swallowed by the earth dragon snake, the surrounding participating new students panicked and began to want to escape. A large number of undead rushed towards this earth dragon snake and directly attacked it. Lu Yan looked at the surrounding earth dragon snakes that quickly descended and frowned. Lu Yan got the undead to attack the earth dragon snake in front of him as he said to the new students beside him, "Everyone, gather your university students into teams to resist these earth dragon snakes together." When the surrounding university new students heard this, they also took action. However, most of the participating new students directly ran back to the cage where Zhang Shangbei was in fear. Seeing this, Lu Yan frowned and got the surrounding undead to retract their defense as he entered. "What are you doing? Go out and face the enemy now. Let's face these earth dragon snakes and work together. It's not like we can't destroy them. If you hide here, you can only be surrounded here. You don't even have a way out." The surrounding new students said, "The area here is relatively small. At most, only one earth dragon snake will be able to attack us. We will receive the least attack here." "That's right. It's too dangerous to go out and face those earth dragon snakes. Why don't you face the enemy here? Lu Yan, place your undead outside and consume the strength of these earth spirit snakes." "That's right, that's right. The hope in our hearts is on the holy light sword in Zhang Shangbei's hand. We want to buy time for Zhang Shangbei to activate the holy light sword in his hand." Hearing the participating new students chatter, Lu Yan frowned. A group of short-sighted guys were so afraid of death? Here, the area in which they could be attacked was indeed the smallest. The entrance could only accommodate one earth dragon snake, but their attacks would also be limited. Moreover, facing the enemy here was equivalent to cutting off all their retreat routes. Moreover, they wanted to use his undead as a shield? What was the meaning of this? Were they looking down on his undead? How much effort had he spent to let these undead join his undead family? He didn't do it just so they could be these students' shields. Lu Yan did not hesitate and directly summoned all the undead back. Seeing a large number of undead surge in, the surrounding participating new students smiled. With the protection of these undead, they would not be in danger for the time being. Even if Zhang Shangbei could not quickly activate the holy light sword in his hand, the undead outside could at least weaken the earth dragon snakes a little. Moreover, Lu Yan's combat strength was so powerful that he could definitely kill a few earth dragon snakes. At that time, the pressure on them would decrease a lot. However, in the next moment, the smiles on the participating new students' faces froze. This was because they saw Lu Yan bring the surrounding undead and escort Bai Miao and the other new students of the Golden Corner Academy directly to the innermost part of this cage. A large number of undead blocked in front of Lu Yan and the others, isolating Lu Yan from them. They had become the shields of Lu Yan's undead. All the participating new students were stunned. They did not expect Lu Yan to do such a thing. He directly hid in the innermost area with his undead. Lu Yan, what are you doing? Get your undead to block the door. That's right. They're only some undead. How could they be more important than us? That's right. Can you not be so selfish? You can make more if you lose your undead. If we die, it will be a huge loss to the dragon country. Can you take the big picture into consideration? Even if you can't bear to see your undead get injured, we'll compensate you after we get out, alright? Can you not be so petty? Hearing the surrounding participating new students talk at once, Lu Yan raised his eyebrows slightly. I've already told you how to deal with the earth dragon snakes outside just now, but you didn't listen. In that case, we won't work together. We just have to take care of ourselves. Hearing Lu Yan's words, the expressions of the surrounding participating new students became extremely ugly. Without Lu Yan's undead, even if they could block the attack of the earth dragon snakes outside, they would still suffer heavy losses. Letting Lu Yan's undead stay at the outermost area was the best choice for them. However, it was clearly impossible now. The few participating new students were about to say something when a huge black shadow had already quickly headed towards the cage here. An earth dragon snake suddenly rushed over. The participating new students outside instantly panicked. They all ran inside, not wanting to face the earth dragon snake outside. The few participating new students outside were already unable to retreat. They could only grit their teeth and attack the earth dragon snake that rushed in. Attacks bloomed from the hands of the few participating new students and landed on the earth dragon snake in front of them, making the earth dragon snake that had just rushed in roar angrily and instantly retract its head a little. After all, they were among the top 10 new students in the country and had some combat strength. N/O/vel/b/jn.c//om. These participating new students also revealed smiles. It seemed that this earth dragon snake was not as terrifying as they imagined. However, in the next moment, an earth dragon snake suddenly rushed in and instantly bit the body of a participating new student. Blood instantly spat out from the earth dragon snake's mouth and splattered on the surrounding new students, making the smiles on their faces instantly freeze. Then, they saw the participating new student's body directly swallowed by the earth dragon snake. The remaining participating new students in front of him trembled in fear and directly rushed behind. When the participating new students behind saw this, their bodies also trembled. However, there were a large number of undead behind them and they could no longer retreat. Everyone, don't panic. If we attack together, we can block this earth dragon snake. At this moment, Luoqian stood up. The staff in her hand suddenly curled into a flame and headed towards the earth dragon snake in front of her. Thick flames instantly spewed out, covering the head of the earth dragon snake and directly enveloping the entire entrance area in front of her. The earth dragon snake roared. Under the threat of the dense flames, its head quickly retracted. It's working. Seeing this, the other participating new students began to attack and their attacks landed at the entrance in front of them, preventing the earth dragon snake from entering for a while. Luoqian looked at the surrounding new students and said anxiously, everyone, don't panic. We'll attack after the earth dragon snake comes in. This will only consume our strength for no reason. Such an attack was useless against the earth dragon snake. It could just wait outside and they would waste their strength in vain. It was better to wait for the earth dragon snake to enter before attacking. The effect would be better. However, the surrounding participating new students were all frightened by the earth dragon snake and could only use continuous attacks to eliminate the fear in their hearts. They could not stop for a while. Seeing this, Luoqian quickly arrived at the back and shouted at Lu Yan through the undead, Lu Yan, now is not the time to be impulsive. Let your undead participate in the battle. Otherwise, if we're destroyed by the earth dragon snake outside, you won't be able to last long. Let's work hard together. Lu Yan looked at Luoqian and ignored her. Instead, his gaze landed on Zhang Shangbei not far ahead. The reason why he brought the undead to block the way behind was mainly because of Zhang Shangbei not far ahead. It was unknown what this guy was thinking. Wasn't it too easy for him to find the holy sword of light? It was as if he had long known that there would be that sword here. What exactly did he want to do by luring a portion of the participating new students here? At this moment, Zhang Shangbei spoke. Everyone, I've found a way to undo the seal of this holy sword of light. As long as I can undo the seal of this holy sword of light, killing these earth dragon snakes will be very easy. Zhang Shangbei held the holy sword of light with a happy expression, as if he had discovered a new continent. When the surrounding participating new students heard Zhang Shangbei's words, they were stunned for a moment before their eyes revealed joy. Really? Will you really be able to kill these earth dragon snakes after undoing the seal of the holy light sword? All the participating new students' gazes landed on Zhang Shangbei, their eyes revealing dense desire. Although their attacks could temporarily force the earth dragon snake back, it was still impossible for them to resolve the danger in front of them. They knew very well that these earth dragon snakes were looking for an opportunity. If the other party found an opportunity, even if they joined forces, they would still be doomed. Zhang Shangbei looked at the eager gazes of the surrounding people and nodded with all his might. I'm certain that this holy light sword contains a powerful divine light power that is definitely able to restrain the dark-type earth dragon snake outside. I swear on my life that as long as I can undo the seal, I can use this holy sword of light to kill all the earth dragon snakes outside. Hearing Zhang Shangbei's words, the surrounding new students revealed happy expressions. That's great. What are you waiting for? Zhang Shangbei, quickly undo the seal on this holy sword of light. That's right. Zhang Shangbei, since you said that, you definitely have a way to undo the seal, right? Zhang Shangbei was stunned for a moment when he heard this, his face revealing hesitation, as if he was very worried. Seeing Zhang Shangbei like this, the surrounding new students were anxious. Zhang Shangbei, what do you mean by that expression? Tell me what you want to do. That's right. Don't be coy. As long as we can undo the seal on this holy sword of light, we'll listen to your instructions. That's right. Let's hurry up now. Don't let the earth dragon snake rush in later. Hearing the surrounding new students' words, Zhang Shangbei seemed to have finally made up his mind. He gritted his teeth and said, with my current strength, it's not enough for me to undo the seal on this holy sword of light. The seal on this holy light sword requires dense divine light power to be removed. Although I have the divine light power, I haven't met the conditions to undo the seal. If you want enough divine light power to undo the seal of this holy sword of light, we have to use the light sacrifice formation. The surrounding participating new students were stunned when they heard this. Just the word sacrifice made them feel that something was wrong. A participating new student hesitated and said, Zhang Shangbei, what do you mean by the light sacrifice formation? What does it do? Zhang Shangbei said, the so-called light sacrifice formation is to sacrifice the flesh and blood in the formation to transform into pure divine light power that I can absorb. Then, I can have enough divine light power to unseal this holy light sword. Hearing Zhang Shangbei's words, the auras of the surrounding participating new students froze. They did not expect him to sacrifice the participating new students. N/O/vel/B/jn.C//OM. This time, all the participating new students fell silent. After all, how could this be easily resolved? Who should he sacrifice? Everyone was probably willing to be sacrificed. At this moment, Zhang Shangbei continued, the light sacrifice formation also converts pure divine light power according to the strength and potential of the sacrificer. If the person sacrificed is powerful enough and has extremely high potential, sacrificing one person should be enough. They only needed to sacrifice one person? The other party also had to be powerful enough with extremely high potential? In an instant, the gazes of all the participating new students landed on Lu Yan, who was behind the undead. Among all the participating new students present, there was probably no one stronger than Lu Yan, right? In terms of potential, no one could compare to Lu Yan, right? By sacrificing Lu Yan alone, all of them could be saved. At this moment, the hearts of most of the participating new students suddenly started beating. Their gazes landed on Lu Yan and began to become somewhat strange. Lu Yan's gaze landed on Zhang Shangbei, his eyes revealing a cold light. This guy had indeed revealed his true colors. Lu Yan did not know if the so-called seal of the Holy Sword of Light was real, but Zhang Shangbei's goal had been him from the beginning. No, perhaps it was not just him? If Zhang Shangbei said that the divine power of light was not enough after he was sacrificed, what would happen? It would probably be Song Kinga's turn to be sacrificed. This Zhang Shangbei had asked Qingbei University to shoot out so many signal flares to attract the new students of the universities. His goal was actually to increase his strength through sacrifice. Moreover, the other party's plan was very successful. Under the pressure of the earth dragon snakes outside, most of the participating new students would probably want to sacrifice Lu Yan and let Zhang Shangbei unseal the holy light sword. However, Lu Yan was somewhat puzzled. How did this Zhang Shangbei know that the earth dragon snakes outside would come? If not for the earth dragon snakes outside, it was impossible for Zhang Shangbei to make such a suggestion. Could it be that the earth dragon snakes outside were also related to Zhang Shangbei? Just as Lu Yan was thinking, a participating new student not far ahead whispered, if that's the case, we can only sacrifice one person. I think among everyone present, Lu Yan is the most suitable, right? Hearing this voice, the surroundings instantly fell silent. The gazes of all the participating new students in front of him landed on Lu Yan. At the side, Bai Miao frowned and said angrily, what do you want? Do you want to fight? What sacrifice? Zhang Shangbei, you want Lu Yan to die with just a few words? What are you thinking? Zhang Shangbei hurriedly said, I definitely have no intention of letting student Lu Yan sacrifice himself. It's just that. Sigh, no matter what, we can't do such a thing. Everyone, let's try to hold on first and see if there's any other way first. Zhang Shangbei looked like he was not ruthless enough to let Lu Yan sacrifice himself. He held the long saber and directly welcomed the earth dragon snake that was about to rush in. The surrounding participating new students looked at each other and followed. Boom! This time, after the earth dragon snake entered this cage, it directly opened its mouth and spat out a black fog. Thick black fog instantly surged forward, emitting an extremely powerful corrosion, instantly corroding holes in the surrounding wall books. The long saber in Zhang Shangbei's hand suddenly lit up with a white light, and dense light power instantly surged out. With the long saber in hand, Zhang Shangbei suddenly slashed forward. A light blade slashed forward, directly slashing open the corrosive black fog in front of him. The dense holy light power directly cleared the black fog. Then, Zhang Shangbei slashed at the earth dragon snake's mouth. The earth dragon snake felt pain and suddenly pushed its body, directly sending Zhang Shangbei flying. Seeing this, the other participating new students who rushed over also attacked. A large number of attacks flew towards the earth dragon snake. However, this earth dragon snake was much stronger than the 8 earth dragon snakes Lu Yan, Song Qingge, and the others had encountered together previously. The attacks of these participating new students were not very effective. Zhang Shangbei held the long saber and continued to rush towards the earth dragon snake with a determined expression. However, in the next moment, Zhang Shangbei's body flew out again and directly smashed into the wall above before landing on the ground. Pfft! Zhang Shangbei spat out a mouthful of blood, but he still held the long saber tightly and continued to welcome the earth dragon snake in front of him. When a new student in front of him was attacking the earth dragon snake, he was accidentally bitten by the other party and was instantly swallowed by the earth dragon snake. Zhang Shangbei, who rushed over, was sent flying again and smashed heavily onto the ground. Seeing this, Luo Qiushan hurriedly rushed over and released dense fire magic again, temporarily forcing the earth dragon snake back. Zhang Shangbei slowly stood up from the ground and spat out blood from the corner of his mouth. At this moment, Zhang Shangbei looked very sorry. He quickly arrived in front of the undead and looked at Lu Yan behind the undead, his eyes revealing determination. Then, Zhang Shangbei suddenly knelt towards Lu Yan, his face revealing a very sad expression. Lu Yan, there's really no other way now. I don't want to, but for the sake of the other participating new students, I beg you, save them. Sacrifice yourself to save everyone. I'm sure the various universities will remember your name. Please save everyone. Seeing this, the participating new students beside Zhang Shangbei also knelt down towards Lu Yan. Lu Yan, please save everyone. Outside, the audience in the audience stood up when they saw the scene on the projection screen. n/o/vel/b/in.c//om. Damn, what's going on? What are Zhang Shangbei and the others trying to do? Are they trying to force Lu Yan to sacrifice himself? In the current situation, this seems to be the only way. If they can sacrifice Lu Yan to save the lives of the other participating new students, I believe it's not a bad outcome, right? Not a bad outcome? Where did this pretentious saint come from? Get lost. Why don't you sacrifice yourself? Why don't you sacrifice your entire family? Although this is very cruel, is the life of a single participating new student more important than the lives of all the participating new students? You have to know that these students are all among the top 10 new students of the top universities in the country. How can so many new students compare to Lu Yan? Don't listen to this saint. His son is inside. Of course he's willing to let Lu Yan sacrifice himself. All the audience discussed animatedly. They had their own opinions about the current situation. Lei Shuo looked at the scene on the projection screen. Lightning surged on his body and he directly headed towards the viewing area of Qingbei University. Boom! With a flash of lightning, Lei Shuo had already arrived in front of the viewing area of Qingbei University. Luo Sotong, what the hell are you doing? Did you arrange for Zhang Shangbei to do this? Do you want Lu Yan's life? I'll really tear down your Qingbei University. At this moment, Lei Shuo was furious. Lightning surged on his body, as if he could no longer suppress his anger. Lu Quan also quickly rushed over and arrived beside Lei Shuo. At this moment, sweat broke out on Luo Sotong's forehead. He looked at Lei Shuo and hurriedly said, Principal Lei Shuo, no one wants to see such a thing happen. Now that the abandoned city has lost contact with the outside world, we're also helpless. Helpless? Where's Hu Xiao? 3 hours is about up. Where is he? Lei Shuo looked at Luo Sotong and said angrily. Luo Sotong wiped the sweat off her forehead and looked at Lei Shuo. Hu Xiao has already arrived, but according to the news sent back, the entire abandoned city is now enveloped in black fog. Hu Xiao and the others can't enter for the time being and will need some time. Lei Shuo directly exploded. A bolt of lightning slashed onto the table in front of Luo Sotong, instantly breaking the chair. Time? I've already given you 3 hours, and this is your answer. Looking at the furious Lei Shuo, Luo Sotong hurriedly said to Lu Quan at the side, Lu Quan, persuade Lei Shuo. No one wants to see such a thing happen. Tell him not to be angry first. Things haven't reached that stage yet. Lu Quan looked at Luo Sotong and directly said coldly, persuade. This is your organizer's negligence to begin with. If anything happens to Lu Yan in the abandoned city, I'll overturn your Qingbei. Luo Sotong's face froze. She originally thought that Lu Quan would be reasonable. She did not expect him to be the same as Leishuo. At this moment, the teachers in charge of the other universities rushed over. Seeing this, Luo Sotong hurriedly said to the teachers in charge, "Everyone, help me persuade Leishuo and Lu Quan. No one wants such a thing to happen." The surrounding instructors looked at each other and said, "Principal Leishuo, the current situation is indeed something no one wants to see. However, if this is the only way, I think we should do it." "That's right, Principal Leishuo. Don't think that my words are unpleasant. Everyone knows what's more important here. How can the life of a single student compare to all the participating new students? That's right. As the principal, you have to see the big picture, right? If my school students need to sacrifice themselves to protect all the participating new students, I definitely won't hesitate." When Leishuo heard this, he directly punched out at the surrounding instructors. Lightning flickered. The surrounding instructors hurriedly dodged, but two instructors were still caught off guard and took a few steps back after being impacted by the punch. Big picture? Let me tell you, I really don't have a big picture. Lu Yan is my only disciple. I'll kill whoever wants him to die. At this moment, Leishuo's eyes were red, like a furious lion. His first two disciples had died and he was helpless. Now, they wanted to sacrifice Lu Yan under his gaze? Leishuo would definitely not allow it. Turning around, Leishuo looked at Luo Sotong and said, "You should have something that can allow you to communicate with the abandoned city, right? At the very least, you can send the news in. Give it to me. Otherwise, I'll destroy King Bei now." The lightning on Leishuo's body seemed to have materialized as his red eyes stared fixedly at Luo Sotong. Luo Sotong's expression froze. She looked at Leishuo and finally took out a communication device. "This can transmit sound into that tower." Leishuo directly grabbed it and directly said, "Lu Yan, I'm Leishuo. Let me tell you, even if everyone dies, you're not allowed to die. To hell with the sacrifice. Protect your life first. If you have any problems, I'll support you when you come out." As soon as he finished speaking, the communication device in Leishuo's hand exploded. Looking at Leishuo's gaze, Luo Sotong said awkwardly, "You can only send a single message. This is already the limit. The black fog that enveloped the abandoned city isolates everything inside. Even Hu Xiao can't enter now." Leishuo snorted and did not speak. His gaze landed on the projection screen. If anything happened to Lu Yan, he would directly destroy King Bei. Moreover, that Zhang Shangbei had to die too. n/o/vel/b/in.c//om. At this moment, in the audience, Luo Liulai looked at the scene on the projection screen and frowned. "Master, I want to go in and save Lu Yan." Luo Liulai looked at Wang Yanzhai beside her and said. Wang Yanzhai frowned. "Although you're very talented in the Sword Dao and your physique is extremely suitable for the Sword Dao, and your level has also reached level 24, with your strength, you're probably the best match for the two Earth Dragon Snakes." Wang Yanzhai had already expressed his intentions very clearly. Even if Luo Liulai could go over, she would at most only be able to face two Earth Dragon Snakes. "Master, I want to go." Luo Liulai looked at Wang Yanzhai, her eyes very firm. Wang Yanzhai was stunned for a moment before nodding. "Although your personality is suitable for the Sword Dao, it also makes you face danger from time to time." Luo Liulai smiled and said, "Didn't Master say that one can only increase their strength the fastest in dangerous situations?" Wang Yanzhai shook his head and then took out a sword and handed it to Luo Liulai. "I haven't chosen a sword for you yet. Use my sword first." This could be considered a layer of protection for Luo Liulai. With that said, Wang Yanzhai headed towards the sealed teleportation mirror in the arena. Not far away, Yuna quickly arrived beside Luo Liulai. "Sister Liulai, are you going to save Lu Yan? Bring me along." Yuna looked at Luo Liulai and said. Luo Liulai was stunned for a moment before saying, "It's very dangerous in the abandoned city. You'd better wait outside." Yuna shook her head and said with a serious expression, "I'm not afraid. Moreover, I have pure dark power. I should be able to help inside." Wang Yanzhai looked at Yuna, his eyes revealing a strange expression. Then, he looked at Luo Liulai and said, "Since she wants to go, let's go together. More people means more strength." When Luo Liulai heard Wang Yanzhai's words, she looked at Yuna and finally nodded. Soon, Wang Yanzhai and the other two arrived in front of the sealed teleportation mirror. Who are those three people? Why did they arrive in front of the teleportation mirror? What's going on? I don't know. They might be the families of the participating new students in the abandoned city. However, the teleportation mirror has already been sealed. Ordinary people can't open it at all. It's useless no matter how anxious they are. That's not right. That person seems to be Wang Yanzhai, the sword god Wang. Didn't they say that he's injured and has been recuperating? Why is he here? After arriving in front of the teleportation mirror, Wang Yanzhai and the other two instantly attracted everyone's attention. Looking at Wang Yanzhai and the other two, all the audience discussed. In particular, after recognizing Wang Yanzhai, the audience was in an uproar. Why was sword god Wang Yanzhai here instead of recuperating? Then, everyone saw Wang Yanzhai slowly raise his palm. Buzz! A sword aura instantly spread out from Wang Yanzhai's palm. A sharp aura spread out, causing the surrounding space to ripple. He slowly waved his palm, and the sword aura instantly headed forward. The arena was instantly split open from the middle. Then, the sword aura landed on the seal of the teleportation mirror. Crack! The seal on the teleportation mirror that was said to be able to block the attack of a level 50 professional directly shattered with a crisp sound. A light shot out from the teleportation mirror, forming a door of light. Luo Liulai and Yuna directly stepped into the door of light. The entire place was in an uproar. No one expected Wang Yanjai to actually slash open the seal on the teleportation mirror. It seemed that the injuries on sword god Wang Yanjai's body had almost recovered. However, this was not the main point. The main point was that Wang Yanjai had slashed open the seal on the teleportation formation. After all, this was Qingbei University. Wang Yanjai's actions were no different from disrespecting Qingbei University. However, the audience did not know that Wang Yanjai had long wanted to disrespect Qingbei University. It was even to the extent that he wanted to humiliate them. What is Wang Yanjai doing? Is he sending 2 students in? That's right. Even if the teleportation light mirror seal is opened, only those below level 25 can enter. What's the use of going? That Earth Dragon Snake is at least a level 24 epic level demon beast. Even top level 25 professionals won't be able to do much after being sent there. Everyone was puzzled by Wang Yanjai's actions. It was useless even if he activated the teleportation mirror. In the tower of the abandoned city, Lei Shuo's voice was transmitted through the surveillance cameras everywhere in the abandoned city. Lu Yan, I'm Lei Shuo. Let me tell you, even if everyone dies, you're not allowed to die. To hell with the sacrifice. Protect your life first. If you have any problems, I'll support you when you come out. Lei Shuo's voice stunned all the participating new students. Lu Yan was also stunned for a moment before smiling. Although he had never thought of sacrificing himself, Lei Shuo's words still warmed his heart. Looking at Zhang Shangbei, who was kneeling in front of him, and the participating new students, Lu Yan sneered and said, "Why? Are you trying to use moral kidnapping? Putting aside whether I can resolve this crisis by sacrificing myself, even if I can, do you think I'll do it? Please, I'm not a saint. How dedicated do you think I am after growing up in an orphanage?" Hearing Lu Yan's mocking words, the expressions of Zhang Shangbei and the participating new students behind him became somewhat ugly. Zhang Shangbei looked at Lu Yan with a sad expression and said, "Lu Yan, this is something that can't be helped. As a human, you should have such awareness. The dragon country has nurtured you. When it needs you to sacrifice yourself, you have an obligation to do it." Lu Yan interrupted Zhang Shangbei in disgust. "Stop using righteousness to suppress me. Can you be more normal? Don't act like your mother has died. Who are you putting up an act for? The one who nurtured me is the Golden Corner Academy and Master Lei Shuo. Could it be that you didn't hear my master's words just now? According to what you said, the Golden Corner Academy nurtured me and Master nurtured me. I have to listen to him, right?" Zhang Shangbei was about to speak when Lu Yan interrupted him again. "Can you stop acting? Since the beginning, you have been very suspicious. You brought us here and found some lousy holy light sword. Then, the Earth Dragon Snake arrived. Coincidentally, you also have a sacrificial formation that can resolve the crisis in front of us. It's all connected. Your goal was me from the beginning, right? Or rather, all the participating new students present, right? Let me think. If I sacrifice myself, will you say that the sacrifice power is insufficient and that you need to sacrifice others? This way, your strength can quickly increase, right?" Zhang Shangbei's expression changed. He did not expect Lu Yan to accurately figure out his plan. "Lu Yan, what are you talking about? This is a way to save everyone. How did it become a plan for me to benefit myself?" Zhang Shangbei said righteously. Then, his gaze landed on Bai Miao. "Bai Miao, the other students of your Golden Corner Academy should be sensible, right? I'm only saving you." Seeing that Lu Yan was not tricked at all, Zhang Shangbei turned his gaze to Bai Miao. As long as he roped in the other participating new students of the Golden Corner Academy beside Lu Yan, what could Lu Yan do? Bai Miao raised her eyebrows and was about to speak when Zhang Shangbei added, "Bai Miao, think of the Bai family, your sex teachings, and the Bai family who sacrificed their lives for the country." Bai Miao frowned. The Bai family had always prioritized the country. Most of the people in the family wanted to join the army. They were a family that tied their lives to the country. Therefore, even if the Bai family did not do business, they still had an endless supply of resources. These were all exchanged with the lives of the Bai family disciples. If the Bai family's disciples encountered such a problem, they would choose to sacrifice themselves without hesitation to protect everyone. However, looking at Lu Yan, Bai Miao directly said, "In that case, I have no choice but to make a decision that goes against my ancestors." Zhang Shangbei's expression changed. He looked at Bai Miao and asked, "What do you mean?" Looking at Zhang Shangbei, Bai Miao said with disgust, "Although the Bai family is loyal and has always prioritized the big picture when encountering such a thing, the sacrifices of the Bai family's disciples have always been voluntary. Your moral kidnapping is really disgusting. Moreover, Principal Lei Shuo has already expressed his attitude. I'll stand on Lu Yan's side." Bai Yuez and Bai Tianyu also arrived beside Bai Miao to express their attitude. Zhang Shangbei's expression was very ugly as his gaze landed on Lu Hu and the others at the side. "What are you looking at? Of course I'm obeying Principal Lei Shuo's will. Damn it, I've long disliked this guy who talks about righteousness and morals. Why don't you sacrifice yourself to increase my strength to fight those earth dragon snakes? Idiot, why are you looking at your father?" The other students of the Golden Corner Academy also arrived beside Lu Yan to express their attitude. Who was Zhang Shangbei? Instead of believing in this Zhang Shangbei, it was better to believe that they could survive with Lu Yan. The surrounding undead were much safer than the Zhang Shangbei in front of him. Zhang Shangbei's expression became very ugly. He knew very well that the people of the Golden Corner Academy could not win. However, the other participating new students had to be roped in. Now, although he had said that he could deal with those earth dragon snakes, no one knew if it would work. The surrounding participating new students would not support him desperately. Thinking of this, Zhang Shangbei's gaze landed on a participating new student of Qingbei University, Wang Kaiyuan. Wang Kaiyuan looked at Zhang Shangbei's gaze and her face suddenly turned pale. She had been nurtured by the Zhang family. This time, she had only received one order in Abandoned City, and that was to cooperate fully with Zhang Shangbei. When Zhang Shangbei's gaze shifted over, Wang Kaiyuan knew what to do. Arriving in front of Zhang Shangbei, Wang Kaiyuan's body trembled as she said, I'm willing to sacrifice myself to help Zhang Shangbei increase the divine light power. Although I might not be able to contribute as much as Lu Yan, I'm willing to contribute my strength. Wang Kaiyuan's words stunned all the participating new students. No one expected someone to take the initiative to sacrifice themselves at this moment. However, Wang Kaiyuan's words also shocked all the participating new students. Although Zhang Shangbei made it sound nice, no one knew if it was true. He could give Wang Kaiyuan a try. When Zhang Shangbei heard Wang Kaiyuan's words, he said gratefully, Wang Kaiyuan, I didn't expect you to be the first to stand up at a time like this. Compared to some people, you're really worlds apart. Lu Yan frowned. This Zhang Shangbei was still mocking him. If not for the fact that he wanted to see the so-called sacrificial formation, Lu Yan would have long killed the other party. Zhang Shangbei held the longsword in his hand and mobilized all the strength in his body. A white light instantly seeped out of the longsword. Then, Zhang Shangbei waved the longsword in his hand and quickly carved two array formations on the ground. The two array formations were one big and one small, and both emitted a divine light aura. Zhang Shangbei arrived at the small array and looked at Wang Kaiyuan. Wang Kaiyuan, stand on the array in front of me. Hearing Zhang Shangbei's words, Wang Kaiyuan's body trembled, but she still walked forward. She had no choice. She still had to look out for her family. She had been nurtured by the Zhang family and had to give her life to the Zhang family. Otherwise, her family would not be at peace. If she died, her family could still obtain the protection of the Zhang family. n/o/vel/b/in.c//om. With a thought, Wang Kaiyuan arrived at the array formation in front of Zhang Shangbei. As Zhang Shangbei mobilized the divine light power, a large amount of white light instantly surged out of the array formation in front of him and enveloped Wang Kaiyuan's body. As the light landed, Wang Kaiyuan's figure had already disappeared. At the same time, a pure holy light power floated out and arrived in front of Zhang Shangbei. Then, it directly entered Zhang Shangbei's body. Zhang Shangbei felt the divine light power in his body instantly increase a lot. Moreover, his angel bloodline had also been activated a lot. This was Zhang family's goal this time. Using the crisis of the abandoned city, he got Zhang Shangbei to use the sacrificial formation to absorb as many participating new students as possible. These participating new students would transform into pure strength and potential that would fuse into Zhang Shangbei's body. The stronger the strength and potential of the sacrificer they absorbed, the more strength and potential Zhang Shangbei would obtain. As long as he could obtain enough strength and potential, Zhang Shangbei would become the new student with the strongest potential in history. At that time, even if his scheme was exposed, the Zhang family would not be afraid. Elder Zhang was even prepared to let the entire Zhang family take the blame for Zhang Shangbei. Even if he had to bury the Zhang family with him, Elder Zhang would not hesitate. As long as Zhang Shangbei was alive, the Zhang family would reach the peak sooner or later. Sensing the power surging in his body, Zhang Shangbei's eyes revealed excitement. Then, he mobilized the holy light power in his body and covered the long sword in his hand. Light lit up, and the silent holy light sword seemed to have been mobilized. At this moment, the earth dragon snake that was forced back by the flames released by Reawakening happened to crawl in. Zhang Shangbei did not hesitate and directly slashed out with the holy light sword in his hand at this earth dragon snake. Buzz! A sword light formed by the divine light power suddenly shot out and instantly landed on the head of the earth dragon snake in front of him. A miserable cry sounded. The sword light left a deep wound on the earth dragon snake's head that revealed its bones. It even almost severed half of the earth dragon snake's head. This earth dragon snake instantly went berserk, its body constantly twisting. It's useful? The holy light sword was really awakened by Zhang Shangbei. That's great. The holy light sword has a restraining effect on the earth dragon snake. If only one slash can have such an effect, the earth dragon snake outside is not a threat. We're saved. I knew it. Zhang Shangbei's method is our best and last resort. When the surrounding participating new students saw that Zhang Shangbei had almost killed the earth dragon snake with a single strike, their faces revealed excitement. It seemed that Zhang Shangbei was not lying to them. The sacrificial formation was really useful. Zhang Shangbei held the holy light sword and directly rushed towards the injured earth dragon snake in front of him, instantly fighting it. With the power of Wang Kaiyuan's sacrifice, Zhang Shangbei quickly killed the earth dragon snake. Turning around, Zhang Shangbei was covered in snake blood. The light on the holy light sword in his hand was faintly discernible. In less than 2 minutes, Zhang Shangbei killed an earth dragon snake. That holy light sword is indeed powerful. We're saved. We're saved now. The surrounding participating new students were excited, hoping that Zhang Shangbei could bring them out of here. At this moment, Zhang Shangbei said with a solemn expression, "Everyone, the power Wang Kaiyuan sacrificed is not enough to maintain the unsealing state of the holy light sword." As soon as Zhang Shangbei finished speaking, the light on the holy sword of light in his hand flickered before quickly extinguishing. What? How could this be? Why? Previously, Zhang Shangbei made it very clear that one had to be strong enough and have high potential. Otherwise, one person is simply not enough. Lu Yan? We still need Lu Yan? If we sacrifice Lu Yan, we will definitely be able to completely activate the holy light sword. The gazes of the participating new students beside Zhang Shangbei landed on Lu Yan behind the undead. Compared to before, their eyes were filled with desire. As long as they could sacrifice Lu Yan, they could be saved from here. Boom! At this moment, a violent vibration suddenly sounded from above. Then, the rock above was directly sent flying. 3 to 4 earth dragon snakes were entrenched above. Just now, they had worked together to send the rock above flying. The entire cage was instantly exposed to all the earth dragon snakes. Looking at the dozen or so surrounding earth dragon snakes, the hearts of all the participating new students turned cold. Now, even if Lu Yan was willing to sacrifice himself, it was probably too late, right? Zhang Shangbei looked at the surrounding situation, but his expression was not flustered at all. Just as all the participating new students, including Lu Yan, were about to face the attacks of the surrounding earth dragon snakes, the bodies of these earth dragon snakes suddenly froze. Then, as if they had been guided by something, they quickly moved and arrived in the center of the arena in front of them. The 8 earth dragon snakes quickly wrapped their bodies together and formed an earth dragon snake tower in the center of the arena in front of them. At the top of the tower were 8 snake heads. The 8 snake heads opened, and a large amount of black fog spewed out of their mouths. This black fog distorted and intertwined. Soon, it arrived in midair and connected to the dense black fog in the sky. From afar, it seemed as if a black line had appeared in the tower, connecting the sky of the abandoned city to the tower below. As this black line that connected to the black fog in the sky formed, pitch black lightning began to appear along the black line. The pitch black lightning flickered around the black line that connected to the black fog in the sky, making the surrounding space unstable. Black cracks began to appear indistinctly around the pitch black lightning. The remaining earth dragon snakes surrounded the 8 earth dragon snakes and looked around warily, as if they were protecting them. All the participating new students were stunned for a moment. They did not expect the situation to change into this. What's going on? Have these earth dragon snakes given up on us as their goal? Can we escape now? Let's take advantage of the fact that these earth dragon snakes are doing something. I don't know. What's going on? The gazes of the surrounding participating new students landed on Zhang Shangbei, wanting him to give an explanation. After all, Zhang Shangbei's understanding of the earth dragon snake far exceeded theirs. Lu Yan looked at the scene in front of him and frowned. From the black line that connected to the black fog in the sky, he sensed an extremely dense and pure dark power. Moreover, the pitch black cracks that appeared around the black lightning from time to time revealed an aura Lu Yan had sensed previously. In the secret realm and the last hidden level, the aura on the Darkborn Lu Yan killed was exactly the same as the aura revealed inside. At this moment, Zhang Shangbei's expression changed drastically, his expression very terrified. It's over? A spatial crack? It's a spatial crack. The Darkborn are coming. The abnormal movements of the Earth Dragon Snake made all the participating new students reveal happy expressions. After all, although they did not know what had happened, they were safe now that the Earth Dragon Snake stopped attacking them. However, the black line that connected to the black fog in the sky of the abandoned city made all the participating new students feel uneasy. The aura released by the black lightning and the pitch black cracks that appeared from time to time increased this uneasiness. When Zhang Shangbei's voice sounded, it directly transformed this uneasiness into dense fear. Darkborn? These pitch black cracks were spatial cracks? The Darkborn wanted to come out? The current situation of the Void Gate had already stabilized. Although foreign races and demon beasts would also come out of the Void Gate, the situation was still manageable. However, spatial cracks would appear everywhere, and then foreign races and demon beasts would appear. Every time a spatial crack appeared, it was an extreme test for humans. Previously, the participating new students did not know much about the Darkborn. However, the abandoned city this time had given them a lot more understanding of the Darkborn. If such an extremely bloodthirsty group of guys came through the spatial crack, they would probably all die here. Hurry up and escape. Let's quickly escape from here and leave abandoned city before the spatial crack opens. As for the Darkborn, let the military deal with them. That's right. This abandoned city has already been abandoned. Even if the Darkborn come, there won't be any losses. At that time, the military will be fine after dealing with the Darkborn. Let's go quickly. Now that the Earth Dragon Snake is no longer attacking us, it's a good opportunity to leave. In a while, we probably won't be able to leave even if we want to. After the surrounding participating new students were afraid, they directly thought of escaping. In this situation, if they did not escape quickly, they would probably really die here. Zhang Shangbei's expression was ugly as he said, "No, it's too late. Look at the black fog covering the abandoned city. It's clearly a barrier that separates us from the outside. It's already been so long. The outside world should have long known about our situation. However, no reinforcements have arrived. It must be related to the black fog. We can't leave this abandoned city now n/o/vel/b/in.c//om. Zhang Shangbei's words caused the fear in the surrounding new students' hearts to explode again. All the new students' expressions became incomparably flustered. Then what should we do? Are we just going to wait here to die? If the Darkborn really comes out of the spatial crack, we're all finished. That's right. Is there a way? Zhang Shangbei, you should have a way, right? Hearing the surrounding new students' words, Zhang Shangbei bit his lip and slowly said, there's only one way now, and that's to stop the spatial crack from appearing. However, in this case, we can only kill the earth dragon snakes in front of us. However, we clearly can't do this now. We have to increase our strength. If only I had enough divine light power. That way, I can completely activate the holy light sword in my hand and it won't take me long to kill these earth dragon snakes. Hearing Zhang Shangbei's words, the gazes of everyone around instantly landed on Lu Yan. If the person who sacrificed just now was not Wang Kaiyuan but Lu Yan, would the problem have been resolved? Looking at the gazes of the surrounding participating new students, the corner of Zhang Shangbei's mouth curled into a smile. This was the Zhang family's plan. The earth dragon snakes would first cause a commotion. Then, the method left behind by the Darkborn would cause spatial cracks. At this moment, the only person who could save the new students was Zhang Shangbei. At this moment, not only would he not be condemned for using the sacrificial formation to devour the strength and potential of the participating new students, but he would also obtain the strong support of the new students who wanted to survive. At that time, he would devour a portion of the strength and potential of the participating new students and kill the earth dragon snakes to stop the Darkborn from invading. He would even become a hero. At that time, even if it was discovered that the Zhang family was behind the entire matter, it would not affect him. The Zhang family had spent a lot of manpower and resources to find that sacrificial formation. It could absorb the power and potential of the sacrificer to a large extent. By the time Zhang Shangbei absorbed the new strength and potential of the top students, he would become the new student with the greatest potential in history. At that time, the Dragon Country would treat him as a treasure. Thinking of this, Zhang Shangbei almost could not suppress the smile on his face. However, when Zhang Shangbei saw Lu Yan, he frowned. All the plans were very perfect, but he did not expect there to be an abnormal Lu Yan among this batch of new students. If not for Lu Yan, Zhang Shangbei could even directly choose the top 10 new students to sacrifice and then rope in the other participating new students to forcefully sacrifice the top 10 new students. However, Lu Yan's strength made Zhang Shangbei afraid. He could only choose a roundabout route and use various righteousness and the fear of the surrounding participating new students to achieve his goal. As long as he could sacrifice Lu Yan, the subsequent plans could be perfectly carried out. However, from the looks of it, it was impossible for Lu Yan to take the initiative to sacrifice himself. Zhang Shangbei calculated in his heart. If he sacrificed 2 more new students, he would be Lu Yan's match. At that time, with the surrounding new students, it was not impossible for him to forcefully sacrifice Lu Yan. Now, he was just waiting for his grandfather to carry out the last step of the plan to build momentum for his actions. At this moment, the audience outside had already exploded. All the audience looked at the scene on the projection screen in front of them and were all shocked. Damn, what's going on? Why is there a spatial crack? From the current situation, those earth dragon snakes should be a method left behind by the Darkborn after leaving the abandoned city. They can activate the spatial crack that can allow them to return to the abandoned city. That's too serious. If the Darkborn return to abandoned city on a large scale, it will be a huge pressure on our dragon country. The new students now might not know much about the Darkborn, but those who had experienced the war between humans and foreign races knew very well how terrifying the Darkborn were. On Qingbei University's side, Luo Sutong and a group of teachers were discussing the situation of the abandoned city. From the current situation, that earth dragon snake seems to be a method left behind by the Darkborn to trigger a spatial crack so that they can make a comeback n/o/vel/b/in.c//om. Indeed, you shouldn't have forgotten the fear brought by the Darkborn, right? We definitely can't let that spatial crack open. From the current situation, if we want to stop the spatial crack from opening, we have to kill those earth dragon snakes. All the teachers in charge frowned. Those earth dragon snakes were very powerful now. Even if all the participating new students joined forces, it was unlikely for them to kill those earth dragon snakes. The only way now is to sacrifice a new student to Zhang Shangbei and let him obtain a large amount of divine light power. Then, he can activate the holy light sword in his hand to kill the earth dragon snake and form a spatial crack. A teacher in charge whispered. The eyes of the surrounding teachers flickered slightly. They had also expected this answer, but they did not dare to say it. Luo Sutong frowned. This seems to be the only way now. If you want to sacrifice, it's best to sacrifice the participating new students who are ranked at the top. This way, the number of new students who sacrificed will be the least. Moreover, it can also speed up the speed at which Zhang Shangbei obtains the divine light power. Time is very precious now. After all, no one knows when that spatial crack will open. Boom! As soon as Luo Sutong finished speaking, the viewing platform in front of him exploded. Luo Sutong, do you want to die? Lei Shuo, who was wrapped in lightning power, looked at Luo Sutong with a furious expression. Sacrifice a new student who was ranked at the top? Couldn't she just directly announce Lu Yan's name? Luo Sotong frowned and looked at Elder Zhang, who was at the side. Then, he said, Principal Leishuo, I had no choice but to make such a decision. After all, this is already a matter that concerns the entire dragon country. Everyone, help me stop Principal Leishuo. I want to contact the participating new students in the abandoned city. As she spoke, Luo Sotong took out a new communication device. Leishuo instantly exploded. Lu Quan also directly attacked, wanting to snatch the communication device into his hand. Seeing this, the surrounding teachers also attacked to stop the two of them. Lightning surged and soared into the sky. Buzz! A white light instantly rose from the surroundings and quickly covered the entire viewing area. This was the protection mechanism of the spectator area. It could protect the surrounding audience immediately when they encountered danger. Luo Sotong did not look at the battle between Leishuo and the surrounding teachers. She placed the communication device in her hand to her mouth. I'm Luo Sotong? I'm Luo Sotong? The situation in the abandoned city is very urgent now. We definitely can't let that spatial crack open. We can't let the Darkborn come here through the spatial crack. All participating new students, listen up. Right now, you need to listen to Zhang Shangbei's arrangements. The top 10 new students will sacrifice themselves to provide Zhang Shangbei with the divine light power and help him unseal the holy light sword in his hand. This is the only way and also the only way to let the remaining participating new students survive. Boom! A strong wind directly pierced through the communication device in Luo Sotong's hand and shattered it. In the distance, Lu Quan bit his lip and was still a step too late. All along, Lu Quan had always been rational. However, this time, Lu Quan chose to forget his rationality. Damn it, why didn't he sacrifice himself? In the abandoned city, Luo Sotong's words still arrived and all the participating new students heard them. In an instant, the gazes of all the participating new students landed on Zhang Shangbei, their eyes filled with anticipation. The expressions of the top 10 new students turned somewhat pale. Sacrifice themselves? Perhaps this was the best solution now, but how could they be willing to die? The gazes of the top 10 participating new students landed on Lu Yan, waiting for his answer. Zhang Shangbei smiled obscurely. It was already good enough for his grandfather to create momentum outside. Now, even if he forcefully sacrificed the top 10 new students, there would not be any public opinion problems. Looking at Lu Yan behind the undead in front of him, Zhang Shangbei said, Lu Yan, now, even the officials are telling us to use the sacrifice method. In order to prevent the Darkborn from passing through the spatial crack, I think you should have come to a realization, right? It was naturally best if Lu Yan could agree to the sacrifice himself. The corner of Lu Yan's mouth revealed a mocking smile. Official? Since when was the principal of Qingbei University, Luo Sotong, a representative of the official? Stop flattering yourself. You want me to sacrifice myself? Sure, come and take my life yourself. Zhang Shangbei frowned and put the overall situation first. Lu Yan, I know that you're definitely unwilling, but this is something that can't be helped. This concerns the entire dragon country. Are you sure you want to disregard the safety of the entire dragon country for your own survival? Lu Yan did not speak and directly used the monarch blessing. Then, he raised the black bone scythe in his hand, and the pitch-black undead netherworld armor instantly covered his entire body. The black bone scythe quickly turned black. The netherworld soul scythe enveloped the black bone scythe, and a sharp aura instantly spread. The reason why Lu Yan kept talking nonsense with Zhang Shangbei was because he was waiting for the cooldown of these skills. Now that the cooldown time had passed, he did not waste his breath on this guy who was full of righteousness and morals. Zhang Shangbei's expression changed. He raised the holy light sword in his hand and looked at Lu Yan in a low voice. Lu Yan, if you insist on being stubborn, I can only attack you. The surrounding participating new students also arrived beside Zhang Shangbei. The remaining top 10 new students and a portion of the participating new students stood in the middle and did not speak. They did not want a spatial crack to appear. If the Darkborn came, they would also die. However, they also did not want to obtain a chance to survive by sacrificing Lu Yan. Zhang Shangbei looked at Lu Yan in front of him. Now, only the Golden Corner Academy, Song Kinga, and the others were behind Lu Yan. Beside him were most of the remaining participating new students. Coupled with the strength Wang Kaiyan had obtained from her sacrifice previously, it was not impossible for him to defeat Lu Yan and the others. Moreover, he could also obtain new strength through sacrifice. Presumably, if he forcefully sacrificed 1 or 2 participating new students later, the other participating new students would not have any objections. It was time to attack. Zhang Shangbei raised the holy light sword in his hand and prepared to attack. Buzz! At this moment, a sword cry suddenly sounded from afar. Under everyone's shocked gazes, a sword beam quickly approached and instantly entered Zhang Shangbei's raised right hand. Howl! Zhang Shangbei cried out in pain and looked at the pitch-black sword stabbed into his arm in disbelief. Such a fast attack made him unable to react. Other participating new students? Impossible. It was impossible for such a powerful participating new student to exist in the abandoned city. The surrounding participating new students were also stunned. The long sword seemed to have come from the top floor of the tower above. Looking up, 2 figures were quickly descending. Bang! Bang! 2 figures landed from above, emitting 2 muffled sounds. Luo Liulai looked at Lu Yan and smiled. Little Yan, are you alright? Lu Yan. Yuna looked at Lu Yan, her eyes also revealing concern. The participating new students at the side were all stunned when they saw Luo Liulai and Yuna appear. Are they new students? Why are they in the abandoned city? Could it be that they entered from outside? But isn't the abandoned city isolated by the black fog in the sky now? Even if they came in from outside, what's the use of two people? Moreover, from the looks of it, they're looking for Lu Yan. Lu Yan looked at Luo Liulai and Yuna in front of him and was also stunned for a moment. Then, he said, Sister Liulai, Yuna, why did you come in? Of course we're here to help you. Yuna said, if you don't go back, how are you going to bring me to a feast? Lu Yan did not know whether to laugh or cry. He looked at Luo Liulai in front of him and said with a solemn expression, Sister Liulai, it's very dangerous here now. You shouldn't have come in. Luo Liulai looked at Lu Yan in front of her and smiled. Don't underestimate me. My level is higher than yours now. Moreover, no matter what, I'm still the disciple of sword god Wang Yanjai. As she spoke, Luo Liulai stretched out her right hand. The long sword that pierced through Zhang Shangbei's right arm trembled, and sword aura overflowed, directly shattering Zhang Shangbei's right arm. Buzz! The long sword quickly flew back into Luo Liulai's hand. Master's sword is indeed powerful. Looking at the long sword in her hand, Luo Liulai's eyes revealed a smile. Zhang Shangbei looked at Luo Liulai and Yuna, who had suddenly appeared in front of him, and his expression became even uglier. He did not expect someone to be able to enter and even help Lu Yan. Suppressing the pain of his right arm shattering, white light surged out of his body. Zhang Shangbei quickly stopped the bleeding in his right arm. Then, he looked at Luo Liulai in front of him with a somewhat pale face and said, I don't know how you got in, but I believe you know the situation in the abandoned city very well. If we don't sacrifice Lu Yan, we'll all die here. Luo Liulai looked at Zhang Shangbei, her eyes flashing coldly. If someone's going to die, it's going to be you. n/o/vel/b/jn.c//om. Lu Yan, what do you plan to do? Bai Miao looked at Lu Yan from behind and asked softly. Compared to Zhang Shangbei in front of her, Bai Miao was clearly more willing to believe Lu Yan. Lu Yan looked at Zhang Shangbei in front of him and said coldly, kill this guy first before killing those earth dragon snakes. Everyone in front of you is an enemy. A large number of undead appeared in the surroundings and quickly surrounded Zhang Shangbei and the participating new students in front of him. Zhang Shangbei and the surrounding participating new students' expressions changed. Lu Yan, if you do this, the spatial crack will definitely open. At that time, everyone will die. Can you not be so selfish? If the spatial crack opens and the Darkborn comes, it will affect the entire dragon country. That's right, Lu Yan. Sacrificing yourself to Zhang Shangbei is the most entrusted method. The participating new students beside Zhang Shangbei were anxious. In their opinion, shouldn't Lu Yan be sacrificing himself at this moment? Couldn't he just die himself? Why did he have to force them to their deaths? Lu Yan did not answer. He waved the black bone scythe in his hand and prepared to attack. At this moment, Yuna said, Lu Yan, wait a moment. Lu Yan was stunned for a moment before frowning at Yuna. Now is not the time to fool around. Who wants to fool around? I told Sister Liulai that I'm here to help you. As she spoke, Yuna directly arrived in front of the sacrificial formation outlined by Zhang Shangbei. Taking a deep breath, Yuna mobilized all the strength in her body. A large amount of dense and pure dark power surged out of her body and quickly entered the sacrificial formation below. Buzz! The entire sacrificial formation was instantly corroded by dark-type power. The divine light power emitted from it quickly disappeared and was replaced by an extremely pure dark-type power. Soon, the entire white sacrificial formation directly became completely pitch black. Yuna's face was somewhat pale. Clearly, she had still spent a lot of strength. Looking at Lu Yan, Yuna smiled and said, Lu Yan, I've transformed this sacrificial formation into a dark-type formation. Now, you can sacrifice them to increase your strength. Compared to that guy, you're the stronger one. Sacrificing them to increase your strength is the best way to resolve the problem in front of you. Outside, Yuna had seen the situation of the abandoned city clearly. As long as she transformed this sacrificial formation, these guys would no longer be able to justify Lu Yan's death. All the participating new students were stunned. They did not expect the situation to change like this at all. The sacrificial formation had transformed into a dark type. Now, they had to sacrifice themselves to Lu Yan? This time, the gazes of the participating new students landed on Zhang Shangbei. If possible, they naturally did not want to face Lu Yan's undead. Zhang Shangbei's face turned green. He did not expect that dark elf to be able to transform the power of the sacrificial formation. However, he then gritted his teeth and said, It's useless. It's useless to sacrifice it to Lu Yan. Only by sacrificing to me can you unseal this holy light sword. This sword is the key. Lu Yan said coldly, Useless? You won't know until you try. Zhang Shangbei, weren't you full of righteousness and morals just now? Now, it's your turn to contribute. Please die. Waving the black bone scythe in his hand, the surrounding undead instantly rushed towards Zhang Shangbei. The expressions of the participating new students who had surrounded Zhang Shangbei previously suddenly changed at this moment. They hesitated for a moment and did not choose to help Zhang Shangbei. Instead, they watched the show from the side. Zhang Shangbei's expression instantly panicked. The current situation was completely out of his control. Clenching the holy light sword in his hand tightly, Zhang Shangbei bit his lip and mobilized the divine light power in his body to inject it into the holy light sword in his hand. Then, he raised the holy light sword in his hand and directly rushed towards Lu Yan. The only way to turn the tables now was to kill Lu Yan. If he had known earlier, he would not have forced Lu Yan to sacrifice first. He would have sacrificed a few participating new students first. At this moment, Zhang Shangbei's eyes were filled with regret, but he had no choice but to grit his teeth and rush over. Lu Yan raised his eyebrows and instantly disappeared from his spot. When he appeared again, Lu Yan had already arrived behind Zhang Shangbei. The black bone scythe wrapped in his hand directly slashed at Zhang Shangbei. Buzz! A white light surged out of Zhang Shangbei's body and directly blocked Lu Yan's attack. However, just as Zhang Shangbei was about to counterattack, a sword light instantly arrived in front of him. Zhang Shangbei directly raised the holy light sword in his hand that was prepared to attack Lu Yan and faced the sword light. Luo Liulai held Wang Yanzhai's sword and quickly arrived, directly hitting the holy light sword in Zhang Shangbei's hand. Bang! A crisp sound sounded. Under Zhang Shangbei's shocked gaze, the holy light sword in his hand was directly severed by the pitch-black sword in Luo Liulai's hand. The white sword tip spun in midair and slashed across Zhang Shangbei's face, leaving a trace of blood in midair. Then, it quickly embedded itself into the ground behind him. Everyone was stunned. They did not expect the holy light sword that Zhang Shangbei said could save everyone to be directly broken. What sword is this? Zhang Shangbei was shocked. Although the holy light sword in his hand had experienced the corrosion of time, it was impossible for ordinary weapons to match it, let alone shatter it. How could he know that Luo Liulai was holding Wang Yanzhai's sword, the Dragon Abyss? It was the Dragon Abyss that had once killed a huge dragon with a single strike. Luo Liulai replied to Zhang Shangbei with the Dragon Abyss sword in her hand. Holy Land. Zhang Shangbei had no choice but to use his strongest defense to block this attack. Bang! The Dragon Abyss sword in Luo Liulai's hand slashed onto the golden Holy Land, directly causing cracks to appear in the golden light. Luo Liulai was now level 24. Coupled with Wang Yanzhai's sword in her hand, even with his strongest defense, Zhang Shangbei was unable to resist. At the same time, the black bone scythe wrapped in Lu Yan's hand also slashed down, instantly slashing open the shattered Holy Land and slashing onto Zhang Shangbei's body. Howl! A miserable cry sounded from Zhang Shangbei's mouth. The pain in the depths of his soul made him hug his head and cry out in pain. Buzz! The pitch-black Dragon Abyss sword instantly arrived, breaking through the armor on Zhang Shangbei's body and directly piercing through his body. Zhang Shangbei's pupils instantly dilated. He opened his mouth and spat out a mouthful of blood. He looked at Luo Liulai in front of him in a daze and fell backward. The two undead caught Zhang Shangbei's body and brought him to the sacrificial formation that had already transformed into the dark attribute. Lu Yan directly arrived at the small sacrificial formation. He looked at the unconscious Zhang Shangbei in front of him and said, "It's your turn to sacrifice yourself. I believe you're also very happy to be able to contribute to everyone. After all, you're such a compassionate and kind person." Blood foam seeped out of Zhang Shangbei's mouth, and his body trembled violently. It was unknown if he was angry or happy that he was about to contribute. A pitch-black light instantly spread out from the sacrificial formation under Zhang Shangbei and directly enveloped his body. As the pitch-black light landed, Zhang Shangbei's body had already disappeared. A ball of black light slowly floated and entered Lu Yan's body. In an instant, Lu Yan's eyes bloomed with a bright light, and dense strength surged out of his body. At the same time, Lu Yan could clearly sense that without him mobilizing it, the bloodline power of the Netherworld King in his body surged spontaneously and showed signs of competing. No wonder Zhang Shangbei wanted to sacrifice him so much. The increase in strength and potential was really too wonderful. Lu Yan felt that his current combat strength should have increased by nearly half. However, this kind of increase took time. However, the increase in the bloodline power of the Netherworld King would actually increase his potential and foundation. Rumble? At this moment, the pitch-black lightning that flickered around the earth dragon snake in front of him fell and directly entered the ground below. At the same time, a pitch-black crack appeared from the place where the pitch-black lightning struck. n/o/vel/b/in.c//om. This time, it did not disappear after appearing. The pitch-black crack started to slowly spread. Lu Yan frowned slightly. Then, he held the black bone scythe and directly rushed towards the earth dragon snakes in front of him. "If you don't want to die, kill these earth dragon snakes with me." Now, as long as he killed the earth dragon snakes in front of him, he could stop the formation of the spatial crack. Hearing Lu Yan's voice, Luo Liulai, Bai Miao, and the others directly followed. The remaining participating new students looked at each other and followed. Zhang Shangbei was already dead. They could only follow Lu Yan now. Now, they could only hope that Lu Yan could lead them to survive. When the other earth dragon snakes guarding the 8 earth dragon snakes in front saw Lu Yan and the others rush over, they also directly welcomed Lu Yan and the others. Lu Yan knew that he could not hold back at this moment. He summoned all the undead. The 2 bone dragons appeared and directly welcomed the 2 earth dragon snakes in front of them. Aoyun was also summoned by Lu Yan. Looking at the situation in front of him, he was shocked. "Damn, I usually don't see you summon me out to let me take a breather, but you seem to think of me in such desperate situations." Aoyun naturally knew what the pitch-black crack in front of him meant. However, now, it could be said to be connected to Lu Yan's life. Aoyun directly rushed towards an earth dragon snake. The two sides instantly fought. As soon as they fought, Lu Yan could sense that the earth dragon snake in front of him was much stronger than the earth dragon snake he had encountered with Song Kinga previously. The strength of a level 24 to 25 epic level demon beast? If it were just now, even with the help of the two bone dragons, Lu Yan might not have been able to face such an earth dragon snake. However, now that he had absorbed the power of Zhang Shangbei's sacrifice, Lu Yan felt that there was a power in his body that he had nowhere to release. With the two bone dragons, Lu Yan directly suppressed an earth dragon snake. At the side, Aoyun also successfully suppressed an earth dragon snake. In front of Aoyun, this earth dragon snake was more like his younger brother. Basically, more than 10 to 20 of the surrounding new students could barely restrain an earth dragon snake. Luo Liulai held the Dragon Abyss sword and suppressed an earth dragon snake alone. There were 15 earth dragon snakes in front of them, and 8 of them were spitting out black fog. The remaining 6 also began to retreat step by step under Lu Yan and the others' attacks. Roar! Aoyun knew that he had to quickly break through the earth dragon snake in front of him and kill it. Otherwise, a spatial crack would be formed. As soon as he came up, Aoyun used his strongest strength, leaving wounds on the earth dragon snake in front of him. Under Aoyun's all-out attack, the earth dragon snake in front of him kept retreating. However, Aoyun suddenly rushed out and directly bit the neck of the earth dragon snake. With a crisp sound, the earth dragon snake was directly killed. Aoyun revealed a happy expression. Just as he was about to help Lu Yan kill the earth dragon snake in front of him, his body suddenly froze. He saw a footstep out of the slowly expanding pitch-black spatial crack in front of him. In the audience, the gazes of all the audience were constantly changing between Lei Shuo and the others' battles and the projection screen. For a moment, they did not know where to look. No one expected Lei Shuo and Lu Quan to directly attack. At this moment, a voice sounded from the audience, making the two sides fighting below instantly stop. Zhang Shangbei is dead. Zhang Shangbei is dead. Lei Shuo, who was venting his anger, was stunned for a moment when he heard this voice. Then, he was pulled back by Lu Quan. Lu Quan pointed at the projection screen at the side and looked at Lei Shuo. Lu Yan is fine. Zhang Shangbei is dead. Lei Shuo was also stunned and happy when he heard this. Then, his gaze landed on the projection screen at the side. His furious expression instantly disappeared, and his face revealed a happy expression. Ha ha ha, I knew this kid would not be so pedantic as to sacrifice himself. I didn't expect this Yuna to be so useful. She directly flipped the sacrificial formation. That's more like it. That Zhang Shangbei is so righteous and moral. Let him sacrifice himself. Lei Shuo looked at the scene on the projection screen and instantly stopped being angry. He smiled and directly returned to the Golden Corner Academy's viewing area. The teacher in charge behind him was stunned. The fight was just beginning to get intense but had suddenly stopped. However, the situation in the abandoned city changed so quickly that it completely exceeded their imagination. Now, it was Zhang Shangbei's turn to sacrifice. Moreover, the so-called holy light sword in Zhang Shangbei's hand had actually been severed. This made the surrounding teachers doubt Zhang Shangbei's previous words. Could a so-called holy light sword that was easily severed save the participating new students? Why did they suddenly feel like they were being used? Some of the teachers in charge's gazes circulated on Luo Sutong. Then, their expressions darkened as they directly headed towards their respective viewing platforms. In the current situation of abandoned city, they could only place his hopes on Lu Yan. On the viewing platform of Qingbei University, Luo Sutong looked at the scene of the abandoned city and directly fell into the seat. It was over. It was all over. Luo Sutong had placed all their bets on Zhang Shangbei, wanting to use this to obtain a top-notch spiritual material from the Zhang family's inheritance and Zhang Shangbei's help in the future. Now, with Zhang Shangbei's death, everything disappeared. Behind him, Elder Jiang's eyes were dull as he collapsed on his mount. He was no longer in the state of strategizing. Shangbei was dead. The Zhang family was finished. It was impossible for the Zhang family to hide what they had done for long. If they succeeded, even if they were discovered, they might not be in trouble. Taking 10,000 steps back, even if the Zhang family was destroyed because of this, as long as Zhang Shangbei was fine, the Zhang family could rise again. However, everything was over now. All the plans were very perfect. Why did it have to be this abnormal Lu Yan among the participating new students this year? Elder Jiang's face was ashen. This time, not only had he not saved the Zhang family from decline, but he had also sent the Zhang family into the abyss. At this moment, the upper echelons of the Zhang family, Zhang Tianhe, and the others were watching the live broadcast in the abandoned city. When they saw Zhang Shangbei being sacrificed, all the higher UPS of the Zhang family slumped into their chairs. It was over. The Zhang family was finished. Zhang Tianhe's face twitched, and his palm could not help but tremble. Patriarch, what should we do now? A higher-up of the Zhang family looked at Zhang Tianhe and said unwillingly. Everything was gone just like that? Zhang Tianhe gritted his teeth and said, push everything onto the old master. Remember, the old master forced us to do everything. Donate all the assets of the Zhang family to the country. Don't leave a single cent behind. Let's try to save those that we can. After Zhang Tianhe finished speaking, he seemed to have aged more than 10 years. Even if the Zhang family could protect a few people, they would basically only exist in name. Father? Even if the family was declining slowly, it was still better than this, right? In the audience of Qingbei University, all the audience's gazes landed on Luyan and the others, looking forward to Luyan killing the Earth Dragon snake quickly and stopping the spatial crack from opening. However, in the next moment, the expressions of all the audience froze. A foot came out. Is it a Darkborn? Has the spatial crack opened? Everyone's gazes landed on the spatial crack on the projection screen, and their hearts immediately rose. Darkborn? That's right. It was definitely the aura of the Darkborn. Looking at the feet that stepped out of the spatial crack, Aoyun's body suddenly froze. He had come into contact with the Darkborn and naturally knew the aura on the other party's body. He did not expect the spatial crack to still open. At this moment, Lu Yan and Luo Liulai had each killed an Earth Dragon snake and also sensed the aura coming from the spatial crack. Under their gazes, a huge foot stepped out of the spatial crack. Then, a burly figure crawled out of the spatial crack. The other party's body was very tall, very similar to the Darkborn Lu Yan had seen previously, but he was more than twice as tall. Moreover, the other party's skin was a faint black and the muscles on his body bulged, giving off an explosive feeling. Damn, it's even a hugeborn among the Darkborn. How unlucky. Aoyun looked at the Darkborn coming out of the spatial crack in front of him and cursed. What's going on? Was this the giant race? Lu Yan looked at Aoyun and asked. The giant race is the race with the strongest close combat and defense among the Darkborn. They're usually an attack force of the Darkborn and are very difficult to deal with. I'll stop this guy first. You guys go and kill the 8 Earth Dragon snakes first. We can't let the spatial crack spread again. After saying this, Aoyun suddenly rushed towards the huge Darkborn in front of him. Lu Yan and Luo Liulai did not hesitate and directly headed towards the 8 Earth Dragon snakes that were maintaining the spatial crack. The Earth Dragon snakes behind him were busy with the other participating new students. No one could stop Lu Yan and Luo Liulai. The Darkborn who came out swept his gaze over and saw the situation clearly. He looked at Lu Yan and Luo Liulai's movements and directly prepared to stop them. Damn it, you're ignoring me? If not for the fact that I was killed, I would have directly killed you. Aoyun cursed angrily and directly rushed towards the Darkborn in front of him. As the two sides fought, Aoyun instantly felt that the Darkborn in front of him was somewhat powerful. He's at least a level 35 Darkborn. Didn't they say that people who come through spatial cracks will have suppressed strength? How powerful was this guy before his strength was suppressed? Aoyun took a punch from the other party and spat out a mouthful of blood. He began to change his strategy and fight in a roundabout manner, preventing the other party from interfering with Lu Yan. At this moment, Lu Yan and Luo Liulai had already arrived beside the 8 Earth Dragon snakes. The 2 bone dragons directly rushed towards the Earth Dragon snakes in front of them. Lu Yan and Luo Liulai also used their attacks, wanting to quickly kill the Earth Dragon snakes in front of them. Boom! The 2 bone dragons collided with the Earth Dragon snakes, directly emitting a muffled sound. Although the 8 Earth Dragon snakes could not move, their bodies were covered by the black fog. At this moment, their defense was very powerful. The Dragon Abyss sword in Luo Liulai's hand landed on an Earth Dragon snake in front of her and directly broke through the defensive black fog on the other party's body before slashing onto its body. A wound instantly appeared on this Earth Dragon snake. The Earth Dragon snake's body only twitched and did not move. Luo Liulai frowned. Although she could rely on the Dragon Abyss sword to slash open the other party's defense, it would probably take more than 10 strikes to kill the other party with such a wound. The black bone scythe wrapped in Lu Yan's hand also landed on an Earth Dragon snake in front of him, shattering the defensive black fog on the other party's body. A wound instantly appeared on the Earth Dragon snake's body. At the same time, the body of the Earth Dragon snake wrapped in the Netherworld Soul Scythe quickly trembled and directly separated from the other 7 Earth Dragon snakes. It could still endure physical attacks, but the soul attack made this Earth Dragon snake unable to maintain this state. Without the support of an Earth Dragon snake, the surrounding spatial cracks that wanted to form were instantly destroyed. At the same time, the spatial crack in which the huge Darkborn crawled out of also became unstable. It's working. Lu Yan was overjoyed, but then he saw a huge Darkborn crawl out of the spatial crack. They had to speed up. Sister Liulai, help me break the black fog defense on these Earth Dragon snakes. I'll attack them. Just now, Lu Yan had used all his strength to slash open the black fog defense on the Earth Dragon snake's body so that Luo Liulai could break through its defense faster. Luo Liulai nodded and waved the Dragon Abyss sword in her hand, beginning to constantly break through the black fog defense on the Earth Dragon snake in front of Luo Liulai. N/O/vel/B/C/in.C//OM. At the side, Lu Yan also kept raising the black bone scythe wrapped in his hand and slashing at the Earth Dragon snake. The damage of the soul attack made the bodies of every Earth Dragon snake hit by the black bone scythe tremble. Then, they could not take it anymore and left their original state. The surrounding spatial cracks were destroyed one by one. The spatial crack formed also began to stop swaying, as if it would directly disappear in the next moment. However, another huge Darkborn crawled out. At this point, 3 Darkborn had already come out. Lu Yan increased his speed and quickly hit all 8 Earth Dragon snakes, making them leave their previous state. The black line that connected to the black fog in the sky quickly faded before directly disappearing. The surrounding black lightning quickly disappeared, and the other spatial cracks that had yet to form were all destroyed. Only the spatial crack that was formed was constantly shrinking. At this moment, an arm crawled out of the spatial crack. At the last moment before the spatial crack disappeared, it crawled out. Lu Yan looked ahead and frowned. A total of 4 huge Darkborns had come out from the spatial crack. The 8 Earth Dragon snakes left their previous state, making all the unformed spatial cracks disappear. However, 4 Darkborn giants still came out from the spatial crack. Moreover, as soon as the figure of the last Darkborn giant arrived, the spatial crack that was about to disappear could not accommodate the other party's body. When he crawled out, the slowly disappearing spatial crack left a wound on his back and directly destroyed the flesh on his back. The intense pain made this even taller Darkborn giant roar. The spatial crack formed behind him quickly disappeared, and soon, nothing was left. The participating new students all gulped after their gazes landed on these Darkborn giants. They sensed dense dark-type power and a huge pressure from these Darkborn giants. The other party's level was at least above level 30. It was over. With such a level suppression, even if the other party only had 4 people, they were still not the other party's match at all. All the participating new students' eyes revealed despair. Some of the participating new students' bodies even trembled violently. Clearly, they were very frightened. Then, everyone's gaze landed on Lu Yan. Now, they could only hope that Lu Yan had a solution. At this moment, the Darkborn giant who was injured by the spatial crack stretched out his hand, and an Earth Dragon snake quickly headed towards him. This Darkborn giant directly grabbed this Earth Dragon snake and swallowed it. The Earth Dragon snake was much larger than this Darkborn giant, but when it entered his mouth, it was perfectly swallowed. The body of the Darkborn giant seemed to be a bottomless pit as he directly devoured the Earth Dragon snake. As the Earth Dragon snake entered his stomach, the damage on the Darkborn giant race member's back actually quickly healed. A large amount of flesh surged out and was covered in a layer of faint black skin. He completely recovered from his previous injuries. These Earth Dragon snakes were indeed methods left behind by the Darkborn. Lu Yan's expression became solemn. The auras of these Darkborn giants were somewhat too dense, and the pressure they brought made him feel very troubled. Aoyun quickly returned to Lu Yan's side and said in a low voice, "Master, the combat strength of these Darkborn giants is very powerful. They probably have the combat strength of at least level 35 and 36 Lord level. The Darkborn who came out last probably has the combat strength of a level 40 Lord level. Moreover, this is after their strength has been suppressed after passing through the spatial crack. As time passes, their combat strength will continue to recover and become stronger." Hearing Aoyun's words, Lu Yan's expression became even more solemn. "Is there a way?" Lu Yan asked Aoyun. Aoyun said in a low voice, "Now, we can only barely fight these guys if we continue to use the sacrificial formation and sacrifice our strength to you n/o/vel/b/jn.c//om." Lu Yan nodded and then said to the participating new students behind him, "This is the only way now. With such a huge thing happening in abandoned city, the military must have rushed over. They probably can't enter because of the black fog surrounding abandoned city. What we have to do now is to stall for time. The combat strength of a level 35 or 36 Lord is far from what we can resist. We can only continue to use the sacrificial formation. This is the only way for us to survive." The expressions of the participating new students who had cozied up to Zhang Shangbei suddenly changed. Previously, the ones who wanted to sacrifice were Lu Yan and the other top new students. However, now, the ones Lu Yan wanted to sacrifice were definitely them. "How can that do? We should just escape. There are only 4 of them. As long as we can hide, we will definitely be able to last until reinforcements arrive. That's right. Everyone, split up and escape. Their goal is at most the 4 of us. The others will definitely be able to escape. That's right, that's right. Lu Yan, you might not be able to defeat them after the sacrifice. It's better to escape." The participating new students who had cozied up to Zhang Shangbei previously spoke one after another, wanting to escape. Lu Yan sneered. "Previously, you unanimously persuaded me to sacrifice. Why, now that it's your turn to sacrifice, we should use other methods? I'm sorry, I have no intention of discussing with you." As he spoke, the surrounding undead directly surrounded the participating new students who had cozied up to Zhang Shangbei previously. At this moment, the 3 Darkborn giants who were the first to come out arrived behind the last Darkborn giant. Clearly, they were under the other party's orders. After the last Darkborn giant swallowed an Earth Dragon snake, he swept his gaze around and frowned. "I told you to guard the place where you left your methods previously. All of you neglected your duties, causing us to arrive too slowly. Otherwise, that spatial crack would not have disappeared at all." The 3 Darkborn giants lowered their heads. How could they know that almost 30 years had passed and one of the methods they had left behind had actually worked? After reprimanding his 3 subordinates, the gaze of the last Darkborn giant descendant landed on Lu Yan and the others in front of him, and a cold light surged in his eyes. If not for these guys meddling, more of their clansmen would have been able to come. Kill these ants first before continuing to trigger the spatial crack and getting the other clansmen to come over. The last Darkborn giant race member to come out quickly gave the order. The other Darkborn giants did not hesitate and directly rushed towards Lu Yan and the others. Seeing this, Luo Liulai said, "Lu Yan, quickly use that sacrificial formation. We'll hold on here first." Lu Yan nodded and directly got the undead beside him to forcefully escort some of the participating new students who had previously stood on Zhang Shangbei's side. Bai Miao, Song Qingge, and the others welcomed the three darkborn giants in front of them. A large amount of lightning surged out of Song Qingge's body, and a lightning bolt directly bombarded a darkborn giant in front of him. Boom! The darkborn giant in front of him threw a punch, directly shattering the lightning released by Song Qingge. Then, he directly punched out at Song Qingge. Song Qingge's entire body was wrapped in the power of lightning as he quickly dodged this attack. However, the strong wind still made his face hurt. Sensing the lightning power on his face dissipate, Song Qingge was shocked. Just the other party's fist wind had scattered his lightning power? This darkborn giant race was indeed not to be underestimated. At the side, Luo Liulai held the Dragon Abyss sword and faced a darkborn giant. She waved the long sword in her hand and produced sword moves that slashed at the other party. The darkborn giant in front of her used his fist as a weapon. His body was covered in a faint black fog, like a boxing glove. The Dragon Abyss sword in Luo Liulai's hand landed on the other party's fist, emitting crisp sounds, but it could not injure the other party at all. Sensing the backlash from her arm, Luo Liulai frowned. If not for the Dragon Abyss sword in her master's hand, she probably would not have been able to last long in front of this darkborn giant. Yuna and some participating new students also came to help, relieving some of the pressure on Luo Liulai. Bai Miao and the others faced the third darkborn giant. It took more than 20 participating new students to barely match the other party. Aoyun attacked with the darkborn giant captain. He could only fight and constantly dodge the other party's attacks. Compared to the other three darkborn giants, this darkborn captain's combat strength was clearly stronger. Aoyun kept moving his body and focused on dealing with the attack of the darkborn captain. If he was accidentally punched by this darkborn giant captain, it would probably be very painful. At this moment, Lu Yan had already brought the participating new students to the sacrificial formation. He knew that he had to speed up. Aoyun and the others could not last long. Before preparing to use the sacrificial formation, Lu Yan thought of something and mobilized the dark power in his body. His hands suddenly pressed down on the ground. Buzz! The dark power was like a ripple that quickly spread in all directions. n/o/vel/b/in.c//om. After doing all of this, Lu Yan arrived at the small sacrificial formation and got the undead in front of him to escort the participating new students to the sacrificial formation in front of him. These participating new students all panicked. They looked at the sacrificial formation in front of them with very terrified expressions. Lu Yan did not pity these participating new students who had previously wanted to support Zhang Shangbei and sacrifice him. He directly got a few undead to suppress one of the participating new students to the sacrificial formation. Black light rose and directly enveloped the body of the participating new student in front of him. Soon, the light dissipated and the body of the participating new student in front of him had already disappeared. A black light entered Lu Yan's body, increasing the bloodline power of the Netherworld King in Lu Yan's body. At the same time, a force surged out of Lu Yan's body. It was not enough. Lu Yan did not hesitate and got the undead in front of him to continue escorting the next participating new student. The bodies of the participating new students in front of him trembled, afraid that it would be their turn next. Unfortunately, they were already controlled by the undead and could not resist at all. Many participating new students were incomparably regretful. If they had known earlier, they would not have followed Zhang Shangbei and forced Lu Yan to sacrifice himself. Now, not only was Lu Yan not sacrificed, it was their turn to be sacrificed. These participating new students could only pray that the sacrifice in front of them would end quickly. It was best if their turn never arrived. After 6 participating new students were sacrificed in a row, Lu Yan felt the surging strength in his body and could clearly sense that his current strength should have doubled. It was still not enough. Lu Yan continued to get the participating new students in front of him to sacrifice. He only stopped after the 10th sacrifice. Power surged in his body, making Lu Yan feel that his body was incomparably powerful at this moment. This increase in strength was not long-lasting. The greater effect of the sacrifice was to increase one's potential. Not daring to waste time, Lu Yan suddenly took a step and directly rushed out, quickly rushing forward. At this moment, Luo Liulai and the others were already finding it somewhat difficult to continue. This was because the strength of those darkborn giants kept recovering and increasing in battle. Under such circumstances, Luo Liulai and the others could still be involved in the beginning, but they were slowly suppressed. Especially Aoyun. The darkborn giant captain he faced was very powerful. Even though Aoyun kept moving his body, he was still hit by the other party and was instantly sent flying. Blood seeped out of the corner of his mouth as Aoyun spat softly. Damn it! Why am I so unlucky? Damn, we should have joined forces to destroy dogs like the Darkborn long ago. Just as Aoyun was about to rush over and continue fighting, Lu Yan's figure appeared in front of him. He raised the black bone scythe in his hand and slashed at the Darkborn giant captain in front of him. Boom! The Darkborn giant captain's fist directly landed on the black bone scythe. A muffled sound sounded, making the Darkborn giant take 2 steps back and grunt. Frowning, the Darkborn giant captain looked at Lu Yan in front of him, his eyes revealing fear. This guy's attack actually contained a soul attack? Humph. With a cold snort, the Darkborn giant captain directly rushed towards Lu Yan. His fist was wrapped in black fog as he bombarded Lu Yan. Lu Yan's figure instantly disappeared from his spot. Then, he appeared behind this Darkborn giant captain and slashed the black bone scythe in his hand at the other party again. The Darkborn giant captain turned around and directly punched the pitch-black black bone scythe, sending Lu Yan's body flying. At this moment, Aoyun also rushed out and quickly headed towards the Darkborn giant captain in front of him. The effect of the sacrificial formation was indeed not bad. It actually increased his master's strength so much. Aoyun and Lu Yan joined forces and actually slowly suppressed the Darkborn giant captain in front of them. However, at this moment, the surrounding people, including Luo Liulai, were slowly failing to hold on. During the battle of the Darkborn giant race, their suppressed strength through the spatial crack was also constantly recovering, making Luo Liulai and the others feel a huge pressure. Bai Miao was the first to have issues. Bai Miao brought most of the participating new students to face a Darkborn giant. Originally, they could still deal with it in front of her. During the battle, everyone's cooperation became better and better. However, as time passed, the strength of the Darkborn giant in front of them became stronger and stronger. His speed also became faster and faster, quickly making Bai Miao and the others feel strenuous. Not long after Lu Yan fought, the speed of the Darkborn giant Bai Miao and the others faced suddenly increased. His body quickly disappeared from his spot and this Darkborn giant quickly appeared behind a participating new student. With a punch, the air in front of him trembled. Boom! This participating new student's chest was directly shattered, and a large amount of blood splashed everywhere. He spat out a mouthful of blood and fell back weakly, killed in one strike. Bai Miao's body instantly tightened. The combat strength of the Darkborn giant race was already very powerful. As time passed, their combat strength could still constantly increase, increasing the pressure on Bai Miao and the others. Bai Miao's gaze landed on Lu Yan. Now, she could only place her hopes on Lu Yan. At this moment, Lu Yan cooperated with Aoyun and launched a fierce attack on the Darkborn giant captain in front of him. The Darkborn giant captain in front of him frowned. He did not expect the strength of the ant in front of him to have increased so much in a short period of time. Lu Yan and Aoyun's cooperation began to make him somewhat restrained. This made him somewhat furious. If not for the suppression of strength by the spatial crack, would there be a need to go through so much trouble to deal with such an ant and a smelly bug? Looking up at the black fog that enveloped abandoned city, the Darkborn giant captain frowned even deeper. He could sense that the defensive black fog above was being attacked fiercely. It should be a human expert. He had to open the spatial crack again and let more clansmen come before the other party broke through the defensive black fog. Otherwise, the four of them would definitely die at the hands of human experts. The battle with humans decades ago had made him understand that this seemingly weak race could not be underestimated. Lu Yan summoned the two bone dragons and cooperated with Aoyun to attack the Darkborn giant captain in front of him. It had to be said that not only was the Darkborn giant captain powerful, but the other party's speed was also not bad. Most importantly, the other party's defense was too powerful. Aoyun's attack did not even cause any damage to the other party. Of course, after the increase in sacrificial power, Lu Yan's current combat strength had also increased a lot. The Darkborn giant captain in front of him had no choice but to dodge Lu Yan's attack very carefully. The current Lu Yan's combat strength had more than doubled. Even if the captain of the Darkborn giant race in front of him had the combat strength of a Lord-level demon beast around level 40, he was still not afraid. The black bone scythe wrapped in his hand kept slashing down. As long as it landed on this Darkborn giant, not only could it cause damage to the other party's body, but he could also give the other party a headache with soul attacks. However, it was still very difficult for Lu Yan to kill the other party. As time passed, the strength Lu Yan obtained from the sacrifice kept flowing away, but the other party's strength kept increasing. He had to deal with this Darkborn giant captain as soon as possible. After giving Aoyun a look, Lu Yan held the black bone scythe wrapped in the netherworld soul scythe and rushed towards the Darkborn giant captain again. The black bone scythe in his hand slashed down, but the other party's figure quickly disappeared from the original spot and successfully dodged Lu Yan's attack. However, Lu Yan's body froze and he also quickly disappeared from his spot. When he appeared again, Lu Yan was not behind the Darkborn giant captain but in front of him. The black bone scythe in his hand landed on the other party's neck. Black fog surged and directly blocked the black bone scythe. However, the black fog then shattered and Lu Yan's black bone scythe landed on the other party's neck. However, the black bone scythe did not directly slash open the other party's neck and only created a wound. However, the damage caused by the soul attack then made the Darkborn captain's body stiffen. Undead rage. A scarlet light quickly appeared on the bodies of Aoyun and the two bone dragons as their attributes instantly doubled. Aoyun's speed soared and his claw directly landed on the other party, leaving a wound on this Darkborn giant captain. At the same time, Aoyun opened his mouth and bit the other party's neck, trying his best to tear it off. The attacks of the two bone dragons also arrived at the same time. One bone dragon bit the back of this Darkborn giant captain, and the other bone dragon opened its mouth and spat out white flames that directly enveloped the bone dragon in front of it and the Darkborn giant captain. However, in the next moment, the Darkborn giant captain directly grabbed Aoyun's body and instantly sent him flying. Then, he punched the bone dragon behind him, directly shattering half of this bone dragon's body. At this moment, Lu Yan's figure quietly appeared beside this Darkborn giant captain. A large number of black shadows directly covered the Darkborn giant captain. Corpse explosion. Corpses suddenly exploded beside the Darkborn giant captain, turning into huge energy that directly rushed towards the Darkborn captain's body. This time, Lu Yan invested more than half of the corpses he had gathered. The sound of corpse explosions kept appearing in front of him, and huge energy kept attacking explosively. At the same time, a large number of shadows surged out of the black shadow necklace Lu Yan was wearing and quickly headed towards the center of the corpse explosion in front of him. There were also the shadows of a few earth dragon snakes. The demon beasts killed by Lu Yan had a chance to transform into shadows and be used by Lu Yan. These shadows were immune to physical attacks, so they could attack the other party at the same time. The violent roar made the eyes of the participating new students not far away reveal hope. If Lu Yan could kill the captain of the Darkborn giant race, their situation would improve greatly. Soon, the corpse explosion in front of him quickly ended, and the figure of the Darkborn giant captain slowly appeared. At this moment, his body was covered in injuries, and faint black fog appeared from time to time. Several shadows entangled him and were still attacking him. The Darkborn giant captain panted and wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth. He looked at Lu Yan in front of him, his eyes revealing lingering fear. He almost failed miserably. This ant could actually instantly erupt with such a powerful attack? Black fog surged on his body, directly making the shadows entangled in his body scream and quickly escape. Lu Yan's body disappeared from his spot again, wanting to take advantage of the other party's weakness. Appearing behind the Darkborn giant captain on the right, the black bone scythe in Lu Yan's hand directly slashed at the other party. The Darkborn giant captain's eyes revealed anger as he raised his right arm to welcome the other party. This time, the black bone scythe directly slashed into the other party's right arm, and blood instantly surged out. The Darkborn giant captain snorted and quickly retreated. The pain in his soul made the Darkborn giant captain's eyebrows twitch, and he also became very frustrated. Looking up at the increasingly thin black fog in the sky above abandoned city, the Darkborn giant captain became even more frustrated. There's no time. Come here. The Darkborn captain directly roared at the three Darkborn giants fighting not far away. Hearing the Darkborn giant captain's words, the faces of the three Darkborn giants fighting turned pale, as if they had realized something. However, they still quickly arrived in front of the Darkborn giant captain without any hesitation. The Darkborn giant captain directly stretched out his hand and grabbed a Darkborn giant. Then, the other party's body quickly began to fuse into his body. Lu Yan thought of the scene of the Darkborn giant captain devouring the earth dragon snake previously, and his expression suddenly changed. Attack with all your strength. We can't let him devour those three Darkborn giants. Luo Liulai and the others' expressions suddenly changed when they heard this. They realized something and quickly rushed towards the Darkborn giant captain in front of them. At this moment, the Darkborn giant captain waved his hand, and a circular faint black barrier suddenly rose beside him and quickly expanded, isolating Luo Liulai and the others from the outside. Luo Liulai held the Dragon Abyss sword and directly stabbed it into the faint black barrier in front of her. N/O/vel/B/C/in.C//OM. Bang! With a crisp sound, only a white mark was left on the faint black barrier in front of her. It did not shatter as Luo Liulai had expected. The Dragon Abyss sword could not even pierce through it. Unfortunately, she was not her master and could not completely unleash the power of the Dragon Abyss sword. Luo Liulai could only constantly raise the Dragon Origin sword in her hand, leaving white marks on the faint black barrier in front of her. If even Luo Liulai could not cause any damage to the faint black barrier with the Dragon Abyss sword, there was even less of a need to mention the other participating new students. Seeing this, Lu Yan frowned and slowly raised the black bone scythe in his hand. He mobilized all the strength in his body and completely activated the bloodline power of the Netherworld King in his body. All his strength was focused on the next attack. At the same time, Lu Yan directly spent 3 soul crystals to activate the fatal effect of the Netherworld Soul Scythe. Consuming 3 soul crystals could condense a fatal blow, causing 3 times the damage of his current state. There was a chance to trigger a fatal effect and directly kill the enemy. The larger the range of the enemy, the higher the chance. The Netherworld Soul Scythe can only be used once. There is no limit to it after reaching level 10. There was a chance for a fatal blow to trigger a fatal effect and directly kill the enemy. Lu Yan could only hope that his luck was better. Then, the moment he slashed out, Lu Yan used his sure hit attack to directly land on the other party, ignoring spatial distance and other factors. This attack was Lu Yan's strongest attack so far. The black bone scythe wrapped in his hand suddenly waved. A pitch-black crescent moon emitted a sharp aura and directly left the black bone scythe. Then, the pitch-black crescent instantly disappeared. In the next moment, the pitch-black crescent moon directly landed on the captain of the Darkborn giant race in the faint black barrier in front of him. The pitch-black crescent moon kept spinning on the other party's neck and instantly broke it. A large amount of blood surged out. Under the shocked gaze of the Darkborn giant captain, the fatal effect of the Netherworld Soul Scythe was triggered. The terrifying power began to devour the life force of the Darkborn giant captain. Seeing the pitch-black crescent moon devour the other party's life, Lu Yan's eyes revealed surprise. The fatal effect had been triggered. The life force of the Darkborn giant captain was quickly devoured, and his body had already begun to deteriorate. At this moment, the Darkborn giant captain's eyes were filled with fear. A large amount of black fog surged out of his body, wanting to stop the devouring speed of this life force. However, it was useless. His life force quickly disappeared, making the right half of the Darkborn captain's body begin to quickly shatter. Just as Lu Yan thought that he was going to kill this Darkborn giant captain, this Darkborn giant captain's body wriggled strangely. His body seemed to have turned into a pool of liquid and instantly entered the body of the Darkborn giant. His body quickly disappeared. Lu Yan frowned slightly. The fatal effect was not direct, but manifested itself through the devouring of the other party's life force. However, the other party seemed to have used some method to avoid the fatal effect. Was the Darkborn so troublesome? If he could use this attack while the other party was devouring his own kind, he should be able to destroy the other party. However, such an attack required a long time to condense. If not for the other party devouring his own kind and being temporarily unable to move or attack, Lu Yan would not have been able to launch such an attack. At this moment, not only did the captain of the Darkborn giant race not devour the other party, but he ended up fusing into the other party's body. A head protruded from the chest of the Darkborn giant. It was the head of the Darkborn captain. He was not dead. This Darkborn giant was clearly already controlled by the head on his chest because the original head of this Darkborn giant race member had already appeared stunned. The Darkborn giant captain on the chest looked at Lu Yan darkly. Then, he stretched out his two palms, grabbed the other two Darkborn giants beside him, and began to devour them. Lu Yan's expression changed, but he needed 5 minutes to hit the target. Moreover, without the fatal blow effect, it was probably impossible for him to kill this Darkborn giant captain in one strike. Looking at the surrounding Luo Liulai and the others who were trying their best to attack the faint black barrier, Lu Yan gritted his teeth and directly headed towards the sacrificial formation. The faces of the participating new students, who were still controlled by the undead, directly turned green. Was sacrificing 10 of them not enough? They looked at each other and directly resisted with all their strength. Damn it, they were going to die anyway. They might as well risk it. However, most of these participating new students were controlled by the undead. Lu Yan did not go easy on them. Those who resisted were directly killed by the undead. At this moment, it was not the time to dawdle. The sacrificial formation was the only way out now. These guys had asked him to sacrifice previously, so it was impossible for Lu Yan to hold back. The new students began to be sacrificed one by one, turning into black lights that entered Lu Yan's body. Lu Yan looked at the Darkborn giant captain fusing in the faint black barrier not far away and gritted his teeth. It was not enough. It was not enough. He needed more. Although the other party's main body had been destroyed by him, Lu Yan still did not know the extent of the fusion of the 3 Darkborn giants. He had to increase his strength to the greatest extent. Under the riot, after more than 10 participating new students died, the other participating new students also quickly escaped. Lu Yan did not want to waste time chasing these guys. After thinking for a moment, he directly used a skill he had not used for a long time. The Skeleton Elite Army. Skeleton elites began to appear in the surroundings, numbering close to 1,000. Since this sacrificial formation could sacrifice the participating new students, there was no reason why it could not sacrifice the undead. His heart would ache when he sacrificed his undead army, but he did not feel any heartache when he summoned the skeleton elites. Skeleton elites began to stand on the sacrificial formation in front of him. Then, they transformed into black lights that entered Lu Yan's body. Although the power sacrificed by these skeleton elites was inferior to the participating new students, they won in numbers. They transformed into black lights that entered Lu Yan's body, quickly increasing Lu Yan's strength. Boom! The faint black barrier in front of him directly shattered, and the 3 Darkborn giants had already disappeared. In its place was a huge monster. The body of this Darkborn giant was nearly 8 times larger. The 3 heads on his shoulders were the 3 Darkborn giants from before. However, these 3 heads all had dull expressions. On this monster's chest, the head of the Darkborn giant captain protruded as he stared at Lu Yan below. Now, this Darkborn giant captain only had eyes for Lu Yan. He had to kill this guy. Bang! This monster suddenly rushed out and quickly rushed towards Lu Yan. Seeing this, Luo Liulai held the Dragon Abyss sword and blocked in front of the other party. The Dragon Abyss sword in her hand kept slashing down, but it did not cause any damage to the other party. Glancing at Luo Liulai, the monster blasted over and directly hit the Dragon Abyss sword in Luo Liulai's hand. A huge force directly sent Luo Liulai flying. Seeing this, lightning power surged out of Song Kinga's body and forcefully activated the lightning power in the sky. 5 elements Thunder Kylin. Just now, Song Kinga had been preparing for this attack. Although he had already used the 5 elements Thunder Kylin previously and could not use it again for the time being, Song Kinga still chose to activate it forcefully. Pfft. The backlash from forcefully triggering the 5 elements Thunder Kylin made Song Kinga spit out a mouthful of blood, and his body trembled. However, the 5 elements Thunder Kylin was still activated. The Thunder Kylin that flickered with lightning crawled out of the sky and quickly headed towards the fusion monster. The Darkborn giant captain's head on the monster's chest snorted as he directly resisted this attack. Rumble. A large amount of lightning flickered on the fusion monster, but it did not cause any damage to him. A large amount of black fog surged out of his body. He had actually directly blocked the attack of the 5 elements Thunder Kylin. Aoyun's expression became very ugly. Level 50? The aura of a level 50 lord? Damn it, it's over now. After fusing, this monster's aura had already reached the level 50 Lord level. Song Kinga's face also turned pale when he heard this. No wonder his 5 elements Thunder Kylan was useless. Lu Yan's gaze also landed on the monster that was rushing over, and his expression suddenly changed. It was the aura of a level 50 Lord? Lu Yan had absorbed the sacrificial power of more than 10 participating new students. Coupled with the large number of skeleton elites' sacrificial power just now, his combat strength was still much weaker than the other party. Lu Yan's preliminary estimate was that his current combat strength should be equivalent to the combat strength of a level 45 Lord level demon beast. The difference of 5 levels? In particular, the higher the level, the more exaggerated it was. Holding the black bone scythe tightly in his hand, Lu Yan looked around and discovered that there was no movement, his eyes revealing disappointment. Then, Lu Yan rushed towards this monster. N/O/vel/b/in.c//om. Now, he could only stall for as long as possible and wait for the army outside to break through the black fog defense that enveloped Abandoned City. With the difference of 5 levels, he should be able to stall for a while. Boom! The monster threw a punch at Lu Yan, and the space in front of it trembled. Lu Yan raised the black bone scythe in his hand to welcome the attack, but he was directly sent flying. Sensing his numb palm, Lu Yan's expression became solemn. This guy was too powerful. The monster in front of him clearly did not want to give Lu Yan a chance to react and rushed towards Lu Yan again. After fusing, the speed of the monster in front of him also increased a lot. Before Lu Yan could react, the monster had already arrived beside him. Lu Yan's eyes twitched as he threw another punch and directly used traceless snow steps. His figure disappeared again and Lu Yan appeared behind this monster. He held the black bone scythe in his hand and slashed at the other party. Bang! The other party's arm directly twisted back strangely, blocking Lu Yan's black bone scythe. Then, the monster disappeared again and arrived behind Lu Yan. It kicked out and directly sent Lu Yan flying. The black fog in his hand condensed and directly transformed into a pitch-black spear. The monster suddenly threw it at Lu Yan. Dong! The pitch-black spear condensed from the black fog directly landed on Lu Yan, making him grunt. Cracks instantly appeared on the undead netherworld armor on his body. However, it was still firm. However, Lu Yan knew that the undead netherworld armor on his body could not resist a lot more attacks. Now, he could only try his best to stall for time. The monster rushed towards Lu Yan again, determined to kill him. Lu Yan began to quickly retreat, constantly moving his body to stall for time. Black fog condensed in the surroundings. The other party had clearly discovered Lu Yan's goal and threw pitch-black spears at Lu Yan. Lu Yan kept dodging, but these pitch-black spears quickly surrounded Lu Yan, forming a pitch-black cage. Lu Yan's body froze, but he did not escape. Lu Yan's expression changed. The Monarch Netherworld escape was useless? This cage formed by the pitch-black spear actually had the effect of spatial imprisonment. The monster quickly rushed towards Lu Yan, and the corner of the Darkborn giant captain's mouth curled into a smile. This time, let's see where you can escape to. After killing this ant later, he would use his corpse as a sacrifice to open a spatial crack again to welcome his clansmen back. However, at this moment, a loud dragon roar sounded from the southeast. The monster's body paused. It turned around and saw a black shadow quickly flying over from the southeast. Lu Yan's gaze also shifted over, and his face instantly lit up. It was a netherworld dragon flying over. Previously, when he was carrying out the sacrifice, Lu Yan had once mobilized his dark power and spread this dark power in a ripple. At that time, Lu Yan had used a special skill he had obtained previously. Dark Axis, Special Skill. Effect, you can summon the strongest dark-type creature in the surrounding 100,000 meters to your side. This dark-type creature will have a good impression of you for an hour. If you need to order the other party to do something, you can do it by feeding it your dark-type power. Cooldown time is 1 week. Note, the stronger the dark-type creature you summon, the stronger the dark-type power you need to feed to order the other party to do things. The dark-type axis could summon the strongest dark-type creature within 100,000 meters. At that time, Lu Yan only wanted to give it a try and did not have any expectations for this skill. After all, the abandoned city was now isolated. Even if he summoned the strongest dark-type creature within 100,000 meters, it was useless if it could not enter. Just now, Lu Yan had looked around to see if the dark axis was effective. At that time, he was very disappointed and thought that it was useless. He did not expect a netherworld dragon to appear at this moment. Looking at the huge body of the netherworld dragon, Lu Yan's expression became more and more excited. From the looks of it, this should be a fully mature netherworld dragon. The aura emitted from its body was at least level 50, and the netherworld dragon was an epic level demon beast. The dark-type creatures summoned by the dark axis would have a favorable impression of Lu Yan for an hour. Such a wild netherworld dragon would not attack Lu Yan at all. Now, what Lu Yan needed to do was how to make this netherworld dragon work for him. According to the dark axis, he needed to feed this netherworld dragon with his dark power. However, with this netherworld dragon's strength, the dark power in his body might not be enough to control it. However, before Lu Yan could do anything, the netherworld dragon directly rushed towards the fused darkborn giant monster. Among the people present, only Lu Yan and this darkborn giant monster could make this netherworld dragon feel threatened. It had a disappearing favor ability towards Lu Yan, so it naturally attacked the darkborn giant monster. The Darkborn giant captain on the monster's chest also revealed a shocked expression. He did not expect the ant in front of him to be able to summon such a powerful creature. The battle with Lu Yan made him know that Lu Yan had the undead power. Moreover, this netherworld dragon had attacked him as soon as it arrived. He naturally thought that this netherworld dragon was summoned by Lu Yan to deal with him. The surrounding participating new students were also stunned when they saw the scene in front of them. They were originally about to despair. After all, even Lu Yan, who had absorbed the sacrificial power, was not this fusion monster's match. However, who would have thought that Lu Yan would actually summon such an undead creature? Just like the fusion monster, the surrounding participating new students also naturally treated this undead life dragon as something Lu Yan had summoned. After seeing Lu Yan's powerful undead army, they had long established the authority of the undead in their hearts. Lu Yan? I didn't expect him to be so powerful. Just that netherworld dragon's aura makes me feel suffocated. It's really difficult to imagine that Lu Yan summoned it. However, since Lu Yan can summon such a powerful undead creature, why didn't he use it previously? Are you stupid? Is it so easy to summon such a powerful undead creature? Lu Yan must have absorbed the power of the sacrifice to be able to summon this netherworld dragon. The surrounding new students looked at the netherworld dragon's body and could not help but swallow. Lu Yan was really a complete abnormality. The netherworld dragon attacked with the fusion monster. The fusion monster did not hesitate and directly welcomed it. The netherworld dragon grabbed at the fusion monster. The fusion monster's fist was wrapped in a layer of black fog as it directly welcomed the attack. Boom! With a muffled sound, the fusion monster snorted and quickly took a few steps back. Looking at the netherworld dragon in front of him, the Darkborn giant captain on the fusion monster's chest's expression became ugly. This undead had already matured and was very powerful. Damn it! Originally, he could have continued to summon spatial cracks to let his clansmen come quickly after killing these ants. Who would have thought that the ants in front of him would actually force him to this extent? The Darkborn giant captain on the fusion monster's chest roared. Black fog surged out of his body, making his body quickly expand. At the same time, the black fog in the sky also spread down a little and directly entered the body of the fusion monster, making his body quickly expand. Soon, the body of this fusion monster expanded to the size of the netherworld dragon. At this moment, his body emitted an extremely violent aura. The eyes of the three previously stunned heads on his shoulder turned red as they stared fixedly at the netherworld dragon. 68 joint attack, final hit, 2. This fusion monster was going all out. After chasing this netherworld dragon away with serious injuries and killing the other ants before summoning the spatial crack, he still had a chance to survive. Otherwise, when the black fog defense that enveloped abandoned city was activated and the human experts entered, he would only die. He had to act fast. Boom! The fusion monster threw a punch. The netherworld dragon in front of him waved its wings to block, but it was blocked by the other arm of the fusion monster. Then, the fusion monster punched the netherworld dragon's head. The netherworld dragon's head swayed and its body staggered. Then, it opened its mouth and spat out netherworld fire at the fusion monster in front of it. The netherworld fire covered the fusion monster and kept burning. However, the black fog covering its entire body blocked it. The surrounding participating new students looked at the battle between the two huge creatures above as if they were watching gods fighting each other. Lu Yan held the black bone scythe tightly in his hand and directly rushed up, attacking the fusion monster. The others, including Aoyun, stopped on the spot. After all, Lu Yan was the only person the netherworld dragon felt close to. If the others went forward, they would probably be attacked by the netherworld dragon indiscriminately. He quickly arrived behind the fusion monster. He held the black bone scythe wrapped in his hand and directly slashed at the fusion monster. Bang! With a crisp sound, the black bone scythe landed on the fusion monster, emitting a crisp sound. However, it only left a white mark on the other party's body and did not even cut open the other party's skin. At this moment, the fusion monster was in a desperate state and his combat strength was much stronger than before. Lu Yan's attack was naturally useless. However, the soul attack of the netherworld soul scythe was still effective. N/O/vel/b/jn.c//om. This made the fusion monster frown. As his first landed on the netherworld dragon, his strength also seemed to have weakened a little. No matter how powerful the defense of this fusion monster was, his soul defense was basically non-existent. The soul attack of Lu Yan's netherworld soul scythe was still able to cause damage to him. The netherworld dragon also attacked at the right time and directly slashed at the fusion monster's head. The black fog on his body was instantly shattered by the netherworld dragon's claws. Then, the netherworld dragon directly grabbed a head on the shoulder of the fusion monster and suddenly exerted strength, causing the head to instantly explode. Howl! The fusion monster roared angrily. Although that head was no longer very useful to him, it was still one of his heads. The pain of having his head directly exploding was much greater than a soul attack. Suddenly, the fusion monster punched the black bone scythe that Lu Yan was using to slash down from behind. As a huge force sounded, Lu Yan felt his hand go numb before his body was instantly sent flying. At this moment, the fusion monster quickly went forward. Ignoring the netherworld dragon's bite, he directly extended his arms and hugged the netherworld dragon in front of it. The netherworld dragon directly bit the other head of the fusion monster and suddenly exerted strength, directly tearing off his head. Then, it raised its head and swallowed it. The fusion monster cried out in pain again. Then, he hugged the netherworld dragon in front of him tightly. The black fog on his body surged, directly turning into sharp pitch-black spikes that suddenly pierced into the netherworld dragon's body in front of him. The netherworld dragon wanted to retreat first in pain, but its body was already wrapped by the fusion monster. It was impossible for it to escape. Helpless, the netherworld dragon could only constantly attack the fusion monster and bite the fusion monster's body. Wounds appeared on the fusion monster's body. The netherworld fire also burned on the other party's body, but the fusion monster did not care. The spikes formed by the black fog on his body stretched out again and directly pierced through the netherworld dragon's body. Several wounds directly stretched out from behind the netherworld dragon, making it cry in pain. The netherworld dragon slapped the last head on the fusion monster's shoulder and directly destroyed all the heads on the fusion monster's shoulder. At this moment, Lu Yan's body appeared and arrived on the netherworld dragon's wings. He had also arrived in front of the head of the darkborn giant captain on the monster's chest. Lu Yan raised the black bone scythe high in his hand and directly slashed at the head of the darkborn giant captain. At this moment, this fusion monster was resisting the netherworld dragon. It directly chose to resist Lu Yan's attack head-on. However, this fusion monster had clearly underestimated the strength of Lu Yan's attack. Because he was resisting the netherworld dragon with all his strength, the fusion monster used the defensive black fog on his body as an attack, and the defense on its entire body weakened a lot. Therefore, when Lu Yan's attack landed on the head of the darkborn giant captain in front of the fusion monster's chest, it directly tore open his flesh. This attack directly slashed into the other party's eye. His left eye was instantly slashed open, and blood surged out. The double pain in his body and soul made the fusion monster scream for a long time. Even the body that was tightly hugging the netherworld dragon loosened a little. The netherworld dragon seized this opportunity and directly broke free from the restraint of the fusion monster. Then, it grabbed at the netherworld dragon. Caught off guard, a piece of flesh on the fusion monster was directly grabbed by the netherworld dragon. Then, the netherworld dragon directly bit the neck of the fusion monster. The remaining eye of the darkborn giant captain on the fusion monster's chest revealed a trace of hatred. He had originally reduced the strength of his defense to speed up the attack. Moreover, this state could not last long. The attacks of Lu Yan and the netherworld dragon in front of him made him somewhat unable to breathe. He knew very well that he was doomed this time. As his right eye landed on Lu Yan, the darkborn giant captain on the fusion monster's chest revealed a trace of hatred. It was all because of this ant. If not for the other party, he would have long opened a spatial crack and led his clansmen over to occupy this land again. Boom! The fusion monster's body quickly shrank. At the same time, a dense black fog condensed in its right eye. The black fog suddenly bloomed and directly shot towards Lu Yan in front of him. Even if he died, he would drag this guy down with him. This black fog attack was very fast. Lu Yan did not have the time to use the monarch netherworld escape at all. However, in the next moment, Lu Yan's body still disappeared from his spot and appeared behind the fusion monster. The dense black fog instantly pierced through the netherworld dragon behind Lu Yan just now. Lu Yan could not use the monarch netherworld escape, but he still had traceless snow steps. He instantly appeared behind the shrunken fusion monster. Lu Yan held the black bone scythe wrapped in his hand tightly and slashed at the other party's neck. Bang! A muffled sound sounded as the black bone scythe in Lu Yan's hand directly slashed into the neck of the fusion monster in front of him. Then, Lu Yan suddenly exerted strength and the black bone scythe directly broke the other party's body. At this moment, the fusion monster no longer had the strength to resist. Under Lu Yan's attack, its aura was instantly destroyed. At this moment, rumbling suddenly sounded in the sky. Crack, crack, crack. Cracks appeared on the black fog that enveloped the abandoned city. Then, with a crisp sound, the black fog above the entire abandoned city directly shattered. A bare-chested burly man holding a warhammer and sweating all over appeared in front of everyone. Clearly, the black fog above the abandoned city had been pierced by him. Beside him were many human experts. Looking at their clothes, all the participating new students were stunned for a moment before revealing happy expressions. The military? It was the military. They were saved. The person above was Hu Xiao. They had arrived previously, but the black fog above the abandoned city was blocked. It took them a long time to break through the black fog. Hu Xiao held the warhammer and had just broken through the black fog when he saw Lu Yan kill the fusion monster below. They had also received news from outside that Darkborns had come through the spatial crack. This made them anxious. After all, they knew very well how powerful the Darkborn were. Hu Xiao originally thought that after such a long time, the new students of Abandoned City would definitely not be able to last. Perhaps they had already been completely destroyed by the Darkborn. It also made Hu Xiao blame himself extremely. If only he could break through the black fog faster. However, after breaking through the black fog, the tragic scene he expected did not appear. Instead, he saw Lu Yan kill the Darkborn fusion monster. However, Hu Xiao's gaze then landed on the Netherworld dragon not far away. The aura emitted from the Netherworld dragon made Hu Xiao's heart tighten. A wild adult Netherworld dragon? Could it be summoned by the Darkborn? Without any hesitation, Hu Xiao suddenly stomped in midair and instantly rushed towards the Netherworld dragon. He quickly arrived beside the Netherworld dragon and directly smashed the warhammer in Hu Xiao's hand towards the Netherworld dragon's head. At this moment, the Netherworld dragon's body had been pierced through by the fusion monster. Coupled with the last attack of the fusion monster, it was already severely injured and could not react to Hu Xiao's attack at all. Boom! Hu Xiao's warhammer directly smashed onto the netherworld dragon's head, making its head explode. At the same time, a large number of military experts in the sky also arrived and quickly attacked the netherworld dragon. A large number of attacks instantly drowned the netherworld dragon in front of them. Lu Yan had just heaved a sigh of relief when he saw the netherworld dragon in front of him being drowned by a large number of attacks. He opened his mouth but did not say anything. With such an intense attack, it was probably impossible for the netherworld dragon to survive. He had summoned the other party and defeated this fusion monster together. However, this outcome made Lu Yan somewhat embarrassed. However, the other party would only be friendly for an hour. When the time was up, he would probably also be attacked by the other party. Of course, this was not the main point. Lu Yan mainly wanted to stop Hu Xiao and the others so that he could kill the netherworld dragon himself. After all, he might be able to transform them into his undead. If the netherworld dragon knew what Lu Yan was thinking, it would probably be angered to death. After being summoned from afar to be a tool to help resist the enemy, this was how it was repaid. Under a large number of attacks, the netherworld dragon directly died and was completely unable to resist. After confirming the death of the netherworld dragon, Hu Xiao quickly arrived beside Lu Yan. When he rushed over, Hu Xiao had obtained the news of the new students in the abandoned city and naturally knew about Lu Yan. Lu Yan, are you alright? How are the participating new students? Lu Yan, who was in front of him, definitely knew the situation of the participating new students in the abandoned city the best. Asking him was the fastest way to understand the situation of the abandoned city. Lu Yan looked at Hu Xiao and said, there are about 10 to 20 new students from universities participating here. Some of them were killed, but the rest are all here. There are other participating new students in the abandoned city, but I don't know their location. However, their situation should be much better than ours. From the entire situation to the situation before the Darkborn came out, it was all triggered by that Zhang Shangbei. His goal should be the participating new students who had entered this tower. He probably wanted to sacrifice them and devour them. As for the Darkborn, Zhang Shangbei probably did not think of releasing them. He only wanted to exert pressure so that the participating new students would be willing to sacrifice themselves to him. Lu Yan thought for a moment. If not for his super powerful combat strength, Zhang Shangbei could directly rope in some people and even forcefully sacrifice the other participating new students. Unfortunately, with him around, it would definitely be unexpected. In the end, Zhang Shangbei's plan was useless. Hearing Lu Yan's words, Hu Xiao nodded. Then, the people behind him instructed, bring some people to the abandoned city to search for the other participating new students. Leave this to me. The surrounding military personnel nodded when they heard this. Then, they quickly left. At this moment, Lu Yan suddenly felt abnormal movements from the storage item which accommodated his pet. Lu Yan's expression changed slightly as he directly took out the little netherworld dragon. After this little netherworld dragon became Lu Yan's pet, it had absorbed a lot of Lu Yan's bloodline power and was no longer as thin as before. After coming out, the little netherworld dragon sensed the dense bloodline power of the netherworld king on Lu Yan's body. It rubbed against Lu Yan affectionately and began to absorb the bloodline power of the netherworld king in Lu Yan's body. Lu Yan was not stingy either. The sacrificial power he obtained also increased the bloodline power of the netherworld king in Lu Yan's body a lot. He was not afraid of the devouring of the little netherworld dragon at all. The little netherworld dragon also could not devour too much of the bloodline power of the netherworld king. After a while, it stopped devouring. Then, the little netherworld dragon's gaze landed on the corpse of the netherworld dragon in front of him. Its eyes lit up and it directly pounced towards the corpse of the netherworld dragon. Arriving at the netherworld dragon's corpse, the little netherworld dragon directly crawled into the other party's chest. It pecked wildly with its little mouth and directly pecked a small hole in the netherworld dragon's chest. Then, the little netherworld dragon directly entered. After crawling out again, a dark green crystal appeared in the little netherworld dragon's mouth. Raising its head, the little netherworld dragon directly swallowed the dark green crystal. A dense undead aura surged out of the little netherworld dragon's body, making its aura richer. Then, the little netherworld dragon flapped its wings and slowly arrived in midair. A dark green ring surged out of the little netherworld dragon's body and quickly spread, directly enveloping the corpse of the netherworld dragon in front of it. The netherworld dragon's corpse was instantly transformed into ashes by the dark green ring. A faint green energy floated out of the ashes and quickly injected into the little netherworld dragon's body. This made the aura on the little netherworld dragon's body become richer. Its small eyes narrowed, looking like it was enjoying itself. Soon, the entire netherworld dragon's body turned to dust and completely disappeared. The undead aura on the little netherworld dragon became richer. After absorbing all the light green energy, the little netherworld dragon staggered back to Lu Yan's side, looking drunk. Sensing the aura from the little netherworld dragon, Lu Yan's eyes revealed surprise. This little netherworld dragon had actually absorbed the strength of this netherworld dragon? If the little netherworld dragon absorbed this power, its level would increase very quickly. It could probably increase by at least 20 levels. It had to be known that the upgrade of demon beasts usually relied on devouring other demon beasts. If the little netherworld dragon wanted to advance to level 20, it would have to devour countless demon beasts. Of course, it would naturally be better if there were demon crystals to devour. He did not expect the netherworld dragon he summoned to actually increase the strength of the little netherworld dragon. This netherworld dragon was simply too good. It helped him kill the fused monster, and he even made the best use of the corpse, helping the little netherworld dragon increase its strength. He was touched. He really wanted to pull the other party into the undead family so that it could feel some warmth. Hu Xiao's gaze also landed on the little netherworld dragon, his eyes revealing surprise. N/O/vel/b/jn.c//om. This was the first time he had seen a demon beast that could devour its own kind. This little netherworld dragon's future growth was probably very promising. The matter of the entire abandoned city had already ended. The surrounding participating new students also heaved a sigh of relief. They all thought that they were about to die. They did not expect to survive in the end. Everyone's gazes landed on Lu Yan. This incident in the abandoned city made them understand even more how powerful Lu Yan was. Without the black fog in the sky, the teleportation scroll and teleportation mirror could also be used. Some of the participating new students hiding in the abandoned city were found by the military and gathered in the tower. When some participating new students saw the black fog in the sky disappear, they directly used the teleportation scroll and were teleported out. With such a thing happening, the team survival competition was also forced to stop. Soon, a door of light rose from the tall tower in the abandoned city. In order to avoid other accidents, all the participating new students returned through the door of light. The participating new students entered the door of light and quickly disappeared. Hu Xiao also learned about what had happened from the surrounding participating new students and arrived beside Lu Yan. Indeed, heroes come from the young. You played a huge role in the survival of the participating new students in the abandoned city this time. I'll reward you when I return. Hearing Hu Xiao's words, Lu Yan revealed a happy expression. There are even rewards. Hu Xiao smiled and said, of course. It can be said that you saved the surrounding participating new students. In other words, it can be considered a very high military merit. However, the details will have to be discussed and studied by the higher UPS. Lu Yan nodded and then entered the door of light in front of him with Bai Miao and the others. The familiar weightlessness appeared again. Lu Yan and the others quickly returned to the arena of Qingbei University. As soon as Lu Yan came out, the entire place fell silent. Then, enthusiastic applause and cheers instantly erupted. Lu Yan, awesome, damn, how freaking awesome. First, Lu Yan has to be first. When the entire audience saw Lu Yan's figure, they all cheered. The deafening cheers soared into the sky, bringing with them a huge shock. His outstanding performance had stopped the appearance of the spatial crack and killed the Darkborn giants who had come from the spatial crack. Because of this, not only was he outstanding in the National New Student Exchange competition, but he could even be considered a hero of the Dragon Country. Some of the families of the surviving new students looked at Lu Yan gratefully and were very excited. If not for Lu Yan, their kids might have died in the abandoned city. Of course, the families of the students who were sacrificed looked at Lu Yan with anger and resentment. However, they could not do anything other than look at him with such a gaze. This was because they knew very well that those sacrificed new students had only themselves to blame. Even if they went to cause trouble, it was useless. They might even implicate themselves. With such a thing happening in the National New Student Exchange competition, the normal process naturally could not continue. The principal of Qingbei University, Luo Sotong, the vice principal, Dai Tianhu, and the already limp elder Zhang were all directly sent away by the higher UPS in public. This also made the surrounding audience guess that the incident in the abandoned city this time was probably not as simple as an accident. Then, a leader announced that the National New Student Exchange competition would temporarily end. As for the final outcome, it would be announced in a day. All the audience also took sides, but there was also an endless discussion about this matter. The entire Dragon Country was also paying attention to this matter. There was a discussion in the various live streams. The news was also endless, waiting for the officials to give an explanation. The other participating new students who survived all arrived in front of Lu Yan and expressed their gratitude to him for saving their lives. After all, without Lu Yan, they basically had no hope of survival in the abandoned city. Lei Shuo arrived beside Lu Yan and patted his shoulder with a smile. Haha, you really didn't disappoint me. You did well this time. Discuss? Yeah, right. Our Golden Corner Academy will definitely be first place in the National New Student Exchange competition this time. Lu Yan looked at the violent aura on Lei Shuo's body and then at the remnant lightning power in the surrounding venue and was slightly stunned. Master, were you in a fight? Lei Shuo waved his hand and said indifferently, since that Luo Sotong wants you to sacrifice, I naturally have to kill him. If not for the other teachers in charge stopping me, I would have directly killed him. Lu Quan smiled at the side and said, your master is so impulsive. It's good that you're fine, Lu Yan. Lei Shuo glared at Lu Quan and said, I was being impulsive? At that time, who was more furious than me and beat Luo Sotong up? You were the one who injured his arm, right? Lu Quan revealed an awkward expression and whispered, ahem, wasn't that only because I got affected by your emotions? A warm feeling surged in Lu Yan's heart, knowing that his master and Lu Quan were doing this for him. Alright, go back first. Lu Quan and I still have to attend the meeting. The matter in the abandoned city this time is not simple. There are probably more complications. However, you don't have to worry. With Lu Yan's performance, our Golden Corner Academy will definitely be first in the National New Student Exchange competition this time. Hearing Lei Shuo's words, Lu Yan's expression changed slightly. Why, Master, is there any special news? Lei Shuo said, I'm not sure for the time being, but at the same time, something also happened in the abandoned city in the Bear Country. Black fog enveloped it and a spatial crack opened. However, they don't have any participating new students, let alone a guy like you. I heard that many Darkborns have already come out of the spatial crack. The Bear Country is currently suppressing them. I'm still not sure what the situation is. Alright, I won't talk to you anymore. Go back to the villa and wait for news first. If it's not related to this matter, try not to go anywhere. Stay obediently in the villa. With that said, Lei Shuo and Lu Quan quickly left. At this moment, Wang Yanjai arrived and praised Lu Yan. Your performance was really unexpected. In the future, you will definitely leave your name in history. The surrounding participating new students were all surprised. Even Lu Yan was very surprised to receive such an evaluation from Wang Yanjai. Then, Wang Yanjai took the Dragon Abyss Sword Luo Liulai handed over and whispered, Liulai, go with Lu Yan and the others first. I also want to attend the meeting. I'll find you after it's over. Luo Liulai nodded when she heard this. At the side, Lu Yan looked at Wang Yanjai's departing figure and frowned. Nov. L. B //JNN. From Lei Shuo and Wang Yanjai's words, it was not difficult to tell that the Dragon Country valued the abandoned city very much. Moreover, something similar had happened in the Bear Country. It was probably not that simple and the Zhang family was probably not the only ones involved. However, all of this had nothing to do with them. The intense battle in Abandoned City had already exhausted Lu Yan and the others. After bringing Luo Liulai back to the villa, everyone returned to their rooms to rest. At this moment, in the administrative meeting hall of Qingbei University, the teachers in charge of the various schools, the big shots of the military, and the higher UPS were all gathered. A pile of resources was placed on the conference table. All the teachers in charge and Wang Yanjai each had a portion. The more they looked, the deeper their frowns became. There's traces of the Darkborn Society in the abandoned city? Haven't these guys been destroyed yet? It can't be helped. After a few blows, although the Darkborn Society is nothing, they've hidden deeper and are very difficult to find. If not for such a big move this time, they wouldn't have been caught. A group of dogs who advocate Darkborns and help outsiders. I really don't know if their brains are rotten or if they were hit in the head. I can't believe that there's anyone who would worship the Darkborns. It's very complicated when it comes to matters regarding demon sects. Moreover, the Darkborn will also provide resources and a source of strength to the Darkborn Society. Naturally, there will be people who take the risk. Some members of the Darkborn Society have even been infected since they were young and have unwavering faith in the Darkborn. We have to increase our efforts to eliminate the Darkborn. We definitely can't leave such a malignant tumor alone. Our Dragon Country has already done very well. We've always adopted a zero-tolerance attitude towards such demon sects. There are even legal cult organizations in other countries. I really don't know what they're thinking. There are also various people who believe in angels, dragons, and titans. In my opinion, they're all human traitors. They should all be cleaned up. Currently, the Darkborn Society is still the most dangerous. Their members are all very extreme and have the highest goal of recalling the Darkborn back. Fortunately, there's that Lu Yan this time. Otherwise, our Dragon Country would probably suffer serious losses like the Bear Country. Seeing that the surrounding people had finished looking at the resources, the military representative, Xiong Hong'ai, directly said, I gathered everyone here to discuss the abandoned city this time. First of all, there's the Zhang family. They actually dared to collude with the Darkborn Society and cause this shocking abandoned city incident. Although the Zhang family's master, Zhang Tianhe, has pushed all the blame to his father, the military will definitely not let the Zhang family off just like that. At this moment, all of the Zhang family's assets have already been confiscated. The Zhang family will also be condemned to shame. As for the people of the Zhang family, all the members of the Zhang family who are discovered to have taken part in this matter will be executed. The rest of the Zhang family will all be recruited into difficult jobs like miners. They will have to work hard for 100 years before they can break free from their identity as miners. Hearing Xiong Hong'ai's words, everyone's hearts trembled. Such a punishment could be said to be extremely severe. Originally, some people thought that at the very least, they would leave some way out for the Zhang family. They did not expect the Zhang family to be directly nailed to the pillar of shame. Moreover, the surviving Zhang family members would have to work hard for 100 years. This was no different from death. They were even squeezing out the remaining value. However, no one pleaded for the Zhang family. Since they had done such a thing, they had to be prepared to be punished like this. As for the Zhang family members who did not participate in this matter, they were still not innocent. Since they had enjoyed the treatment of the Zhang family, the destruction of the Zhang family would naturally implicate them. Such punishment also had the effect of intimidating others. Xiong Hong'ai swept his gaze around and looked at the surrounding teachers in charge before continuing. Now that the Zhang family's matter is over, it's time for us to discuss the National New Student Exchange Competition. This is also the main reason why I asked you to come. The first two parts of the National New Student Exchange Competition have basically already ended. The most controversial thing is the team survival competition. Our military and our superiors have drawn up the points for the team survival competition. They're given according to the performance of the participating new students in Abandoned City. Take a look. As he spoke, Xiong Hongii got his secretary to send a list of the teachers in charge of every university. Everyone was directly stunned when they saw the name list in their hands. First place, Lu Yan, points, 508,888. Second place, Song Kinga, points, 67,899. Third place, Bai Miao, points, 65,434. There was no doubt that Lu Yan was first. Everyone knew this in their hearts, but they did not expect Lu Yan's points to be so much higher than Song Kinga's. One was more than 500,000. The other was only more than 60,000. However, Lu Yan had saved all the participating new students in the abandoned city. In that case, it did not seem to be too much. This is the calculation given by the military. You can also raise your opinions. If you don't have any objections, we'll follow this, Xiong Hongii said. Lei Shuo directly said, no objections? How can I have any objections? It's reasonable, simply too reasonable. At this moment, the smile on Lei Shuo's face was so wide he was simply unable to close it. The Golden Corner Academy had never encountered such an honor. Although it was certain that Lu Yan would win the championship, the greater the distance between him and the second place, the more it could show the value of this championship. This national new student exchange competition would probably go down in history. At the side, Lu Quan also nodded repeatedly. Clearly, he was very satisfied with this arrangement. At this moment, the teacher in charge of some participating new students who had been sacrificed said, Bear Division, this is inappropriate, right? Although that Lu Yan's performance was not bad, he still forcibly sacrificed many participating new students. His nature is relatively bad. Before they could finish, Xiong Hongii directly interrupted these teachers. Bad nature? If I remember correctly, the participating new students who were sacrificed had all forced Lu Yan to sacrifice himself previously, right? What's wrong with giving them a taste of their own medicine? Moreover, there doesn't seem to be a rule in the team survival competition that the participating new students can't attack each other, right? Not to mention that Lu Yan was trying to save the participating new students. Even if he directly kills them, it won't affect anything. As soon as Xiong Hongii said this, the teachers in charge of the participating new students who were sacrificed by Lu Yan fell silent. It was obvious that the military wanted to protect Lu Yan. If they said anything now, they would only provoke the military. Sweeping his gaze around, Xiong Hongii continued, if there's no problem, it's decided. In addition, the military will give Lu Yan second-grade credit. The specific award will be carried out tomorrow. Teacher Lei Shuo, please inform Lu Yan. The smile on Lei Shuo's face did not stop. All right. I'll definitely inform the Bear Division. Xiong Hongii nodded. The incident in the abandoned city this time had a huge impact. Therefore, while punishing the Zhang family, the military and the higher UPS decided to build a hero image and attract a portion of the attention. Moreover, Lu Yan's performance was enough for him to obtain a second-grade merit. If not for the fact that first-grade merit required special contributions, Xiong Hongii would have wanted to apply for a first-grade merit for Lu Yan. Alright, there are so many things to do in this meeting. You can all leave. Just participate in the end ceremony of this National New Student Exchange meeting tomorrow. In addition, the various universities have to increase their vigilance against the Darkborn Society and the other demon sects. Investigate carefully and don't let these cult members invade the various universities. Hearing Xiong Hongii's words, the teachers in charge of the surrounding universities nodded and quickly left. Wang Yanzhai did not leave. He knew that Xiong Hongii was mainly talking to the other teachers in charge of the various universities just now. His matter still needed to be discussed. After all the teachers in charge of the universities left, Xiong Hongii arrived in front of Wang Yanzhai and smiled. Sword God Wang, I was still worried about your body previously. Now, it seems that you've recovered very well. Wang Yanzhai also smiled. It's all right. I have indeed recovered well. It's basically not a big problem. He had dealt with Xiong Hongii many times and the two of them were already relatively familiar with each other. Xiong Hongii nodded when he heard this and then said, although I'm somewhat surprised to meet you here, I have something to ask of you n/o/vel/b/n.c//om. Regarding the Darkborn meeting this time, we've tracked down a high-level member who has already escaped the Imperial capital. Therefore, I want to ask you to chase after him. With you taking action, it shouldn't be a problem. Wang Yanzhai pondered for a moment before directly saying, I refuse. You should find someone else. Xiong Hongii was stunned for a moment. Why? Have you not recovered from your injuries? Looking at the way Wang Yanzhai slashed open the teleportation mirror seal in the video, he was certain Wang Yanzhai should have pretty much recovered. Wang Yanzhai shook his head. It's not that my injuries haven't recovered. I've taken in a disciple and will mainly focus on her now. You can assign me a mission after she's settled. Xiong Hongii was stunned for a moment again, but then he revealed a heartfelt smile. Not bad. You even have a successor now. Alright, in that case, I'll change it to another person. Take good care of your disciple. You don't have to worry about this matter. The military was very eager for Wang Yanzhai to recover his combat strength quickly and continue carrying out missions. For this reason, they did not hesitate to use all the sword pills in the country. However, when he heard that Wang Yanzhai had accepted a disciple, Xiong Hong'ai immediately gave up on assigning missions to Wang Yanzhai and asked him to take good care of his disciple. After all, inheritance was very important to top experts, especially Wang Yanzhai. If he accepted a disciple, the other party would basically be his successor. This was much more important than letting Wang Yanzhai carry out a mission. After all, those who could catch Wang Yanzhai's eye were definitely extremely talented in the sword Dao and could inherit Wang Yanzhai's legacy. Perhaps in a while, the dragon country would produce a young sword god. This was much more important than chasing after a member of the Darkborn Society. Then, Xiong Hong'ai said to Wang Yanzhai, "You didn't leave any savings for yourself all these years. You basically used your military merits to exchange for various supplies and resources. You've never wanted any rewards. Now that you have a disciple, you have to think about your disciple. Don't give up on everything. If you lack any resources, feel free to ask. I can't guarantee anything else, but our military will definitely satisfy your needs." Wang Yanzhai smiled. "All right, I'll tell you if I need you. By the way, how's the investigation going?" Hearing Wang Yanzhai's words, Xiong Hong'ai's expression became solemn. "You've also thought of something, right? Recently, more and more spatial cracks have appeared. We suspect that the foreign races and demon beasts behind the Void Gate no longer just want to come through the Void Gate. They might be looking for other ways to come here." Wang Yanzhai frowned. It was not easy for the situation of the Void Gate to stabilize. If the foreign races and demon beasts use other methods to come, humans might experience another bloodbath. Xiong Hong'ai nodded. Now, the leaders of the few countries are discussing this matter and are prepared to join forces to deal with it. I hope the worst situation won't happen, right? Seeing that the atmosphere was somewhat heavy, Wang Yanzhai said, "Don't worry too much. The young people of the new generation have a lot of potential. When they grow up, the pressure on us won't be so great." Xiong Hong'ai smiled and said, "That's right. It would be even better if there were more young people like Lu Yan." Wang Yanzhai and Xiong Hong'ai chatted for a bit more before directly leaving. At noon, Lu Yan and the others woke up one after another. After more than 10 hours of rest, everyone had recovered. When he arrived at the first floor, Bai Miao and the others were all sitting. When they saw Lu Yan come down, they could not help but stand up. Everyone looked at Lu Yan with gratitude and admiration. Bai Yuez gave Lu Yan a thumbs up. "Lu Yan, you're awesome. That's right. I really didn't expect you to be able to kill that Darkborn giant. You're too damn cool. If I were a girl, I would probably be wet from your coolness. I really don't know what your limit is. Are you a monster?" Everyone looked at Lu Yan with smiles on their faces and exaggerated Lu Yan with their words. Lu Yan smiled and arrived at the table. Yuna held her stomach and lay on the table as she looked at Lu Yan weakly. "Hurry up and order. I'm starving. They insisted on waiting for you to come down before eating." Lu Yan was stunned for a moment before ordering some food and sitting down. Not far away, Xia Binjayun looked at Lu Yan with an uncertain expression. In the end, he gritted his teeth and said, "Lu Yan, I thank you for what you did this time." When he entered the abandoned city, Xia Binjayun had been very nervous and careful, afraid that Lu Yan, who had a grudge with him, would take the opportunity to harm him. Even when the participating new students were about to be sacrificed, Xia Binjayun felt that Lu Yan would use his position to take revenge and sacrifice himself. However, in the end, Xia Binjayun discovered that all his expectations were false. It was simply a battle of wits and courage. Now that he thought about it carefully, it seemed that he was the one who provoked Lu Yan in the beginning. He was also the one who treated Lu Yan as an imaginary enemy. After seeing Lu Yan's strength, Xia Binjayun was somewhat embarrassed to discover that he did not have much of a presence in Lu Yan's eyes at all. Not to mention taking revenge on him, the other party might not even remember him. The clown was actually himself? Although he was unwilling to admit that Lu Yan had saved him after all, after seeing Lu Yan's combat strength, Xia Binjayun completely dispelled the idea of treating Lu Yan as his imaginary enemy. Although this gratitude was somewhat embarrassing, it came from Xia Binjayun's heart. Lu Yan smiled when he heard this. "We're all members of the Golden Corner Academy. It's only right for us to save each other. n/o/vel/b/in.c//om." Xia Binjayun was stunned for a moment before a warm current rose in his heart. At this moment, his mentality changed greatly. He was really stupid. He had not even tried to cozy up to such a powerful classmate. Instead, he treated the other party as his imaginary enemy. He was really stupid. In the future, he would be a member who would firmly defend Lu Yan. If anyone said anything bad about Lu Yan, he would be the first to stand up for Lu Yan. Lei Shuo and Lu Quan also came out and chatted with Lu Yan and the others. Lu Yan also asked about the abandoned city. Lei Shuo and Lu Quan did not hide anything and told Lu Yan and the others about the meeting yesterday. Hearing this, everyone's heart sank. They did not expect such an evil organization to be behind this matter. However, everyone's attention was then attracted by the points Lei Shuo mentioned. Lu Yan's points in the team survival competition are 508,888? That's nearly 400,000 more than Song Kinga, who's in second place. Then won't we definitely be first? Needless to say, our Golden Corner Academy is definitely first. Awesome? He's really too awesome. This time, we can be considered to have benefited from Lu Yan. Champion? We did it. Everyone cheered. After all, the rewards for the champion of the National New Student Exchange competition were very abundant. Moreover, there were also rewards from the school. Leishuo also smiled. All right, have a good meal. After eating, you can directly go and receive the award. Soon, after the meal, Leishuo, Lu Quan, and the others returned to the arena. At this moment, the entire venue was brand new. The surrounding audience seats were already filled, waiting for the final outcome. Many people from all over the Dragon Country were also watching the live stream, wanting to know the exact situation of the abandoned city yesterday. Soon, Xiong Hongii directly went on stage and directly announced to the public what the Zhang family had done behind their backs. Because the matter of the Darkborn Association had a lot of involvement, in order not to cause panic, it was not directly announced. After hearing Xiong Hongii's words, the surrounding audience was filled with righteous indignation and despised the Zhang family. Then, Xiong Hongii announced the results of the team survival competition. Looking at the points on the projection screen, all the audience exclaimed, "Damn, I'm not surprised that Lu Yan is first, but he actually has more than 400,000 points than Song Kinga, who's in second place. Isn't this too exaggerated?" Exaggerated? Who closed that spatial crack? Which new student killed that Darkborn giant? I even think the points are a little low. I think it's at least more than 1,000,000 points. He deserves it. Lu Yan's performance was really too stunning. If no one had told us in advance, how could he have imagined that it was the performance of a new student? I agree with this outcome. Awesome? Other than that, I can't think of any other words to describe Lu Yan. No, Lu Yan is powerful, amazing, a god who has descended to the mortal world, really a celestial being, and a man who turned the tide. All of these words can be used to describe Lu Yan. You're full of words. Do you want to take the postgraduate entrance examination? In the end, when all the points were added to the ranking, there was no doubt that the Golden Corner Academy had arrived at the first place. Moreover, they had widened the gap between themselves and the second place, Demon City University. However, all the universities were convinced by this outcome and did not complain. This time, the National New Student Exchange competition would definitely be recorded in history. Xiong Hongii picked up the microphone and continued, although there were some accidents in the National New Student Exchange competition this time, thanks to this accident, we were also able to see the performance of some geniuses among the new students of the Dragon Country N/O/Vel/B/in.C//OM. They will all become the pillars of our Dragon Country. I am proud of you guys. Next, welcome your glory. As soon as Xiong Hongii finished speaking, all the audience stood up and clapped enthusiastically. Some people did not even realize that their palms were red. It was not only the people in the audience seats. The audience in the various live streams also typed excitedly to cheer for Lu Yan and the others. After the applause stopped, Xiong Hongii continued, "Next, I'll present the awards to the top 10 universities. First of all, the Golden Corner Academy, which is ranked first and is also the champion of our National New Student Exchange competition." The applause sounded again, and all the audience's gazes landed on Lu Yan. Leishuo, Lu Quan, and the others quickly went on stage and arrived beside Xiong Hongii. Lu Yan, Golden Corner Academy. Under everyone's cheers, Lu Yan and the others received a gold championship trophy. A light emitted and it made Lu Yan and the others seem to be bathed in a golden rain. This trophy represented the highest honor. As for the specific rewards, they would directly inform Leishuo about them when the time came. The cameraman took photos crazily and recorded this moment. The entire scene was also focused on Lu Yan and the others, broadcasting this historic moment to the entire country. Last year, the Golden Corner Academy almost didn't win the championship. This time, they directly won the championship. I didn't expect them to have improved so much in just a year. It's mainly Lu Yan. The Golden Corner Academy is simply too lucky to recruit Lu Yan this year. With Lu Yan's potential, it probably won't be long before he becomes extraordinary. Soon, an expert will grow up in our Dragon Country. Everyone's faces were filled with smiles. The stronger the new generation of the Dragon Country was, the more proud they felt. After this ends, we have to think of a way to meet Lu Yan. If we can't meet Lu Yan, we'll start with Bai Miao and the others beside him. At all costs, it's best if we can rope in Lu Yan. If we really have no choice, we have to try our best to rope in the participating new students of the Golden Corner Academy. In short, I just want to try my best to get close to Lu Yan, even if it means cozying up to him. The top factions in the surrounding audience looked at Lu Yan with extreme desire. They had never felt such an extreme desire for a new student to join their faction. "Sister Yi, should we send someone to rope Lu Yan in?" In the audience, a tall beauty in a uniform asked a beautiful older sister beside her respectfully. This coquettish older sister was wearing a dress. Her coquettish face made the surrounding audience glance at her. However, the audience was suppressed by her aura. They only dared to take a glance and quickly looked away, as if they were afraid that the other party would discover that they were looking. She emitted a calm aura unique to the elves, but it was also mixed with an extremely charming aura. When the two were combined, not only did it not feel weird, but it even gave off a dignified and beautiful feeling. This was a mixed race of elves and succubi. Irina's gaze landed on Lu Yan's figure in the field in front of her. Hearing the words of her secretary beside her, a smile appeared on her face. "There's no hurry. Such a person won't easily choose to join any faction. I'll personally contact him and see the situation first." The secretary was stunned for a moment before he hesitated and said, Sister Yi, is this appropriate? Although Lu Yan is very important, with your identity, you don't have to come into contact with him personally. Irina looked at the secretary beside her and frowned slightly. How do you think our Dawn Group became the #1 financial group in the Dragon Country? Talents will always be the #1 pursuit of our Dawn Group. Respect for talent is the foundation of the entire Dawn Group. If you don't even understand this, you don't have to appear in front of me again. The secretary's body tightened and she hurriedly said, Sister Yi, I misspoke. I promise there won't be a next time. Although Irina was usually very approachable and even told the secretary to refer to her as Sister Yi affectionately, the secretary knew very well that if the eldest daughter of the Dawn Group in front of her was angry, the consequences would be irreversible. The surrounding cheers fell into Lu Yan's ears, making him smile. At this moment, a voice appeared in his mind. Ding, congratulations on completing the achievement mission and becoming famous in the National New Student Exchange Competition. Please take note of the reward. Lu Yan was stunned for a moment, and the smile on his face became richer. However, now was not the time to check the rewards. Lu Yan would check after returning. After taking photos and recordings, Lu Yan and the others were put off the stage. Next, Demon City University went forward to receive the award. Principal, when will our rewards be distributed? I can't wait. The rewards for the champion of the National New Student Exchange Competition must be very rich, right? Bai Yuez rubbed his palms together, looking impatient. Lei Shuo smiled when he heard this and said, Don't worry, I've never seen a bad reward for the champion of the National New Student Exchange Competition. The rewards will probably be distributed tomorrow. We'll go back and wait first. At this moment, Yuna could not wait to say, after winning the championship, should we hold another celebration party? Lei Shuo laughed. Of course. Go and do your own things. We'll gather at 6 in the afternoon and hold a celebration party together. Yuna licked her lips, her eyes filled with eagerness. The surrounding Lu Yan and the others cheered when they heard this. As soon as the group walked out, they were surrounded by a large number of people. There were reporters in the crowd, but most of them were spectators. Lu Yan, do you have anything to say about winning the championship this time? Boss Lu Yan, can I take a photo with you? I'm your loyal fan. I'm Ian. Get lost, little black. At this moment, I'm a fan of Boss Lu Yan. Boss Lu Yan, let's have a meal tonight. It's my treat. My sister and cousin are so beautiful. How about I call them over to accompany you? Boss Lu Yan, this is a photo of my stepmother. What do you think? Have a meal with me. I'll introduce my stepmother to you. Damn, awesome. He actually wants Boss Lu Yan to be his stepfather. This is awesome. Lightning surged out of Lei Shuo's body, isolating the surrounding people. Then, he brought Lu Yan and the others into the car and quickly left. After returning to the villa, Lu Yan quickly returned to his room upstairs with the excuse of going to the toilet. After closing the door, Lu Yan could not wait to check the rewards of this achievement mission. Congratulations on completing the achievement mission. The rewards are as follows. Congratulations on obtaining the divine talent, magic immunity. Congratulations on obtaining the epic level skill, undead fusion. Congratulations on obtaining the epic level spiritual material, water avoiding spirit bead. Congratulations on obtaining 40 free attribute points. Congratulations on obtaining 40 skill points. Congratulations on obtaining 500 achievement points. Seeing that he had obtained the rewards, Lu Yan could not help but reveal a happy expression. He did not expect the rewards for this achievement mission to be so rich. A new divine talent, an epic level skill, an epic level spiritual material, and 40 free attribute points and skill points. He had simply become rich. However, when he thought of the difficulty of this national new student competition, it seemed that this reward was not much. Why didn't this damn system give him more rewards? Soon, Lu Yan checked the various rewards he had obtained. Firstly, there was the divine level talent magic immunity. Magic immunity, divine level talent. According to the increase in the host's strength, it will increase the immunity of various magic attacks. Current magic immunity effect, 35%. Magic immunity was a very straightforward talent ability. It helped one become immune to magic attacks, but it increased the immunity effect according to one's strength. Now, the 35% immunity effect was already not bad. It was equivalent to reducing the effect of all magic attacks on him by 35%. He did not know when the magic immunity effect would increase to 100%. At that time, a mage would probably be no different from trash in front of him. Then, Lu Yan checked the second reward, the epic level skill, undead fusion. Undead fusion, epic. Effect, you can fuse 2 undead. The effect of the fusion will be 2/3 of the strength of both sides. The undead can fuse up to 3 more times after the fusion. Looking at the introduction of the undead fusion, Lu Yan was directly stunned for a moment before revealing an ecstatic expression. N/O/vel/B/jn.C//OM. This skill would increase his strength greatly. Although the fusion of the 2 undead was not the sum of the 2 undead powers, it was already very powerful for them to only lose 1/3 of their strength. Moreover, the undead could only fuse 3 times at most. In other words, he could fuse them with 5 other undead at most. The strength of the fused undead was very high and could more than double the strength of Lu Yan's undead army. With the undead servants and the Netherworld King's intimidation, Lu Yan's undead army would not be small. However, Liu Yan had always paid more attention to the quality of the undead army. Now, this undead fusion could very well resolve this problem and increase the strength of the undead army. The two rewards were both very good. Liu Yan could not wait to see the third reward. Water Avoidance Spirit Pearl, an epic level spiritual material. When worn by your side, it can slowly recover your strength and mental strength. Its special effect helps one avoid water. When used correctly, it will have a miraculous effect. This Water Avoidance Spirit Pearl did not seem to be very useful for the time being. Holding it in his hand, Liu Yan could clearly sense that his strength and mental strength were constantly recovering. However, this recovery speed was very slow. It was better for him to consume recovery-type items himself. However, it was better than nothing. Next were the boring free attribute points and skill points. Liu Yan did not use the skill points first. He added the free attribute points first. With 40 free attribute points, Liu Yan directly added 10 to each of his 4 attributes. This was only the reward for the achievement mission. The rewards for the National New Student Exchange Competition and the Golden Corner Academy also included essence tonics or enhancement pills. The free attribute points could be added equally first. After adding it, Liu Yan's 4 attributes increased a lot again. However, Liu Yan checked his 4 attributes and discovered that before he added the free attribute points, his 4 attributes had already increased by 10 points each. Strength, 181. Physique, 201. Agility, 185. Intelligence, 240. Now, Liu Yan's 4 attributes had each increased by 20 points. Liu Yan was stunned for a moment before thinking of how he had sacrificed some participating new students with the sacrificial formation in the abandoned city. He had obtained a lot of strength through the sacrifice and his potential had also increased a lot. Now, it seemed that his 4 attributes had also increased a lot through the sacrificial formation. His growth in this National New Student Exchange Competition was still not bad. Just as he was thinking, there was a knock on the door. Li Meier's voice sounded from outside the door. Liu Yan, Principal Leishuo is asking if you're done using the toilet. He wants you to go down and say something. Liu Yan opened the door and saw Li Meier standing in front of him. Looking at Li Meier in front of them, Liu Yan and Li Meier's expressions were slightly unnatural. The previous night still made Liu Yan and Li Meier somewhat awkward. He and Li Meier arrived at the living room on the first floor. Everyone else had already arrived, including Luo Liulai. Leishuo looked at Liu Yan with a smile and invited Liu Yan and Li Meier to sit down. I asked you to come because I want to tell you 2 things. One of them is about the invitations from the various factions. In every National New Student Exchange Competition, the various large factions will rope in the participating new students. You've all performed brilliantly in the National New Student Exchange Competition. There will definitely be factions who will rope you in. These factions will definitely sign contracts with you, such as nurturing plans. They will give you resources. After you graduate, you will need to join their faction. The school usually won't interfere in such matters. After all, you will also make such a choice after graduation. Signing a faction in advance can also allow you to obtain more resources. However, what I want to say is that if a faction finds you, you have to consider it carefully. In my opinion, your potential is very great. There's no need to be in a hurry to sign a contract with any of these factions. After all, although you can obtain good resources in a short period of time, it will basically lock down your choices after graduation. After graduation, if you become even more dazzling, you will naturally be able to obtain the favor of a stronger faction. Of course, this is only my personal suggestion. You still have to consider the details. The surrounding Liu Yan and the others nodded, indicating that they understood. To them, as long as there was nothing special, they basically would not choose to sign the contract so early. Seeing Liu Yan and the others nod, Leishuo continued. Next is the second matter. It's about your reward. Just now, the military sent someone to inform us that there's been a temporary change and the rewards will now be received at the Imperial Capital's military headquarters tomorrow. Someone revealed that because our Golden Corner Academy is the champion of the National New Student Exchange Competition, every one of you will receive diamond-level equipment. Moreover, it can be customized according to your needs. As for Liu Yan, you will have an epic-level equipment customized. This is the first time in history such a reward has been given. You can consider what equipment you need first. When the time comes, you can tell them about the customization. Hearing Leishuo's words, Liu Yan and the others revealed surprised expressions. Diamond-level equipment was basically the highest pursuit of new university students. To be able to gather a set of diamond equipment after graduation, one could be said to be an extremely top-notch new student. However, then, Bai Miao and the others' gazes landed on Liu Yan, revealing envy. Liu Yan had obtained an epic-level customized equipment? That was above diamond equipment? It was said that every epic-level equipment had special equipment effects. Even some level 40 and above second profession changers might not have an epic-level equipment. Alright, that's all. Everyone, move around or rest. Tonight, I'll bring everyone to the most luxurious restaurant in the imperial capital, Yahua Mansion, for a meal. n/o/vel/b/in.c//om. Hearing Leishuo's words, the surrounding students cheered. The Yahua Mansion was reputed to be the #1 restaurant in the Dragon Country. The chefs there were all top-notch in the country, and the ingredients were even top-notch demon ingredients. It was said that the Yahua restaurant specialized in rearing demon beasts. When cooking, they used the freshest demon meat ingredients. Yuna listened to the cheers of the surrounding people and asked Bai Miao beside her, what kind of place is the Yahua mansion? Hearing Bai Miao's explanation, Yuna narrowed her eyes, and saliva flowed from the corner of her mouth. Wiping the corner of her mouth, Yuna could not wait. The surrounding people stood up. Most of them chose to return to their rooms to rest. There were also a few who chose to wander around Qingbei University. Lu Yan also chose to return to his room. He had yet to complete today's daily mission. After everyone left, Lu Quan looked at Lei Shuo and said, "Did you notice that the dark power and undead power on Lu Yan's body have become richer?" Lei Shuo nodded. It should be the effect of the sacrificial formation. The Zhang family spent so much time just to let Zhang Shangbei absorb the strength of the others to become the new student with the strongest potential in history. I didn't expect Lu Yan to benefit in the end. Lu Quan praised. Currently, Lu Yan's dark type power is so dense that it's comparable to a second profession change dark type power professional. How long has it been? Isn't this kid advancing too quickly? Lei Shuo smiled proudly and said, "Of course. Don't you know whose disciple this is?" Lu Quan was stunned for a moment before scolding with a smile, "You really know how to take credit for this. If Lu Yan was my disciple, his achievements would still be just as great." Lei Shuo blew at his beard. "Isn't that because I have a discerning eye? Isn't he still my disciple?" Lu Quan waved his hand. All right. He's your disciple. I won't compete with you." Then, Lu Quan retracted his smile and looked at Lei Shuo with a slightly solemn expression. "Are you sure you want to let the eldest daughter of the Yi family go to the celebration banquet tonight?" Lei Shuo nodded. "Old Yi and I can be considered old acquaintances. If his daughter, Irina, wants to get to know Lu Yan, I can't refuse." Lu Quan said, "I'm afraid she doesn't just want to get to know Lu Yan, right? She definitely wants to rope Lu Yan in. Aren't you going to be more cautious?" Lei Shuo was stunned for a moment before saying, "Cautious? What for?" Lu Quan was anxious. "You naturally have to be cautious about letting her rope Lu Yan in." Lei Shuo smiled when he heard this and said, "I thought you were talking about something else. So that's all. Just let them rope him in. After all, the Dawn Group is the #1 financial group in the Dragon Country and can be considered worthy of Lu Yan's identity. In any case, Lu Yan will definitely join a faction after graduation." Lu Quan was stunned. That seemed to be the case. After all, the Dawn Group was the #1 financial group in the Dragon Country. If Lu Yan joined in advance, he would probably obtain a lot of nurturing resources. However, Lu Quan then said, "I still think it's better for Lu Yan to join the military in the future." Lei Shuo's body froze when he heard this. His two disciples had died after joining the military. Of course, he did not have any resistance to the military. The Dawn Group is not just another financial group. It supports the military. The two do not conflict. Lei Shuo said softly. Then, Lei Shuo looked at Lu Quan and continued, "Do you think Lu Yan and Irina are not compatible?" Lu Quan was directly stunned. When he reacted, he looked at Lei Shuo in disbelief and said, "You want to?" Lei Shuo smiled and said, "Although I can't say that I watched her grow up, I still know her relatively well. She's smart and has better control over the Dawn Group than her brother. Moreover, she's pure and clean. She's not tainted by the bad habits of those rich women at all. I heard that she even dislikes men a little. If she can be with Lu Yan, then Lu Yan will have the support of the entire Dawn Group." Lu Quan looked at Lei Shuo speechlessly. "I was still worried that Lu Yan would be roped in by Irina. I didn't expect you to have designs on her. And that Yuna. Are you trying to nurture Lu Yan into a scumbag?" Lei Shuo said with a serious expression. "What are you talking about? What do you mean by nurturing a scumbag? As the saying goes, the greater the ability, the greater the responsibility. Just from the level of inheriting good genes, it's not a problem for Lu Yan to find a few more. You have to know that this is not a peaceful era. Passing on good inheritance is something that has been written into the national policy." Lu Quan looked at Lei Shuo and shook his head. "You're really full of crooked logic. However, don't even think about Irina. Old Yi treasures his daughter." After a pause, Lu Quan continued, "Moreover, I heard that Irina has some homosexual trends. It's probably impossible." Lei Shuo narrowed his eyes. Lu Quan, it seems that you're not that simple. I've never even heard of such gossip. I didn't expect you to know." After smiling at Lu Quan, Lei Shuo said, "That's just my thought. In any case, I'll arrange for them to meet first. Everything in the future will depend on fate. It's impossible for me to drag Irina to Lu Yan's bed. You're becoming more and more improper." Lu Quan had a helpless expression. At around 6 in the evening, Lei Shuo gathered Lu Yan and the others and prepared to go to the Yahua mansion. The group left Qingbei University and quickly arrived at Yahua mansion in the inner area of the imperial capital. The Yahua mansion was located in the most prosperous place in the imperial capital and occupied a space that was bigger than 10 football fields. The Yahua mansion was not a tall building. Instead, it was a building that looked like a mansion. It seemed somewhat incompatible with the surrounding tall buildings. The passers-by looked at this ancient-looking Yahua manor, their eyes filled with endless yearning. This was the best restaurant in the imperial capital and even the entire country. Even most people in the imperial capital had never stepped foot here in their lives. The group entered and was attracted by the exquisite scenery inside, as if they had walked into a luxurious prince's residence. After following the waiter around a few corners, the group arrived at a 2-story attic. After arriving at a private room on the second floor, Leishuo brought everyone in. Principal, this is a private room in the Yahua mansion. The cost of a private room is probably not low, right? You've spent a lot this time. Bai Yuez looked at the surrounding environment and smiled at Leishuo. Leishuo also smiled and said, ha ha ha, I'm happy. I'm even willing to spend more money. In any case, it was not his money. If Irina wanted to see Lu Yan, why would he need to spend his own money? This Yahua mansion was the business of the Don Group. After getting the surrounding Bai Yuez and the others to order as much as they wanted, Leishuo said, everyone, eat freely today. By the way, a guest is coming later. Everyone, don't be reserved later. Bai Yuez and the others did not take it to heart. It was probably a teacher the principal knew. They would let the principal and the others chat and just eat as much as they wanted. Soon, after ordering, the dishes began to be served one after another. Seeing that Irina had not arrived yet, Leishuo probably wanted them to celebrate first. This girl was still relatively considerate. Come. Let's toast to the champion of our Golden Corner Academy's National New Student Exchange competition this time. Leishuo raised his glass and directly toasted everyone. Other than the few girls who were drinking fruit juice, the others picked up their glasses and downed them in one go. Champion? A happy occasion? n/o/vel/b/jn.c//om. Damn, Lu Yan, you're the reason why we were able to win the National New Student Exchange competition this time. Come, let me toast you. Bai Yuez raised his wine glass and looked at Lu Yan. Seeing this, the surrounding students also raised their glasses and began to toast Lu Yan. This time, it was not only because Lu Yan had won the championship, but also because of Lu Yan had helped them escape from abandoned city, so they naturally had to toast Lu Yan. Seeing this, Lu Yan smiled bitterly, but he still raised his glass and agreed. Since everyone was happy, he would drink it. In any case, it would not delay him from receiving the reward tomorrow. After drinking a glass of wine, Lu Yan's face gradually turned red. At this moment, there was suddenly a knock on the door. Bai Yuez held his wine glass and looked at Leishuo with a red face. Principal, has the guest you mentioned arrived? He came so late. Even if he's a teacher, I still have to make him drink 3 glasses as punishment today. At the side, Bai Miao rubbed her forehead and resisted the urge to pull Bai Yuez down and beat him up. This guy would start to spout nonsense when he was drunk. He even dared to make the other party punish himself by drinking 3 glasses. The door opened and a figure walked in. Bai Yuez burped and was directly stunned. The wine glass in his hand slid down and directly landed on the table. Fairy. Bai Yuez was somewhat drunk and arrogant. He wanted the teacher who entered to punish himself by drinking 3 glasses. However, when he saw the figure enter, he seemed to see a fairy enter through his blurry vision. The woman in front of him was tall and curvy. Her figure could not be more perfect. Her beautiful face was mixed with charm and dignity, making Bai Yuez unable to help but be somewhat dazed. He was drunk? He was really drunk. Bai Miao looked at Bai Yuez's pig-like face and could not help but press him onto the chair and beat him up. The gazes of the others in the private room landed on Irina, who had entered, and they were also somewhat dazed. Wasn't this woman too beautiful? Li Meier looked at Irina and was stunned for a moment. Li Meier sensed a familiar aura from her. At the side, Feng Ya was also stunned. She also sensed a familiar aura from Irina. The two of them looked at each other and saw the shock in each other's eyes. A mixed-race succubus and elf. There were also mixed races among the foreign races, but there were not as many as between the foreign races and humans. Moreover, a mixed-race succubus and an elf? This sounded somewhat ridiculous. When the two of them met, it was already very good that they did not fight. However, soon, Li Meier and Feng Ya's focus had shifted onto Irina's appearance. This woman was too beautiful. It was more or less a little illegal, making people somewhat envious and jealous. In the entire private room, other than Bai Miao and Yuna, almost all the women looked at Irina with complicated expressions. Yuna only took a glance at Irina before focusing on the delicacies in front of her. Her cheeks were stuffed as she continued to stuff food into her mouth. As for Bai Miao, she was beating Bai Yuez up. Leishuo smiled and said, "This is the guest I told everyone about. Her name is Irina and she's the daughter of my best friend. This Yahua mansion is her family's business." Hearing Leishuo's words, the surrounding people were shocked. The Yahua mansion was the business of the #1 consortium in the Dragon Country, the Don Group. The chairman of the Don Group seemed to have the surname Yi. Irina? Was this the eldest daughter of the Don Group? The expressions of the surrounding people became somewhat strange. They did not expect the principal to know such a person. Everyone had also guessed Irina's thoughts. Looking at Lu Yan at the side, they guessed that this Irina was probably here for Lu Yan. He was probably the only one present who could get the eldest daughter of the Don Group to come for a meal. We're all amongst friends. Just continue. Leishuo smiled and then got Irina, who had greeted the surrounding people, to sit beside Lu Yan. Lu Yan looked at Irina, his eyes also revealing surprise. Among the women Lu Yan had seen, this Irina was definitely one of the best. The only person who could compare to her was probably Li Meier's mother, Maggie. Irina and Maggie both had charming auras, but it was obvious that Maggie's aura was more seductive. The dignified feeling mixed in with this Irina gave her a lot of points. When Lu Yan looked at Irina, Irina also sized Lu Yan up. She had seen Lu Yan in the arena previously, but this was the first time he had seen Lu Yan in such ordinary clothes. He was very energetic, handsome, and natural, giving others a good impression. At the very least, he did not make her hate him. Irina always had a faint disgust for men. Lu Yan in front of her gave her the least amount of disgust. Hello. Irina looked at Lu Yan and smiled. Hello. Lu Yan looked at Irina and smiled. Then, he picked up a piece of meat for Yuna with his chopsticks. Irina was stunned for a moment. Usually, men either acted helpless in front of her or wanted to show off. This was the first time she had seen someone behave this calmly after seeing her. However, Irina did not know that Lu Yan was not as calm as he was now when facing Maggie. Whenever he met Maggie, he always had an incomparable headache. However, no matter how beautiful a woman was, Lu Yan would not have any lewd thoughts about her. I wonder if student Lu Yan has considered joining any strength. According to student Lu Yan's performance, there should be many factions trying to rope him in, right? Irina looked at Lu Yan and smiled. Lu Yan nodded. Some people did call me, but I rejected them all. Why? Do you also want to rope me in? If the others could think of Irina's goal, Lu Yan could naturally think of it too. Irina was stunned for a moment before saying frankly, that's right. Student Lu Yan, you should know our Dawn group, right? If student Lu Yan can join our Dawn group, we will definitely give you all our resources to support you. Lu Yan waved his hand. Sorry, I don't have any thoughts for the time being. At this moment, Lu Yan had no intention of joining any faction. Firstly, this was a very serious matter and Lu Yan had yet to consider it. Secondly, Lu Yan did not want to be restrained by a faction so quickly. It was impossible for the other party to give him resources without asking for any repayment. Irina was not surprised by Lu Yan's words. Looking at Lu Yan, Irina combed the hair behind her ear and said, it's very normal for student Lu Yan to not want to consider it carefully. Our Dawn group can give student Lu Yan an S+ level resource every year. We don't need student Lu Yan to sign any contract. I hope student Lu Yan can accept it. Lu Yan raised his eyebrows. For free? Am I that important? Irina smiled and said, Lu Yan, don't undervalue yourself. At the very least, it's already not bad for our Dawn group if these resources can be exchanged for some goodwill from you. Alright, seeing how sincere you are, if I want to join any faction in the future, I'll prioritize your Dawn group. It would be a waste not to take something that was free. At the side, Luo Liulai could not help but be somewhat anxious when she saw Lu Yan ignore Irina after accepting her gift. She took the initiative to talk to Irina. Luo Liulai looked very satisfied with Irina at a glance. If she could be with Lu Yan. Thinking of this, Luo Liulai became even more friendly to Irina. When Irina saw Luo Liulai, her eyes also lit up. She did not expect such a valiant beauty to be here. The two of them quickly chatted. Seeing this, the corner of Lu Quan's mouth could not help but twitch. He was very sensitive to emotions and could easily discover that Luo Liulai wanted to matchmake him and Irina. Irina's gaze had been on Luo Liulai. That rumor might be true. This relationship was a little messy. If Luo Liulai knew of Irina's special preference, she wondered if she would still be so enthusiastic. I wanted you to be my sister-in-law, but you took a fancy to me? This celebration banquet was very satisfactory overall. In the end, when she left, Irina even gave everyone an A-level resource and an S+ resource to Luo Liulai. No one thought too much about it. After all, Luo Liulai was Lu Yan's sister. It was very normal for Irina to want to rope her in. After everyone returned, they directly slept and basically finished drinking. The next morning, Lu Yan woke up in a daze, his head still somewhat dizzy. After washing up briefly, Lu Yan went downstairs. He was still looking forward to receiving his reward today. Soon, Lei Shuo gathered Lu Yan and the others in front of the villa. After arriving at a field of Qingbei University, the people from other universities, such as Demon City University, also arrived. However, Lu Yan checked. In the entire field, there were only the new students and instructors from 10 universities. They were the top 10 universities in the National New Student Exchange Competition this time. It seemed that only the top 10 schools in the National New Student Exchange Competition could go to the headquarters of the Imperial Capital Military Region to receive the award. Soon, Xiang Hong'ai appeared on the field. He looked at Lu Yan and the others in front of him with a smile. First of all, congratulations on your results in the National New Student Exchange Competition. All the participating new students present can basically be said to be the top outstanding new students in the country. This time, the basic reward for each of you is 30 million energy coins. It has already been transferred to your respective bank accounts. I'll bring you to the capital's military headquarters to receive the remaining rewards. Receiving the rewards at the headquarters of the Imperial Capital Military Region was only decided at the last minute. It could allow these outstanding new students to broaden their horizons and also nurture their yearning for the military region. The headquarters of the Imperial Capital Military Region. I heard that even the governors of various places might not be able to enter that place easily. I didn't expect us to receive the rewards there. I heard that there's customized equipment in the rewards. Could it be that our customized equipment was forged by the military headquarters? There's a top equipment forging master in the country there. This is too impressive. When I go back, my father from the military region will probably think highly of me. Let's see how he's supposed to beat me up in the future. Everyone discussed enthusiastically. To them, being able to enter the headquarters of the Imperial Capital Military Region was already an honor. Principal, how are we going to get there? We should take a private plane, right? Bai Yuez looked at Leishuo and asked, N/O/vel/b/jn.c//om. Leishuo smiled and said, I'm not sure either. I've never been to the Imperial Capital Military Region headquarters even once. I've benefited from you this time. The surrounding Lu Yan and the others were stunned. They did not expect Leishuo to have never been to the headquarters of the Imperial Capital Military Region. At this moment, a loud voice sounded. Everyone looked up and saw a huge creature quickly approaching from the sky. A dragon? It was a dragon. Dragons crawled out of the clouds and quickly headed towards Lu Yan and the others. 1, 2, 3, a total of 9 dragons. Damn, isn't this too grand? Are we going to ride these dragons to the headquarters of the Imperial Capital Military Region? Isn't this too cool? Damn, I'm too excited. This is the first time I've ridden a dragon. I have to record a video later. At this moment, an even louder dragon roar sounded. A huge figure revealed from the clouds and followed closely behind those dragons. Seeing that figure, everyone on the field was stunned. Dragon? A divine dragon? No one expected a divine dragon to appear. Dragons were already legendary creatures to them. As for divine dragons, they had only heard of them. It was not that shocking that a divine dragon was at the headquarters of the Imperial Capital Military Region, but it was already shocking enough for the divine dragon to pick them up. Soon, the dragons and the divine dragon landed on the field and looked directly at these huge creatures. Everyone around was very excited. For a lot of people, riding a dragon might only happen once in a lifetime. Xiong Hong'ai said, the teachers and students of the Golden Corner Academy will ride the divine dragon. The teachers and students of the other universities will ride the dragon and head to the headquarters of the Imperial Capital Military Region together. Instantly, envious gazes swept over from all directions and landed on Lu Yan and the others. Indeed, the divine dragon was prepared for the teachers and students of the Golden Corner Academy. Was this the treatment of the champion of the National New Student Exchange Competition? However, previously, the champion of the National New Student Exchange Competition did not receive such treatment. Everyone's gazes shifted to Lu Yan. The treatment this year was probably all because of Lu Yan. Everyone arrived on the dragons' backs. The divine dragon and the huge dragon soared into the sky and quickly headed towards the clouds. Soon, everyone arrived at a mountain area northeast of the Imperial capital. This mountain area had no name. A huge energy defense barrier directly enveloped the entire mountain area. Anything that approached would be destroyed by this huge energy defense barrier if it forcefully rushed over without permission. Buzz! A light shot out from Xiong Hong'ai's hand, and an opening appeared in the energy defense barrier in front of him. The divine dragon and dragons entered through the opening. This is the headquarters of the Imperial Capital Military Region? It's completely different from what I imagined. Damn, I thought we were really in the mountain area. I didn't expect this place to be like this. I've really broadened my horizons. Look, that's the flag of the 10 Great Armies. I'm going to join one of the 10 Great Armies after graduation. After entering the energy defense barrier, the scene inside completely exceeded Lu Yan and the others' expectations. The interior looked nothing like a mountain area, but a mechanized place. There were various mechanical floating islands, mechanical cannons, mage towers, and talisman towers. It was filled with a sense of future technology. The divine dragon and the few dragons moved in midair and quickly headed towards a mechanical base in the center in front of him. From afar, the mechanical base was not too big. However, when they got closer, Lu Yan and the others discovered that the mechanical building was like a sleeping steel beast, giving off a dense pressure. The headquarters of the Imperial Capital Military Region is just ahead. It's also the headquarters of our dragon country's professional alliance. Xiong Hong'ai pointed at the mechanical base in front of him and said. The divine dragon and the huge dragon slowly landed. Everyone got off in shock. Are those fire dragons? There are actually more than 100 of them standing on this flying square like fighter jets. I'm afraid only the military headquarters can treat dragons as mounts, right? The combat aircraft over there should be the latest model. I heard that they were forged by the #1 construction master of the dragon country and they use energy crystals to provide energy. I heard that their combat strength is equivalent to a level 40 epic level demon beast. I didn't expect the headquarters of the dragon country's professional alliance and the headquarters of the military region to be in the same place. I thought the two were separated. This is very normal. After all, the Professionist Alliance is also under the jurisdiction of the military region. As long as one became a professional in the Dragon Country, they would be under the jurisdiction of the Professionist Alliance. However, the Professionist Alliance only did statistics and did not have any restrictions. Their presence was usually not high. Let's go. I'll bring you to receive the rewards of this National New Student Exchange Competition. Xiong Hong'ai brought Lu Yan and the others into the hall in front of him. The hall was very spacious. Basically, people in military uniforms walked around. The staff at the front desk was also dealing with various things. The people passing by only glanced at Lu Yan and the others before continuing to do their own things. In front of the hall, a burly man was welcoming Lu Yan and the others with a few people. Taizu, these are the participating new students of the top 10 universities in the National New Student Exchange Competition this year. They also obtained customized equipment rewards. Xiong Hong'ai looked at the burly man in front of him and smiled. The burly man was covered in muscles and his head was bare, but his face was covered in red beard. There was a violent aura on his body that gave off a pressure. Taizu smiled when he heard this. He looked at Lu Yan and the others and said, "Welcome. Those who can come here are all the top new students of our dragon country. Next, your rewards will be received in the base. The customized equipment will be forged by me, Taizu, and my team. At that time, just tell us your requirements." As he spoke, Taizu brought everyone to an electronic door in front of them. "Taizu, he's the #1 forging master in our dragon country, right? I heard that he's a warrior who uses fire who accidentally discovered his top-notch forging talent and directly became a forging master. In 10 years, he became the #1 forging master in our dragon country. I've also heard of him. He changed from a combat profession to a forging master and even became the #1 in the country. He's simply a legend. He only added a side profession as a blacksmith master, but his combat profession hasn't disappeared. I heard that he can even be ranked in the top 20 among the dragon country's warriors." Many new students looked at the iron pillar and discussed. Then, they arrived in front of the electronic door in front of them. This was a device to verify one's identity. After verifying that one was a participating new student who was here to obtain the reward, professionals would lead them to receive the reward. After Lu Yan passed the electronic door, Taizu personally brought him to the place to receive the reward. Because they needed to customize the equipment, every new student would be assigned a separate room so that it was easier for them to say the specific requirements of the customized equipment. Lu Yan was brought by Taizu to a room filled with technology. There was a big screen inside and an armrest-like thing beside it. Taizu looked at Lu Yan and said, "Put your hand on this armrest and you'll be able to see the rewards you can obtain." Lu Yan nodded and placed his hand on the armrest. Buzz! The big screen in front of him instantly lit up, and a series of data appeared. Then, 3 reward items were listed. 1. An epic-level customized equipment. 2. Special reward, Netherworld Soul Flame. 3. Choose a life-saving item. Looking at the reward list on the screen in front of him, Lu Yan was slightly stunned. Then, a happy expression surged on his face. When Taizu saw this, his eyes also revealed surprise. Before coming, Xiong Hong Ai had told me that there was an extraordinary new student from the dragon country. I didn't expect the rewards to be so rich. Lu Yan looked at Taizu and asked, "Master Taizu, I can understand epic-level customized equipment and registration items. But what's the Netherworld Soul Flame?" Taizu looked at Lu Yan and said, "Among the 3 rewards, this Netherworld Soul Flame is the best reward. The Netherworld Soul Flame was obtained by a dragon country expert after entering the Void Gate 50 years ago. If you can control the Netherworld Soul Flame, you will have the ability to ignite the enemy's soul. That expert of the dragon country spent his life to bring this back. Unfortunately, the Netherworld Soul Flame can only be controlled by professionals with supreme dark attribute power. I haven't found a suitable candidate in 50 years. I didn't expect you to actually be a suitable candidate." Taizu's eyes also revealed a trace of surprise. As a forging master, Taizu had always wanted to use this Netherworld Soul Flame and even wanted to forge it into equipment, but he had always failed. It would be fine if it were other attributes, but it was indeed too difficult to find a powerful dark-type power professional. After all, there were very few dark-type power professionals. He did not expect to see one today. Hearing Taizu's words, Lu Yan's eyes also revealed joy. Taizu looked at Lu Yan in front of him and said, "I'll bring you to receive the Netherworld Soul Flame and life-saving item later. Now, tell me what attributes you want for your epic-level customized equipment." Lu Yan pondered when he heard this. Clearly, his epic-level customized equipment was going to be forged by the iron pillar in front of him. Lu Yan now had the Netherworld Soul Scythe. If he increased it by another level, he would be able to materialize it. He did not really need weapons. As for armor defense, Lu Yan also had the undead Netherworld armor. N/O/vel/b/in.c//om. After thinking for a moment, Lu Yan told Taizu in front of him about his situation and asked him to help him out. After all, Taizu was the #1 forging master in the dragon country. Hearing Lu Yan's words, Taizu also raised his eyebrows slightly. "I originally thought that you wanted to forge a weapon. Don't you need weapons and armor? In that case, I'll forge an enhancement equipment for you." Enhancement equipment. Lu Yan was somewhat puzzled. Taizu nodded. "That's right. It's an equipment that can increase your attributes and strength. Don't worry, I'll make it myself. I won't disappoint you." Hearing Taizu's words, Lu Yan also nodded. "In that case, I'll thank you first, Master Taizu." Taizu waved his hand. "This is what I'm supposed to do. All right, I'll bring you to obtain the Netherworld Soul Flame first. The forging of the equipment takes a while. I'll reward you with the other 2 first." Lu Yan nodded and left the room with Taizu. Soon, under the lead of Taizu, Lu Yan stepped into a room similar to a storeroom. The space inside was not very big. It looked like a single room. The decorations inside were also very simple. However, there was a glass cover on the stone pillar in the center. On the surrounding ground, array patterns were engraved and spread towards the stone pillar, as if they were sealing the stone pillar and the glass cover on it. Inside the glass cover, a completely pitch-black flame was swaying. His gaze landed on the pitch-black flames in the glass cover in front of him and he frowned. This pitch-black flame was somewhat strange. Perhaps it was because of the glass cover, but he did not sense any temperature. However, with just a glance, Lu Yan felt a faint pain in his head, as if something was burning his mental world. Taizu looked at the netherworld soul flame in front of him, his eyes also revealing a trace of reminiscence. Lu Yan, we sacrificed the life of a supreme expert to bring this netherworld soul flame back. If you confuse it and take it for yourself, he can also be considered to have not died in vain. Hearing Taizu's words, Lu Yan raised his eyebrows and then said, Master Taizu, previously, I heard you say that this netherworld soul flame was brought by the experts of the Dragon Country from behind the Void Gate. Can our people also enter another world through the Void Gate? Taizu nodded. Of course. That Void Gate works both ways. It's a door. 100 years ago, the battle began. In the later decades, our human combat strength reached the peak. Moreover, we joined forces with some foreign races and even counterattacked. Unfortunately, the creatures on the other side are still too terrifying. Our attack did not last long before we were directly defeated. At this point, Taiju's eyes revealed grief. The defeat back then had killed countless human experts. Lu Yan asked, what's on the other side of the Void Gate? Lu Yan had always been relatively curious about the Void Gate. The foreign races and demon beasts came from the world behind the Void Gate. What kind of world was that? Taizu smiled when he heard this and said, we still have to rely on the younger generation to explore the world behind the Void Gate. You'll naturally know the exact situation when you grow up. Lu Yan nodded. Since Taizu was unwilling to say, he would not continue asking. Looking at the netherworld soul flame in the glass shield in front of him, Lu Yan said, how do I use this netherworld soul flame? When Taizu heard this, his expression became solemn. He pointed at the pitch-black flames in the glass cover and said, from the name of the netherworld soul flame, you should be able to tell that this netherworld soul flame works on the soul and can burn the soul. Moreover, once you're attached to the netherworld soul flame, if you don't have any special methods to clean it, your soul will keep burning. In the end, you'll die from the pain of your soul burning. Even if your willpower is very powerful and you can endure this pain, the netherworld soul flame can still burn your soul. At that time, you will still die. Moreover, the netherworld soul flame also has a certain flame burning strength. It can be said to deal both physical and soul damage. Hearing Taiju's introduction, Lu Yan's expression also became solemn. Good lord, this netherworld soul flame was indeed domineering. Taizu continued, there are two ways to use the netherworld soul flame. One is to directly use it and release the netherworld soul flame. However, if you do this, the used netherworld soul flame will directly disappear. It's too wasteful. The second way is for someone to absorb it and refine it into their strength. That person is you. Absorb and refine? Lu Yan took a deep breath. It sounded similar to refining the bloodline power of the Netherworld King, but Lu Yan knew very well that it was probably much more dangerous to absorb and refine this Netherworld Soul Flame than to refine the bloodline power of the Netherworld King. After all, this Netherworld Soul Flame could burn the soul. If he was not careful, he might be affected. Taizu also reminded, this Netherworld Soul Flame is relatively dangerous. If you absorb and refine it, you might suffer a backlash. You have to be careful. Of course, you don't have to worry too much. If anything happens, I'll forcefully interrupt your refinement. Although Xiong Hong'ai said that there was no problem, Taizu was still very careful. Hearing Taiju's words, Lu Yan also nodded, indicating that he understood. n/o/vel/b/in.c//om. Then, Lu Yan arrived in front of the glass shield covered in the Netherworld Soul Flame in front of him. His gaze landed on the Netherworld Soul Flame in front of him. This glass shield was clearly to isolate the damage of the Netherworld Soul Flame. Lu Yan took a deep breath and slowly removed the glass shield in front of him. Boom! The moment the glass cover was removed, the flames of the Netherworld Soul Flame instantly erupted. They suddenly soared a lot and directly pounced towards Lu Yan. Lu Yan was also shocked. Then, the array patterns on the surrounding ground suddenly lit up. Buzz! Light appeared from the surrounding array patterns and quickly gathered on the Netherworld Soul Flame, imprisoning it. The soaring Netherworld Soul Flame received an effective attack. Lu Yan also knew very well that this was the best opportunity to refine it. Lu Yan slowly placed his hands on both sides of the Netherworld Soul Flame and closed his eyes. Then, he began to mobilize the strength in his body. The bloodline power of the Netherworld King seemed to have been guided by something and was directly activated. The Netherworld Soul Flame in front of him also transformed into pitch-black fire threads that entered Lu Yan's body. In an instant, Lu Yan frowned slightly and felt a scorching aura quickly move along his arms. Soon, these hot auras seemed to have found their destination and suddenly rushed towards Lu Yan's brain. Lu Yan suddenly tilted his head back and directly snorted as he gritted his teeth. This Netherworld Soul Flame began to burn his soul. The intense pain made Lu Yan almost unable to control his body. The pain that directly affected the soul was far incomparable to other types of pain. Waves of power began to suppress this burning power. At the same time, the power of the Netherworld King bloodline power was also mixed in. The burning feeling of his soul quickly decreased a lot. Not far away, Taiju's eyes revealed surprise when he saw this. This Lu Yan's refinement process was even smoother than he had imagined. It was simply a little too smooth. It seemed that Xiong Hong'ai was not exaggerating when he said that this guy could definitely refine the Netherworld Soul Flame. Lu Yan's body was tense, and sweat seeped out of his forehead. The refinement process was relatively smooth and Lu Yan had already reached a subtle balance with the Netherworld Soul Flame. Now, he only needed to slowly absorb the Netherworld Soul Flame. However, the burning sensation on his soul did not disappear. It was just that under the effect of Lu Yan's own strength and the Netherworld King bloodline power, it had decreased a lot. However, Lu Yan also knew that there was no other way now. He could only endure until the refinement was over. Time passed second by second. The entire refinement process was still very smooth. After half an hour, nearly 2/3 of the Netherworld soul flame had already entered Lu Yan's body and was slowly refined by Lu Yan. At the side, Taizu also relaxed a lot. This kid's compatibility with the Netherworld soul flame was higher than his. However, at this moment, Lu Yan's body began to tremble slightly. He also gritted his teeth, as if he could not take it anymore. Taizu raised his eyebrows. Then, he looked at the Netherworld soul flame that was slowly shrinking as it entered Lu Yan's body, and his expression suddenly changed. Damn it! This Lu Yan's compatibility with the Netherworld soul flame was indeed very good and he could indeed refine the Netherworld soul flame. However, there was too much of it. After all, this Lu Yan had not even reached level 20. The amount of Netherworld soul flame he had absorbed had already reached the limit. Arriving beside Lu Yan, Taizu prepared to directly stop the refinement if Lu Yan could not take it anymore. However, in that case, Lu Yan's previous refinement would have been in vain. Looking at Lu Yan, Taizu said nervously, "Kid, you have to persevere. 2/3 of the Netherworld soul flame has entered your body. If anything happens to you, all of the Netherworld soul flame you have absorbed will be wasted." At this moment, Lu Yan felt as if he was in a sea of flames, and his mind became somewhat unclear. A large number of flames were still surging out of the sea of flames, as if they wanted to completely devour Lu Yan's body. Boom! Lu Yan was still unable to handle a big portion of the Netherworld soul flame and it directly spread on his body. Taizu raised his eyebrows and sighed slightly, prepared to forcefully interrupt the refinement of the Netherworld soul flame. N/O/vel/b/in.c//om. It could not be helped. Lu Yan was simply refining too much of the Netherworld soul flame. It was still a little too difficult for the current him. After interrupting, the Netherworld soul flame that had entered Lu Yan's body had to be completely removed. The remaining Netherworld soul flame could be absorbed after Lu Yan recovered, but the amount would decrease and the power would also be reduced by a lot. Bang! A cracking sound suddenly sounded at this moment. Taizu raised his eyebrows slightly. Then, he saw a small Netherworld dragon appear in the surrounding space. After devouring that Netherworld dragon last time, the current little Netherworld dragon's body was already the size of 2 Lu Yans. It was no longer as weak as before. The moment it came out, the little Netherworld dragon did not hesitate and directly arrived beside the remaining Netherworld soul flame. It opened its mouth and swallowed the remaining third of the Netherworld soul flame. The burning of the Netherworld soul flame instantly made the little Netherworld dragon's body twitch. It kept bumping into the surrounding rooms, as if it was drunk. Opening his mouth, a wisp of Netherworld soul flame slipped out of the little Netherworld dragon's mouth, but it was then swallowed by the little Netherworld dragon again. Taizu was surprised. This little Netherworld dragon was actually also absorbing and refining this Netherworld soul flame. To be able to break out of the pet space, this little Netherworld dragon was not simple. From the looks of it, it should be Lu Yan's pet. This guy was really lucky to have such a pet. At this moment, Lu Yan's situation had improved. The Netherworld soul flame that surged out of his body was directly suppressed. Without the activation of any additional Netherworld soul flame, Lu Yan should basically be fine. The Netherworld soul flame in his body could also be refined. Taizu observed Lu Yan's situation and shook his head. This guy is really lucky. Even at such a time, he can still turn the situation around. At this moment, Lu Yan slowly woke up. Then, he realized that something was wrong. Lu Yan could clearly sense that a large number of black flames were burning in his soul space, enveloping his entire soul space. At this moment, Lu Yan felt that his soul space was warm, as if the black flames were constantly providing heat. The Netherworld soul flame had completely fused with him, but the location seemed to be somewhat wrong, enveloping his soul space. Lu Yan opened his eyes and saw the little Netherworld dragon running around. This guy had already grown up? No, how did it get out? N/O/vel/b/jn.c//om. At the side, Taizu explained this matter to Lu Yan, making Lu Yan smile. You're not bad, kid. You even know how to save your master. It's not in vain that I summoned the Netherworld dragon for you to devour previously. If the little Netherworld dragon could hear Lu Yan's words, it would probably roll its eyes. That Netherworld dragon was also only devoured by accident, alright? Moreover, it was the one who sensed the Netherworld soul flame and was eager to come out. Savior? Don't be too narcissistic, alright? After receiving Taiju's affirmative answer that there would be no problem with the little Netherworld dragon, Lu Yan did not care about it and told Taizu his situation, wanting to ask him what was going on. If it was refined normally, the Netherworld soul flame should be in the soul space and not enveloping the soul space. Hearing Lu Yan's description, Taizu also hesitated for a moment. Then, he looked at Lu Yan and asked, "Can you use the power of the Netherworld soul flame now?" Lu Yan raised his palm when he heard this and instantly released a Netherworld soul flame that landed on the ground not far ahead. The array patterns on the ground sensed the Netherworld soul flame and instantly lit up. The rays of light directly imprisoned the Netherworld soul flame. I can use it. Lu Yan looked at the iron column as he recalled the feeling of using the Netherworld soul flame. Now that Lu Yan had already fused with the Netherworld Soul Flame, using the Netherworld Soul Flame would not consume it. Instead, his dark power would be transformed into the Netherworld Soul Flame before being released. Taizu saw that Lu Yan could use the Netherworld Soul Flame and pondered for a moment. Then, he raised his palm and placed it on Lu Yan's forehead. I have a guess and want to test it. As soon as he finished speaking, Lu Yan felt a piercing pain fuse into his mind, as if something was attacking his soul. The Netherworld Soul Flame that enveloped Lu Yan's soul space also instantly soared, directly enveloping the attack and directly refining it. Releasing his hand, Taizu looked at Lu Yan in surprise. Aren't you too lucky? Although I don't know what happened, that Netherworld Soul Flame has already protected your soul space. In the future, if you encounter a soul attack, the Netherworld Soul Flame will help you block it first. In other words, your soul defense has increased greatly. Hearing Taiju's words, Lu Yan also smiled. He did not expect to obtain such a gain. At this moment, the little Netherworld dragon at the side had also recovered. It staggered back to Lu Yan's side, its expression clearly somewhat dispirited. Lu Yan looked at the little Netherworld dragon and said, I didn't expect you to be able to refine the Netherworld Soul Flame. The little Netherworld dragon looked at Lu Yan and yawned, somewhat listless. This little guy is different from you. It directly used its strength to suppress the Netherworld Soul Flame to refine it. It should be very tired now. You can let it enter the pet space to rest. As he spoke, Taizu threw Lu Yan a pet spatial ring. Lu Yan thanked him and put the little Netherworld dragon in. This was a pet spatial ring given by Taizu, so it was naturally not simple. The space inside was very vast. Moreover, pets could quickly recover their stamina and energy inside. They could even constantly recover from their injuries. It was more than 10 times better than Lu Yan's previous pet spatial equipment. The item produced by Master Taizu was indeed extraordinary. Lu Yan was also very happy to obtain a top pet spatial ring for free. Let's go. I'll bring you to receive your life-saving item. This is still relatively important. You have to choose carefully later and pick something suitable for you. Taizu looked at Lu Yan and said. Then, he left the room with Lu Yan and walked into the depths ahead. Lu Yan followed behind Taizu and quickly arrived at a room in the depths. Opening the room, he saw something similar to the school's treasure vault. There was a screen that displayed various resources. Taizu went forward and operated the screen a few times. Then, only 8 items were left on the screen. These 8 are all special life-saving items. Each of them has their own life-saving effect. You can choose one and take it away. Hearing Taiju's words, Lu Yan also revealed an excited expression. Lu Yan had previously obtained a life-saving item. It was the undead metal that happened to be useful when he faced the Necromancer later. It was naturally very good to obtain a life-saving item. Soon, Lu Yan's gaze landed on the 8 items displayed in front of him. Sacred Heart, activate and you can summon the Divine Light power to form an absolute defense that can resist the attack of any demon below level 50 for 10 minutes. Heavenly Bat Wings, when activated, you can raise the Heavenly Bat Wings on your back. Your speed will soar to surpass the speed of light. You can only use it once a week. Blinking Gem, it can flicker unlimitedly in the surrounding space. When fully charged, it can flicker 20 times. After using it, you will need an energy crystal to charge it. Looking at the few life-saving items in a row, Lu Yan's expression did not change at all. He was not satisfied with these life-saving items. The Sacred Heart looked very powerful and could block the attack of any demon beast for 10 minutes at level 50. However, on careful thought, it was useless. For example, if he needed to use this thing, he would basically be at his wit's end. To be honest, the changes he could make in 10 minutes were not big. As for the Heavenly Bat Wings, Lu Yan did not consider it at all. The speed of light? Putting aside the fact that it took time to activate the Heavenly Bat Wings, even if he could surpass the speed of light, there might still be some extremely fast demon beasts that could catch up to him. N/O/vel/b/jn.c//om. It was not like there were no demon beasts that moved faster than light. The Blinking Gem seemed alright. After all, it was much stronger than the Monarch Netherworld Escape. This was because the Monarch Netherworld Escape had a second of stiffness, but the Flickering Gem did not. Even when ignoring the fact that Lu Yan already had the Monarch Netherworld Escape and the Traceless Moon Steps, this Blinking Gem still seemed somewhat useless. Soon, Lu Yan's gaze continued to sweep down and quickly landed on an item. His eyes suddenly lit up. Life Conversion Ring. Via blood recognition, it can be fused into the body. When in danger, it can be activated to transform one's life force into an intelligent creature under one's control. Both sides will instantly exchange positions and transfer all the attacks to the controlled intelligent creature. Note, to transfer to an intelligent creature, the creature needs to be controlled and have a relatively high compatibility. Looking at this life conversion ring, Lu Yan's heart skipped a beat. Judging from its ability, this was a ring that could allow him to switch positions and damage taken with his pet. After all, his pets were the only intelligent creatures that were controlled by an ordinary professional and had a high compatibility with him. To ordinary professionals, this life conversion ring was far inferior to the previous life-saving items. After all, it was not easy to nurture a pet with a high compatibility. It was clearly not worth it to only let the other party suffer the attack once. However, Lu Yan was different. As his level and strength increased, many intelligent undead began to appear. He had just obtained the undead fusion, so the chances of intelligent undead appearing after the fusion were higher. His undead's compatibility with him was naturally not a problem. This life conversion ring did not have any restrictions on its use. In Lu Yan's hand, it could simply become a divine artifact. After looking at the remaining life-saving items, Lu Yan did not hesitate and directly said to Tai Zu beside him, "I want this life conversion ring." Hearing Lu Yan's words, Tai Zu frowned slightly. "Have you thought it through? Although you can control the undead, there won't be many intelligent undead. To be honest, the blinking gem is better." Lu Yan said, "I've already decided that this life conversion ring is the most suitable life-saving item for me." Tai Zu did not know Lu Yan's ability and thought that Lu Yan was similar to an ordinary necromancer and mostly controlled unintelligent undead. However, Lu Yan actually controlled many intelligent undead. There would be more in a while. He did not have to worry about not being able to use this ring more than a few times. Seeing Lu Yan's insistence, Tai Zu did not hesitate. "In any case, it's fine as long as you've considered it carefully." As he spoke, Tai Zu operated the screen at the side. After swiping his permission card, a passageway quickly opened on the platform at the side and a wooden box was slowly pushed out. Lu Yan went forward and opened the wooden box to take a look. There was a faint golden ring lying quietly inside. After taking it out, Lu Yan directly bit his finger and dripped a drop of blood on it. The blood landed on the ring, instantly making the faint golden ring illusory. Then, this faint golden ring directly floated slowly and automatically wrapped around Lu Yan's finger. However, soon, this faint golden ring seemed to have fused into Lu Yan's finger and completely disappeared. Lu Yan could sense that the faint golden ring was in his body. As long as he willed it, he could use the effect of this life conversion ring. Seeing Lu Yan fuse with the life conversion ring, Tai Zu also revealed a smile. "Alright, after giving you this ring, my mission has been completed. I'll send your customized epic level equipment to you after I'm done." It still took some time to forge customized equipment. He could only send it to Lu Yan after it was completed. Lu Yan nodded when he heard this and walked out with Tai Zu. North River, Tianjiang City. In a villa in the north of Tianjiang City, a group of people was sitting around the conference table. The person in the lead was an old man who was staring fixedly at the projection screen in front of him. On the projection screen was the scene of the abandoned city. On it was Luo Liulai's battle scene. "Can you confirm that she's from our Luo family?" The old patriarch of the hidden family of the North River, Luo Hongguo, looked at the projection screen in front of him and asked. At the side, Luo Tianhao, who was from the eldest branch of the Luo family, looked up. "From what we know so far, this Luo Liulai is very likely the baby girl who was taken away by the Luo family back then. She's very similar to her mother, but we still need professional appraisal to see if she's the one." Luo Hongguo fell silent in the main seat and then said, "Regardless of whether she's the baby girl from back then, send someone to come into contact with her first. It's best if we can obtain something that can be appraised. Something like her hair." Luo Tianhao said, "Then I'll contact Luo Fengli and Luo Junmo. They happen to be participating in the National New Student Exchange competition in the imperial capital. We can contact Luo Liulai through them." Luo Hongguo nodded and then added, "No matter what, we can't let this Luo Liulai develop hostility towards the Luo family. We definitely have to let Fengli and Jun Mo know their limits." Luo Tianhao nodded. "Don't worry, I understand." As he spoke, he stood up and contacted the other party. Lu Yan and Tai Zu quickly arrived at the entrance. At this moment, all the new students of the other universities had already come out. Compared to Lu Yan, they obtained fewer reward resources. Other than customized equipment, they also obtained some conventional resources like energy coins. They quickly received them. Everyone's faces were filled with smiles. Clearly, they were very satisfied with the reward this time. Seeing Lu Yan come out, everyone's gazes landed on Lu Yan, their eyes filled with envy. It was obvious that as the champion of this National New Student Exchange competition, Lu Yan's gains this time were definitely very abundant. His gains had definitely far surpassed theirs. However, although they were envious, there was no jealousy. They knew in their hearts that the rewards Lu Yan could obtain were all what he deserved. Soon, Lu Yan and the others quickly returned to the villa. The National New Student Exchange competition had ended, and everyone also had a few days off. They could choose to return to their respective universities in advance or choose to stay in the imperial capital for a while and leave after the equipment was customized. Not long after Lu Yan and the others returned, Luo Fengli and Luo Junmo came up and explained their intentions. At this moment, Luo Liulai and Lu Yan were in the living room. When they heard that someone was looking for them, they were somewhat puzzled. When Luo Fengli arrived at the door, she greeted Luo Liulai with a smile. "You're Luo Liulai, right? My name is Luo Fengli. This is my cousin, Luo Junmo. We're from the Luo family of the North River. We have something to tell you. I wonder if it's convenient for you." Looking at the two of them in front of her, Luo Liulai frowned slightly and directly said, "I don't seem to know you and am not interested in chatting with you." Luo Liulai was talking happily with Lu Yan just now. Now that she was interrupted by someone she did not know, she did not feel too great. Luo Fengli smiled when she heard this and said, "We won't take up too much of your time, Miss Luo Liulai. Moreover, the thing we want to discuss with you is about your background. Are you sure you don't want to talk to us?" Background? Nov. L. B //JNN. Luo Liulai's body suddenly trembled, and her gaze directly landed on Luo Fengli. At this moment, she realized that the two people in front of her seemed to have the surname Luo. At this moment, Luo Liulai was somewhat flustered. Biting her lip, Luo Liulai closed the villa door and arrived at a pavilion not far away with Luo Fengli. Lu Yan also noticed Luo Liulai's situation. However, he only watched Luo Liulai and the two of them in the pavilion from the window. He did not care much. After all, he could just wait for Sister Liulai to return before asking her about it. At this moment, Lei Shuo looked at the surrounding people and smiled. Everyone should be fine. Tomorrow morning, let's go directly back to school. The surrounding people nodded when they heard this. In any case, there was nothing to do in the imperial capital. Moreover, there were still the rewards distributed by the school waiting for them. Soon, Luo Liulai returned, somewhat distracted. Seeing this, Lu Yan directly arrived beside Luo Liulai and asked, Sister Liulai, what's wrong? Who are the two people looking for you? Hearing Lu Yan's question, Luo Liulai's gaze landed on Lu Yan, her eyes revealing an uneasy expression. Lu Yan, Luo Liulai bit her lip and then said, those two people just now were from the Luo family of the North River. They said that I might be a lost clansman of the Luo family of the North River and wanted me to give them a few strands of my hair to confirm. Hearing Luo Liulai's words, Lu Yan was stunned for a moment before smiling. This is a good thing. As an orphan, Lu Yan knew how it felt to have no family. It would naturally be very good if Luo Liulai could find her family. Luo Liulai looked at Lu Yan and gritted her teeth. I don't know if I should give it to them. If I were. Previously, Luo Liulai still yearned for her background. However, after Lu Yan entered the Golden Corner Academy, Luo Liulai no longer had much thoughts about this. This was because she no longer needed to rely on anyone. Especially after becoming Wang Yanzhai's disciple, this thought directly disappeared. However, the appearance of Luo Fengli and Luo Zhenmo still made Luo Liulai's heart ripple. After all, this concerned her background. It was impossible for Luo Liulai not to be affected at all. She was somewhat conflicted now and did not know if she should verify it with the so-called Luo family of the North River. If it was confirmed, what should she do? Now, Luo Liulai felt that her head was in a mess. Lu Yan looked at Luo Liulai and whispered, Sister Liulai, there's no need to be so conflicted. Since they've come to find us, let's verify it. If they're family, let's acknowledge each other. It's still good to have a family. Hearing Lu Yan's words, Luo Liulai nodded slightly and knew that there was no way to avoid such a thing. At this moment, Wang Yanzhai also returned and immediately discovered that something was wrong with Luo Liulai's mood. After asking, Wang Yanzhai learned about the Luo family of the North River. The Luo family of the North River? I've heard of them, but they seem to be the kind that don't come out into the world. Very few Luo family members walk around outside, but there are still a few Luo family members in the military. Liulai, you can just follow your heart. If you're willing to verify your identity, do it. If you're unwilling, just directly deny it. With me behind you, you can just follow your heart. Wang Yanzhai looked at Luo Liulai and said without hesitation. Hearing Wang Yanzhai's words, a warm feeling surged in Luo Liulai's heart. She nodded and said, yes, I understand. Master, I think I'm still going to verify it first. Wang Yanzhai nodded. Alright, I'll accompany you then. Even if it's confirmed, we still have to see the Luo family's attitude. If it's not good, we'll directly ignore them. Luo Liulai nodded. With her master around, she felt much more at ease. Lu Yan and the others were going back tomorrow, so Luo Liulai left with Wang Yanzhai. At night, Yuna tricked Lei Shuo into ordering a feast. She said that it was the last meal after returning and that it had to be sumptuous. Just as everyone was about to eat, a teacher knocked on the door of the villa. Lei Shuo went to deal with it and quickly returned. His gaze landed on Lu Yan with a smile. Kid, Irina asked you out for dinner. She has something to talk to you about and also wants to give you the resources she promised you and the others last time. Irina? Lu Yan was stunned. He did not expect this woman to be so persistent. He had already clearly stated that he would not join any faction for the time being, but she still wanted to spend so much effort to invite him. However, this woman was really smart. It was not easy for him to refuse her invitation when she had the excuse of giving him the resources she had promised him and the others. Brother Yan, what are you waiting for? Hurry up and go. That's a set of S+ resources. Brother Yan, we'll be relying on you to get our level resources. Bai Yuez looked at Lu Yan and jeered. Lu Yan shook his head helplessly. Then, he stood up and left the villa. Bai Miao and Li Meier looked at Lu Yan's back, their eyes flickering slightly. At the side, Yuna stared fixedly at the food on the table, her drool almost flowing onto the table, eagerly waiting to be told to start eating. When Lu Yan arrived at the entrance of Qingbei University, a hover car was already parked outside. A middle-aged man in a black butler's uniform welcomed Lu Yan. Mr. Lu Yan, right? I was sent by Miss Irina to pick you up. Please get in the car with me. The other party was very polite. He bowed slightly and said to Lu Yan. Lu Yan nodded and followed the other party into the car. The hover car quickly rose into the sky and headed southwest of the capital. Looking at the scenery that quickly flashed past the window, Lu Yan's expression changed slightly. There were not many cars that could fly in the capital. As expected of the #1 financial group in the Dragon Country, this Dawn group was rich. The hover car quickly arrived at a huge manor in the northwest suburbs of the imperial capital. After flying on it for a while, it slowly landed beside an open-air dining table below. The open-air dining table was on a pool. The entire table was made of cosmic stones. Coupled with the night sky, it was very beautiful. At the side of the dining table, Irina, who was dressed up, was quietly waiting for Lu Yan. At this moment, Irina was wearing a black evening gown, outlining her perfect figure. Her soft long hair and buttocks fell on the back of the chair, making her look a little lazy. Seeing Lu Yan get out of the floating car, Irina stood up and walked towards him. The sound of high heels hitting the ground sounded exceptionally pleasant. Student Lu Yan, we meet again. Irina looked at Lu Yan and a smile appeared on her face, emitting a faint charm. Lu Yan smiled and said, I still have to come and collect the S+ and A-level resources. After all, they're free. Irina directly smiled and said, if student Lu Yan likes it, you can join our Dawn group at any time. You can choose any S+ resources. Lu Yan smiled and did not say anything else. Then, he sat at the dining table with Irina. Irina clapped her hands. The men and women in uniforms brought the food over and placed it on the table. I don't know what dishes student Lu Yan likes to eat, so I asked the kitchen to make a bit of everything today. Student Lu Yan, choose what you like to eat. Irina looked at Lu Yan and said softly. Looking at the various delicacies on the table in front of him, Lu Yan couldn't help but eat. After the power of the Hades bloodline increased, Lu Yan felt that his appetite seemed to have increased a lot, especially his love for the demon meat. On the dining table in front of him were various rare demon beast meat that had been cooked. It was very to Lu Yan's liking. Then I won't stand on ceremony, Lu Yan said to Irina and began to eat heartily. Looking at Lu Yan, who was chowing down the food in front of her, Irina's body stiffened. She was only being polite, but she did not expect Lu Yan to start eating crazily. Didn't this guy know she was right in front of him? Although Irina wasn't very interested in men, sometimes she knew how to make use of her appearance advantage. With the bloodline of elves and succubi, almost no man in front of Irina could control himself. Even if the other party's will was firm, his heart would race. However, Lu Yan in front of her made Irina doubt her charm. Was she not as attractive to Lu Yan as the food on this table? How could Irina know that Lu Yan had just fused with the netherworld soul flame and was relatively hungry? At this moment, food was naturally more tempting to him. Moreover, after seeing Maggie, who was even more of a succubus, Lu Yan's impression of Irina had already decreased greatly. Irina watched as Lu Yan wolfed down the food and did not disturb him. She only watched quietly. About 20 minutes later, Lu Yan slowly put down the knife and fork in his hand and leaned back in the chair behind him. He burped, feeling comfortable. Looking at Lu Yan in front of her, Irina smiled and said, Student Lu Yan is really a sentimental person. I wonder how you're eating? If it's not enough, I'll get the kitchen to make more. Because she didn't know what Lu Yan liked to eat, Irina had gotten the kitchen to make all the dishes. Although they were relatively exquisite, it was enough for 10 people to eat. She didn't expect Lu Yan to basically finish them all. Nov. L. B /JNN. Lu Yan shook his head and said in embarrassment, I'm a little hungry today. I'm sorry for embarrassing myself. Irina smiled and said, no, I've seen people who can eat more than student Lu Yan. This amount of food is relatively normal for professionals. Lu Yan nodded and picked up the napkin on the table to wipe his mouth. He stood up and said, I'm done eating. Miss Irina, give me the resources. I should go back and rest. Irina looked at Lu Yan, who was about to leave, and her body froze. This guy was leaving just like that? She waited 20 minutes for him to finish his meal. He wasn't going to talk to her and was just going to leave? He even wanted to leave with the resources. Even though Irina had a good upbringing and had seen all kinds of people, the corners of her mouth still couldn't help but twitch. Seeing this, Lu Yan said, why? Is there anything else, Miss Irina? Irina's chest heaved for a moment before she continued with a smile, it's fine. Since student Lu Yan wants to rest, go back and rest first. Elderly, give the resources prepared to student Lu Yan and send him back. The middle-aged butler at the side glanced at Irina and Lu Yan. Then, he took out a few resource boxes and placed them in the hover car before leaving with Lu Yan. Seeing the hover car disappear, a smile appeared on Irina's face. How interesting. You're so guarded against me. Looks like I can only take it slow if I want him to join the Dawn group. Although she was angry just now, Irina quickly realized that this was Lu Yan rejecting her. He did not seem to want to talk to her much. Irina took out her phone and made a call. Set up a teleportation ticket to Jiangnan province for me. Yes, about a month. Get the people there to arrange it first. Irina hung up the phone and pressed a button on the dining table beside her. A curtain rose and completely enveloped the surroundings. After unzipping her evening gown, Irina ran a few steps with her 2 round and trembling white rabbits. Then, she jumped into the pool at the side. In the hover car, Lu Yan looked at the few resource boxes beside him and smiled. Although Irina was very beautiful, Lu Yan still didn't want to have too much contact with her. At least for now, he did not want to have much contact. Compared to other forces, financial groups were more complicated. The various forces inside were complicated. Moreover, Irina had a brother above her. When he heard that the 2 of them were fighting for power, Lu Yan did not want to get involved. After obtaining resources for free, he could directly return. After returning to the villa, everyone looked at the resources Lu Yan brought back and were naturally very excited. They all sighed at Irina's generosity. After a simple chat, everyone returned to their rooms to rest. After a busy day, Lu Yan was also a little tired, especially after refining the netherworld soul flame. Lu Yan exhausted a lot of mental strength and directly fell onto the bed. In the middle of the night, a figure slowly walked out of the room at the side and sneakily arrived in front of Lu Yan's door. She hesitated for a moment before pushing open Lu Yan's door. Looking at Lu Yan on the bed, Yuna, who was wearing pajamas, bit her lip. Her eyes watered, making her clamp her legs together. After the last time, Yuna thought that her estrus period had passed, so she didn't care. However, she didn't expect that the feeling would come again tonight, and it was abnormally intense. Calculating the time, yesterday seemed to be the day she became an adult. Dark elves were usually in the most heat on the day they reached adulthood. Looking at Lu Yan on the bed, Yuna felt even more tempted than she did with the most delicious food. Moreover, the delicious dark element aura on Lu Yan seemed to have become even more delicious. Yuna's throat rolled, and she couldn't hold back anymore. She climbed onto Lu Yan's bed. The next morning, Lu Yan slowly opened his eyes and frowned slightly. Why did he feel so tired? Nov. L.B//JNN. Although he had drunk a lot last night and didn't eat anything to sober up because of the celebration, he would at most have a headache when he woke up. Why would he feel a little tired? It was as if he had worked hard all night. As he was thinking, Lu Yan's body suddenly stiffened because he saw a smooth body appear in front of him. The light black skin and the curves outlined by his perfect figure all told Lu Yan that this was Yuna. Then, from the corner of his eye, Lu Yan saw a red spot on the white bedsheet in front of him, stunning him. Lu Yan felt a little confused. No way. He didn't feel anything at all, but he ended up doing it? Woo. Yuna let out a soft cry and slowly opened her eyes. She looked at Lu Yan sleepily. Then, Yuna's eyes instantly widened, and she hurriedly wrapped the bedsheet around herself. After that, Yuna took a deep breath and looked at Lu Yan. I originally wanted to leave directly, but I didn't expect to be too tired and fall asleep. Well, I was in heat last night, and you were the only one by my side, so, just pretend nothing happened. As she spoke, Yuna got off the bed. Her legs went weak, and she cried out in pain. She cut off the part of the bedsheet with the red stain and left quickly with it. Only when the door closed did Lu Yan react. Damn, what was going on? Why did it feel like Yuna's words just now made her sound like a scumbag? What did she mean by just pretend that nothing had happened? Didn't she know what she had done to him? That was his first time? At least respect him. At least wake him up and let him know how I lost his first time, okay? Lu Yan leaned against the bed with a sad expression. After 5 minutes, he finally recovered. Sigh, what a pity. Why did I drink and sleep so soundly yesterday? Lu Yan shook his head in regret. After getting up and putting on his clothes, Lu Yan left the room. After washing up, he went downstairs. Because of the celebration last night, no one had woken up yet. Lu Yan went to the dining room to bring 2 sets of breakfast and returned to his room. Arriving in front of Yuna's door, Lu Yan knocked. At this moment, Yuna was covering her head with a pillow on the bed, her body twisting around. Aya, why did I, last night? How can I face Lu Yan like this? How will he look at me later? Will he think that I am a little casual? I heard that humans value their first time very much. Will he be angry because of this? The thoughts in Yuna's mind kept changing. Just as she did not know what to do, there was a knock on the door. Yuna was shocked and immediately panicked. It was over. Lu Yan must have come to scold her. After hesitating for a moment, Yuna opened the door and closed her eyes. She was already prepared to be scolded. But as soon as she opened the door, Yuna smelled a fragrance. Her nose twitched. Then, Yuna saw the breakfast in Lu Yan's hand and her eyes lit up. You brought me food. Yuna looked at Lu Yan and smiled. Lu Yan nodded and brought the breakfast in. Before it could be placed, Yuna could not wait to eat. Looking at Yuna wolfing down the food, Lu Yan smiled. Then, he thought of something and his expression became a little awkward. Looking at Yuna, Lu Yan said softly, Yuna, let me ask you something. Is your dark elves race monogamous or something? Lu Yan was still very possessive. Although he had been passively raped, it still couldn't change the fact that Yuna was his woman now. Yuna blushed, then bit her lip and said, of course we're monogamous. Moreover, we dark elves only have one partner. Even if our partner dies, we won't get a new one. Lu Yan was stunned for a moment. Then shouldn't you dark elves be very careful when choosing your partners? Yuna's face became even redder. That, of course. Wasn't she admitting that she liked him? How embarrassing. When Lu Yan heard this, a smile appeared on his face. What are you smiling for? Yuna looked at Lu Yan and blushed. Lu Yan smiled and said, it's nothing. I just thought of something happy. Yuna blushed and lowered her head, eating her breakfast without saying anything else. It was really strange. Today's breakfast seemed to be much better than before. At around 10 o'clock, Leishuo and Lu Quan began to gather the others and prepare to return to the Golden Corner Academy. As for Luo Liulai, she bid farewell to Lu Yan. She had to deal with the matters of the Jiangbei Luo family first. When the time came, she would go to the Golden Corner Academy with Wang Yanjai to handle the auditing procedures. Leishuo looked at Yuna and Lu Yan, whose eyes lit up, and a smile appeared on his face. As an advanced professional, Leishuo could sense the changes in Yuna's body and bearing. Looking at the smile on Yuna's face and Lu Yan's slightly uneasy movements, how could he not understand? Good disciple, it's been hard on you. Your sacrifice in bed will greatly promote the establishment of diplomatic relations between humans and the Dark Elves. Under Leishuo's lead, the group began to head towards the teleportation array in Qingbei University, preparing to take the teleportation array back. After arriving at the teleportation formation, there were already several university teams queuing up to be teleported back. After all, the National New Student Exchange competition had already ended and there was nothing else here. It was better to go back first. As for the customized equipment rewards, they would naturally be distributed to the various universities after they were completed. Leishuo greeted a few familiar teachers and brought Luyan and the others to the teleportation formation. As the light of the teleportation formation rose, the familiar weightlessness appeared again. When they opened their eyes again, Luyan and the others had already returned to the teleportation formation of the Golden Corner Academy. Phew, we're finally back. Compared to other places, our school feels much more homey. Ha ha ha, of course it feels homey. After all, we won the championship. If our results are trash, we'll probably want to hide and come back late. You're right. The mentality after winning the championship is indeed different. Everyone was very happy to return. After all, they had returned from winning the championship with honor. In front, Reawakening and the few teachers of the Golden Corner Academy were already waiting. When they saw Luyan and the others come out of the teleportation formation, they smiled and welcomed them. Welcome back, little heroes. Reawakening looked at Luyan and the others and smiled. Haha, you've brought honor to our Golden Corner Academy. You've finally won the championship. Now, everyone is talking about our Golden Corner Academy. Our Golden Corner Academy has directly become the #1 university in the country. The surrounding teachers also said excitedly. When Luyan and the others heard this, the smiles on their faces became richer. They were still very happy to be able to obtain such honor for the school. Moreover, the higher the honor obtained for the school, the richer the rewards. The group chatted and laughed as they walked to the teleportation formation. As soon as they walked out, they were drowned by cries of surprise. Luyan, Luyan, welcome home, everyone. You've helped our Golden Corner Academy obtain the championship of this National New Student Exchange competition. Awesome. God Lu, I love you. I want to give birth to your child. Bye meow, my meow meow, I knew you would definitely be able to do it. He he he. Cheers surged over, almost drowning Luyan and the others. Looking at the excited smiles on the surrounding students, the smiles on Luyan and the others' faces became richer. At this moment, Leishuo directly stood up when he saw this. N/O/vel/b/jn.c//om. Everyone, thank you for welcoming and encouraging our 10 participating new students. They helped our Golden Corner Academy obtain the championship of the National New Student Exchange competition. Not only will our Golden Corner Academy cheer and welcome them, but we also reward them. Hearing Leishuo's words, the surrounding new students cheered even louder. Leishuo looked at the surrounding scene and also smiled. He could take this opportunity to stimulate the ambition of the other new students of the Golden Corner Academy. The 10 new students participating this time all have very outstanding performances. Therefore, the school has decided that the rewards this time will mainly be reflected by credits. Every new student participating will receive a basic reward of 6,000 credits. Among them, Bai Miao, who performed better, will be rewarded with another 10,000 credits. As for Luyan, who is the center of attention, I believe everyone saw Luyan's performance through the projection screen. It can be said that he is an important factor in our Golden Corner Academy's championship. Therefore, Luyan will receive another 50,000 credits on top of the basic credits. Other than that, all the participating new students will receive an A+ resource. Bai Miao will receive an S-level resource, and Luyan will receive an S+ resource. Hearing this, the surrounding new students were excited, looking even happier than Luyan and the others. Luyan and the others were also very excited. Just the credits were already somewhat unexpected. Coupled with the rewards he had obtained in the imperial capital, his trip to the National New Student Exchange competition this time could simply be said to have been filled with gains. Of course, almost everyone's gazes landed on Luyan, their eyes filled with envy. It could not be helped. Among everyone, Luyan obtained the most rewards. However, everyone was only envious and not jealous at all. This was because they knew very well that without Luyan, it was impossible for them to obtain such results in this National New Student Exchange competition. The surrounding students also had natural expressions. If Luyan did not obtain such a high reward, who else could? Reawakening looked at Luyan and the others and said, the school's demon meat restaurant prepared a lot of food at noon and tonight. It's all free and you're all welcomed. Many students have also added decorations. It is your celebration banquet. You have to do me the honor of going. The surrounding students also shouted at Luyan and the others, Boss Luyan, I personally made a dish for you in the restaurant. You have to try it. I decorated the restaurant. Everyone, you have to do me the honor and go take a look. Many students are waiting there. That's right. This is a celebration banquet for you. If you don't go, it will be meaningless. Hearing the surrounding students' voices, a smile appeared on Luyan's face as he nodded to indicate that he would go. Luyan and the others could not refuse such an enthusiastic invitation. At the side, Yuna's eyes lit up, and her expression became excited. Being able to eat a big meal was a very exciting thing for her no matter what. Surrounded by everyone, Luyan and the others arrived at the restaurant. There were already many students waiting inside. When they saw Lu Yan and the others enter, they erupted in enthusiastic cheers again. After a full meal, Lu Yan and the others were allowed to come out. After promising the students in the restaurant that they would come again tonight, they were let out by the enthusiastic students. The others prepared to go back and rest. Lu Yan prepared to go to the training room to test the power of the Netherworld Soul Flame. This was considered the best reward he had obtained. Lu Yan naturally wanted to understand its use and strength. Yuna did not choose to return. Instead, she followed beside Lu Yan. After last night, Yuna wanted to be by Lu Yan's side even more. Seeing this, Lu Yan brought Yuna to the school's training ground. Then, he swiped his student card and got himself a training room. After entering, Yuna hugged a box of snacks and ate at the side, looking at Lu Yan quietly. Lu Yan first summoned a few training robots and got them to line up in front of him. Then, he directly mobilized the Netherworld Soul Flame. The Netherworld Soul Flame in the soul space swayed. Then, Lu Yan felt some changes in the dark power he mobilized. It directly turned into the Netherworld Soul Flame and was released forward. The pitch-black Netherworld Soul Flame directly enveloped the few training robots in front of him and instantly burned their bodies. At the same time, Lu Yan could clearly notice that a portion of the Netherworld Soul Flame attached to these training robots had gone in, as if it had entered the bodies of these training robots. Then, under Lu Yan's shocked gaze, electric sparks began to flash from inside the training robot in front of him before short-circuiting. The Netherworld Soul Flame outside was still burning, slowly melting the shell of the training robot. Before the outer shell melted, the Netherworld Soul Flame seemed to have already killed the training robot from the inside. What was going on? Wasn't the Netherworld Soul Flame able to affect the soul? That was why Lu Yan decided to test the physical burning effect of the Netherworld Soul Flame on the robot first. However, what was going on now? The Netherworld Soul Flame could even burn the core of a robot in advance? Lu Yan thought for a moment and produced 5 more demon beasts, prepared to test it. After mobilizing the power of the Netherworld Soul Flame, a large number of Netherworld Soul Flames directly scattered towards the demon beasts in front of him. A large number of pitch-black flames directly scattered towards the demon beasts in front of him and directly covered these demon beasts. Screams instantly sounded from these demon beasts. They began to fall to the ground and roll, wanting to extinguish the flames on their bodies. Nov. L. B /JNN. Lu Yan looked at the scene in front of him, and his eyes flickered slightly. It seemed that although this Netherworld Soul Flame could be used on the soul, the physical burning effect was still very limited. Moreover, Lu Yan also saw a phenomenon, which was that the Netherworld Soul Flame was very difficult to extinguish. If it were an ordinary flame, it would definitely be extinguished a little after being suppressed and rolled by the demon beasts. However, the Netherworld Soul Flame on these demon beasts did not decrease at all. It was even to the extent that a demon used its strength and a large amount of mist surged out of its body, but it was still unable to extinguish the Netherworld Soul Flame on its body at all. Then, even more miserable cries sounded from these demon beasts. Their bodies began to twist constantly, and their heads kept hitting the ground, looking very painful. The soul-burning effect of the Netherworld Soul Flame began to take effect. Soon, the few demon beasts in front of him directly died under the burning of the Netherworld Soul Flame. Lu Yan checked the appearance of the few demon beasts and had a rough understanding of the Netherworld Soul Flame. The greatest damage of the Netherworld Soul Flame was on the soul burning, but the physical burning effect was not bad and was very difficult to extinguish. After being attached, if there were no special methods to offset or remove it, it would quickly invade the soul and burn it. Soon, the soul would burn to death. It was a very good method, especially with the characteristic of being very difficult to expel. It could allow Lu Yan to use the Netherworld Soul Flame to cause continuous damage even if he could not break the other party's defense. Let's go. After the test, Lu Yan and Yuna left and returned to their dormitory to rest briefly. Yuna was still somewhat shy to face Lu Yan alone now, especially in such a private space. She directly returned to her room. Closing the door, Yuna felt her heart pound. The estrus period of Dark Elves was not limited to a day. Instead, it lasted for a few days. With Lu Yan, Yuna could not help but want to pounce over. Biting her lip lightly, a trace of resentment flashed in Yuna's eyes. Howl. Yuna opened her mouth and took a big bite of the snack in her hand. Only eating could help her relieve some of her attention. Moreover, Yuna now discovered that after eating, she could transform what she ate into the dark power in her body. This made Yuna overjoyed. Eating could also increase her dark power. Was there anything better than this in the world? For some reason, Yuna suddenly recalled what happened last night. With a red face, Yuna's eyes watered. Well, there really was. Embarrassed, Yuna directly crawled into the blanket and twisted around. Aya, what was she thinking? Lu Yan rested briefly before beginning to complete today's mission. He had already stored a lot of skill points and was prepared to directly increase the Netherworld Soul Scythe to level 10 tomorrow. After all, after level 10, the Netherworld Soul Scythe would directly materialize. At that time, there should be new changes that would increase his strength greatly. At the very least, he would no longer be restrained by the cooldown time of the Netherworld Soul Flame. At night, Lu Yan did not forget the celebration banquet he had promised to attend. After arriving at the Demon Meat restaurant with Yuna, Lu Yan discovered that compared to noon, the decorations inside had changed a lot. They were more compatible with the evening atmosphere and the various lights made it look like a bar. Bai Miao and the others had also arrived and were chatting with the students of the Golden Corner Academy. Sumptuous food also filled the dining table in the restaurant. Today, everything in the demon meat restaurant was free. Seeing Lu Yan enter, the atmosphere in the entire restaurant instantly reached a climax. Everyone cheered. Looking at Lu Yan, the gazes of the Golden Corner Academy students in the restaurant were filled with reverence. Some students began to take photos with Lu Yan, especially some junior sisters. They hugged Lu Yan and were about to pull him into their arms. Yuna looked at Lu Yan's photo with these junior sisters and ate the food in front of her fiercely. She did not know what was wrong with her, but she felt a sourness in her stomach. Not far away, Bai Miao and Li Meier looked at the scene here with somewhat depressed expressions. Why, aren't you going to take a photo with your brother Lu Yan? Feng Ya, who was beside Li Meier, looked at Li Meier and teased. Li Meier pouted. A photo? I don't need it at all. Only people like them who rarely get to see him will want to take a photo with him. I can see him every day. Why should I take a photo with him? Feng Ya smiled. Yo, you smell so jealous. I can smell it from afar. Feng Ya Li Meier looked at Feng Ya and pouted. Alright, let's stop talking and eat first. Feng Ya looked at Li Meier and chuckled. Soon, the revelry in the entire restaurant ended. Lu Yan left drunk again and returned to the dormitory with Yuna's help. After helping Lu Yan into the room, Yuna looked at Lu Yan on the bed and bit her lip lightly. However, in the end, she gritted her teeth and shook her head before returning to her room. In the middle of the night, Yuna slowly opened her door. The pajamas on her body were somewhat messy, and her face was red. Clearly, she had struggled violently. Pushing open Lu Yan's door, Yuna slowly walked towards Lu Yan on the bed. At this moment, Lu Yan directly lifted the blanket and grabbed Yuna, directly throwing her onto the bed. At this moment, Lu Yan's eyes were clear. He no longer looked drunk. Looking at Yuna on the bed, Lu Yan smiled. The other party wanted to ambush him at night? She had already succeeded once, but she still wanted to succeed a second time? Tonight, the tables had turned. Lu Yan directly pounced towards the shocked Yuna on the bed. The bed shook all night. At 11 in the morning the next day, Lu Yan slowly opened his eyes. He first rubbed his waist and yawned. Looking at Yuna, who was sleeping soundly beside him, Lu Yan shook his head. The physique of dark elves was indeed incomparable to humans. He only fell asleep after 6. After getting out of bed, Lu Yan drank a glass of milk and rested for a while before heading to the canteen to bring back 2 sets of brunch. After returning, Yuna was still lying on the bed. However, after smelling the fragrance of the food, she quickly climbed down from the bed. Indeed, the temptation of food to Yuna was still very powerful. Looking at Lu Yan, Yuna was still somewhat shy. However, now, she was starting to become somewhat self-righteous. What are you looking at? Haven't you seen enough last night? Previously, Yuna did not know how to deal with her relationship with Lu Yan. However, the situation last night made Yuna not have any scruples. Looking at Yuna, Lu Yan shook his head. Hurry up and eat your food. After eating, Lu Yan simply completed today's mission. Then, he shut himself in the training room in the dormitory. After summoning his Netherworld Soul Scythe, Lu Yan's gaze landed on the Netherworld Soul Scythe in his hand, and his expression became solemn. Lu Yan first checked the attributes of the current Netherworld Soul Scythe. Netherworld Soul Scythe. Grade, exclusive skill N/O/vel/B/in.C//OM. Level, 9. Gather the undead power and summon the scythe from the Netherworld. Attack increased by 80%, intelligence increased by 60%. Duration, 30 minutes. Cooldown time, 2 hours 30 minutes. Note, the Netherworld Soul Scythe can affect the soul. When used to attack, it can cause 60% soul damage. Note, the Netherworld Soul Scythe can condense into a physical body after being upgraded to level 10. It can be transformed into an exclusive weapon and is not limited by the duration and cooldown time. Note, consuming a soul crystal can double the effect of the Netherworld Soul Scythe, but the duration will be reduced by a minute. Note, consuming 3 soul crystals can condense a fatal blow, causing 3 times the damage of your current state. There's a chance to trigger a fatal effect and directly kill the enemy. The larger the range of the enemy, the higher the chance. The Netherworld Soul Scythe can only be used once. There's no limit to it after reaching level 10. Now that the Netherworld Soul Scythe had already reached level 9, the increase was still relatively large. Most importantly, after reaching level 10, the Netherworld Soul Scythe could be materialized. At that time, it would not be limited by the duration and cooldown time. To advance from level 9 to level 10, the Netherworld Soul Scythe needed a total of 100 skill points. Lu Yan's accumulation of missions during this period of time and the skill points he obtained from his comprehension could barely let him do this. However, Lu Yan knew very well that the more skill points he needed, the better the effect of the Netherworld Soul Scythe after being upgraded to level 10. Taking a deep breath, Lu Yan raised the Netherworld Soul Scythe to the 10th level with excitement. The skill points were instantly exhausted. Then, the ethereal Netherworld Soul Scythe in Lu Yan's hand began to materialize. First, the pitch-black hilt appeared. Lu Yan held it in his hand, and an indescribable texture appeared, making Lu Yan smile. Just from this texture, Lu Yan knew that the level 10 Netherworld Soul Scythe was definitely not simple. Thick undead power condensed and began to quickly condense a long blade. At the same time, the bloodline power of the Netherworld King in Lu Yan's body was also triggered and was directly sucked into the condensed Netherworld Soul Scythe. After a while, the entire Netherworld Soul Scythe had completely condensed. It was pitch black and emitted dense undead power and an indescribable pressure. Lu Yan could clearly sense the strength of the Netherworld Soul Scythe in his hand. It was even stronger than the Black Bone Scythe wrapped in the Netherworld Soul Scythe previously combined. Lu Yan could not wait to check the attributes of the Netherworld Soul Scythe in his hand. Netherworld Soul Scythe, legendary weapon. Strength plus 50, can devour equipment to increase. Intelligence plus 50, can devour equipment to increase. Overall strength increased by 30%, can devour equipment. Overall intelligence increased by 30%, can devour equipment. Skill, attack amplification, increase your attack by 100%. Duration, 1 hour. Cooldown time, 2 hours. The Netherworld Soul Scythe can affect the soul. When used to attack, it can cause 80% damage to the soul. Consuming a soul crystal can double the effect of the entire Netherworld Soul Scythe. It can only be used during the undead enhancement. Consuming 3 soul crystals can condense a fatal blow, causing 3 times the damage of your current state. There's a chance to trigger a fatal effect and directly kill the enemy. The larger the range of the enemy, the higher the chance. Growth, it can devour weapons to increase the enhancement effect. There's a chance for it to obtain the special effect of the devoured equipment. Looking at the attributes of the Netherworld Soul Scythe, Lu Yan was directly stunned. He had thought that the Netherworld Soul Scythe would become very abnormal after transforming, but he did not expect it to become so abnormal. His strength and intelligence directly increased by 50. It was simple and crude. Moreover, his total strength and intelligence could also increase by 30%. This was an increase in the percentage of his total strength and intelligence. With Lu Yan's current 4 attributes, as long as he held the Netherworld Soul Scythe, his total intelligence would increase by more than 80. If his 4 attributes were higher in the future, it would increase even more. Previously, the enhancement effect of the Netherworld Soul Scythe had become a skill attack enhancement that could double his attack. Although it lasted for an hour and had a cooldown of 2 hours, it could already be said to be very abnormal. The soul attack from the Netherworld Soul Scythe was also retained. Moreover, the attack effect had increased to 80% and could affect the other party's soul. Coupled with the Netherworld Soul Flame he had just obtained, he could simply be said to be a professional in soul attack now. The effect of consuming soul crystals had also increased. 1 soul crystal could double the effect of the Netherworld Soul Scythe. The effects were increased in all aspects. In other words, after Lu Yan used the soul crystal now, his strength and intelligence could increase by 100, and his overall strength and intelligence could increase by 60%. Unfortunately, this could only be used when the attack enhancement was activated. He could not increase the attack enhancement anymore. However, this was already very abnormal. Now, the Netherworld Soul Scythe in Lu Yan's hand could be said to be an absolute divine artifact. A legendary weapon? Perhaps it was far more than that. This was because Lu Yan saw the last attribute. It could grow. This transformed Netherworld Soul Scythe could devour other weapons to increase its strength. Lu Yan's heart pounded. This meant that there was still room for the Netherworld Soul Scythe to continue increasing. Its current level had already reached the legendary level. If he continued to increase it, what would it be? Lu Yan took out the Black Bone Scythe and did not hesitate to directly test the growth of the Netherworld Soul Scythe. After placing the Black Bone Scythe beside the Netherworld Soul Scythe, Lu Yan saw a faint black fog spread out from the Netherworld Soul Scythe and enveloped the Black Bone Scythe. Then, the Black Bone Scythe quickly fused into the black fog and entered the Netherworld Soul Scythe. The devouring was completed. The Black Bone Scythe was successfully devoured and directly disappeared, melting into the black fog and entering the Netherworld Soul Scythe. Lu Yan directly checked the effect of the Netherworld Soul Scythe. Netherworld Soul Scythe, legendary weapon. Strength plus 55, can devour equipment to increase. Intelligence plus 55, can devour equipment to increase. Overall strength increased by 31%, can devour equipment to increase. Overall intelligence increased by 31%, can devour equipment. Skill, Spirit Tide, condense the undead power to form a tide and launch a soul attack on the area ahead. It can cause intimidation and stiffness. The increase in strength and intelligence of the Netherworld Soul Scythe had increased by 5 points, and the percentage increase in strength and intelligence had also increased by 1%. What made Lu Yan even happier was that the accompanying skill, Spirit Tide, on the Black Bone Scythe had also been transferred over and arrived on the Netherworld Soul Scythe. As for the remaining attributes, they did not change much. They were still the same as before. After devouring a gold-level weapon, this increase was still acceptable. In the future, he could specially find some weapons with skills for the Netherworld Soul Scythe to devour. Perhaps he could obtain many more skills. Looking at the pitch-black Netherworld Soul Scythe in his hand, Lu Yan was more and more satisfied. With a slight flip of his palm, the Netherworld Soul Scythe in his hand was directly put into his storage space. Then, Lu Yan directly left. Nov, L, B /JNN. After arriving outside, he saw Yuna waiting quietly. When Yuna saw Lu Yan come out, she eagerly arrived beside Lu Yan. Why have you been waiting outside? Lu Yan looked at Yuna and chuckled. Yuna kissed Lu Yan on the cheek and said righteously, I like waiting for you. Can't I? After last night, Yuna had completely opened her heart. In any case, the smell on this guy's body was getting stronger and stronger, so she might as well not pretend to be reserved. Her mother had said that partners should be honest with each other. Luyan was stunned for a moment before slapping Yuna's butt, stirring up a wave on her buttocks. He whispered, "We can do this when it's just the two of us, but we can't do this when we go out, understand?" "Got it." Yuna pouted, then her eyes revealed a trace of cunning as she directly pounced onto Luyan on the sofa. "What are you doing?" Luyan was shocked. It would have been fine if he had not warned her, but now, his warning seemed to have made it worse. "You said that when it was the two of us, we could, and now, it's just the two of us." As she spoke, Yuna directly pressed her lips against Luyan's. After a while, Luyan's phone rang. Luyan finally broke free from Yuna and felt his lips turn numb. "Hello, Master Leishuo? All right, I'll go over now." Luyan received Leishuo's phone call and his invitation. Luyan did not hesitate and directly wanted to go. Yuna also followed beside Luyan. Luyan looked at Yuna and Yuna blinked and said, "Don't worry, I'll only act like that when it's just the two of us." Luyan nodded and heaved a sigh of relief. Then, he headed towards Leishuo's office building. After arriving at Leishuo's office, Luyan discovered that Bai Miao and the others were also present. They were the 10 people who had previously represented the Golden Corner Academy. "Master Leishuo, why did you call us over?" Luyan looked at Leishuo and asked. Leishuo looked at the few of them and then said, "It's nothing. I'm just giving you a benefit. The resources you obtained in the abandoned city can all belong to you. You can choose to sell the useless resources to the school's treasure vault. The school's treasure vault will buy it at double the price." Hearing Leishuo's words, Luyan and the others were overjoyed. After all, they might not be able to use the resources they obtained. If they could sell them to the school's treasure vault at double the price, they would have double the credits to buy items that were suitable for them. Luyan also smiled. Then, he took out all the resources he had obtained in Abandoned City. After exchanging for points, Luyan distributed the points he obtained equally to the others. After all, many of these resources had been obtained by everyone and placed with him. Bai Miao and the others refused repeatedly, but in the end, they still accepted it. The few of them looked at Luyan with gratitude. After all, everyone ended up receiving nearly 800 credits. Luyan could completely accept these things himself and they would not say anything. After dealing with the credits, Luyan looked at Leishuo and asked, "Master Leishuo, you should have something else to do, right? There's no need to gather us for such a matter, right? Brat, you're smart." Leishuo looked at Luyan and scolded with a smile. Then, Leishuo said, "That's right. There's indeed another matter that concerns the Darkborn Society." Darkborn Society? Hearing Leishuo mention this name, the expressions of Luyan and the others instantly became solemn. Previously, they had already learned that this Darkborn Society was an evil organization that had opened a spatial crack to invite the Darkborn to come. The Darkborn Society was responsible for the matter in the abandoned city. It was just that the Zhang family had cooperated with them. "Master, the military will deal with the Darkborn Society, right?" Luyan looked at Leishuo and said. It was impossible for the Dragon Country to ignore such an organization. Leishuo's expression also became solemn. "That's right. After the incident in the abandoned city last time, the military began to eliminate the Darkborn Society. However, it's clearly not that simple for the Darkborn to reveal themselves this time. Previously, the Darkborn Society has always been hidden. It's very difficult to track them. However, it's very unusual for them to suddenly attack this time. Moreover, after the accident in the abandoned city of the Bear Country, accidents also happened in the abandoned cities of the other countries one after another. They're all influenced by the Darkborn Society. Now, the various countries have already done their best to eliminate the Darkborn Society, but the Darkborn Society has caused new trouble." Bai Yuez joked, "What new trouble? Could it be that these guys can summon the Darkborn?" Leishuo said with a solemn expression, "Although it's not that exaggerated, it's pretty much that. A new secret technique has appeared in the Darkborn Society. They can tear open a spatial crack to let the Darkborn appear by sacrificing themselves. The Darkborn Society also started such suicidal attacks. They started suicide sacrifices time and time again in various countries and tore open spatial cracks. After these spatial cracks, Darkborns appeared, demon beasts, and other foreign races appeared. A lot of chaos occurred all over the world. However, because the various cities have spatial stabilization devices, there are no spatial tears. Most of these spatial cracks have appeared in the wilderness." Hearing Leishuo's words, the expressions of Luyan and the others also became solemn. They knew what Leishuo's words meant. If these spatial cracks were allowed to appear, it would probably be meaningless to defend the Void Gate. Darkborns, demon beasts, and other foreign races could all come here through these spaces. Luyan thought of something and frowned. "Master Leishuo, things shouldn't be that simple, right? No matter how powerful a secret technique is, it's unlikely for them to be able to tear open a spatial crack just by sacrificing themselves, right?" Luyan realized that something was wrong. Even if the space in the wilderness was not as stable as the space in the city, it was unlikely for it to be torn open by sacrifices, right? Moreover, the spatial crack they tore could connect steadily to the world behind the Void Gate. This sounded somewhat unbelievable. Leishuo nodded when he heard this. It's indeed somewhat suspicious. Now, we're guessing that the Darkborn or foreign races or demon beasts behind the Void Gate must have used some strength to cause this situation. Actually, we've already come up with our guesses for this situation. After all, in the war decades ago, we chased away the Darkborn and stabilized the Void Gate. We also controlled the number of demon beasts and foreign races that came through the Void Gate. They will definitely think of another way to come. Perhaps this secret technique that tears open a spatial crack and connects to the world behind the Void Gate is their achievement after so many years. Hearing Lei Shuo's words, the expressions of Lu Yan and the others became ugly. If that was really the case, the situation would become somewhat serious. It was even very likely that the chaotic situation from decades ago would happen again. Bai Miao looked at Lei Shuo and said, "Principal, the reason you're telling us this now is because you have something you want us to do, right?" Bai Yue's throat moved as he said somewhat dryly, "Principal, don't tell me you want us to deal with the foreign races and demon beasts that come from the spatial crack." Although they had won the National New Student Exchange competition, they had yet to grow up. After all, it was a spatial crack that was connected to the world behind the Void Gate. If a high-level demon beast appeared, they might be directly destroyed. Lei Shuo said, "That's not necessary. It's just that too many spatial cracks have appeared now. Moreover, there's a new situation in the abandoned city. The military is somewhat short-handed, so they sent some missions to the school and the other factions to deal with the demon beasts coming from the spatial cracks. Don't worry, missions are only given to the school when it has already been confirmed that the spatial crack has closed. They have also confirmed the level and strength of the demon beasts, so there won't be any enemies that exceed your ability. Of course, no one knows the exact situation. It's still somewhat dangerous. These missions will not be forced. You can consider before choosing to accept the mission. If you complete the mission, not only will you receive credits from the school, but you will also receive points from the military. You can exchange them for the items in the military's treasure vault." Hearing Lei Shuo's words, Lu Yan and the others' eyes lit up. Their current method of increasing their strength was basically to go hunting in the wilderness and return to stabilize their strength before continuing to hunt. In the future, credits would be relatively difficult to obtain unless one competed for the golden ranking and the silver ranking. However, it was still quite difficult to obtain a place on those two rankings. With such an opportunity to hunt demon beasts and obtain credits and military points, it was naturally not bad for them. Of course, this was also risky. However, everything had risks. Immediately, the 10 people present expressed that they wanted to accept missions. Looking at Lu Yan and the others' answers, Lei Shuo nodded. "Alright, this is also an opportunity for you to grow quickly. In a while, I'll download the mission acceptance software on each of your phones. The mission location and mission rewards can be found inside the software. It also won't be affected by the wilderness. It's convenient for you to accept and complete the mission. In the next 2 days, spend the credits and resources you obtained first and strive to increase your strength to the maximum before accepting and completing missions. There are missions from all over the country on it. The difficulty is also marked. You can choose for yourself." Hearing Lei Shuo's words, Lu Yan and the others nodded. Then, Lei Shuo quickly downloaded the software to accept the missions. "Lu Yan, stay for a while. The others can leave first." Lei Shuo looked at Lu Yan and the others and said. Bai Miao and the others left when they heard this, leaving only Lu Yan, Yuna, and Lei Shuo in the meeting room. Lei Shuo looked at Lu Yan and directly said, "You can try your best to increase your strength in the spatial crack this time. Hunting demon beasts should increase your strength the most. However, you also have to be careful not to rashly choose missions that are not suitable for you just because you're relatively powerful. Some spatial cracks will open a second time. There might be danger. As long as you don't complete the mission in a place that exceeds your ability, even if the spatial crack opens a second time, the demon beasts that appear inside won't exceed the strength of the mission target. Do you understand?" Lei Shuo was still worried about Lu Yan. After all, although Lu Yan was the strongest among the new students, Lei Shuo was afraid that Lu Yan would be arrogant and choose a mission that surpassed his strength too much, causing an accident. He did not want to experience the situation of his first 2 disciples again. Hearing Lei Shuo's words, a warm current surged in Lu Yan's heart. He naturally knew that Lei Shuo was concerned about him and asked him to stay to tell him this. "Master, there's another reason why you asked me to stay behind, right?" Lu Yan looked at Lei Shuo and smiled. Lei Shuo rolled his eyes. "Did you hear what I just said?" I heard you. Master, don't worry. I cherish my life very much. Moreover, I also obtained a life-saving method this time. My strength has increased a lot. It won't be a problem." Lei Shuo nodded and then said, "There's another thing. I want to give you a special mission to eliminate the spatial crack demon beasts in the wilderness around Linen City. n/o/vel/b/in.c//om. There are a lot of spatial cracks in the wilderness around Linen City, and more demon beasts have appeared. The military doesn't have enough manpower there, so I want you to go to Linen City to carry out a mission first. Your reward for this mission will be 50% higher." Linen City? Lu Yan frowned. He did not expect spatial cracks to also appear in the wilderness of Linen City. From Lei Shuo's tone, it seemed there were many spatial cracks. "Alright, after spending the credits and rewards in the next 2 days, I'll leave for Linen City." There were still many credits and reward resources. After spending them, his strength should be able to increase a lot. At that time, it would be even safer to return to Linen City. After learning about the spatial crack, Lu Yan's mood was slightly heavy. If the matter was not stopped, the peaceful life humans had painstakingly maintained would probably be quickly broken. This also deepened Lu Yan's desire to urgently increase his strength. The Netherworld Soul Scythe had already been upgraded, increasing Lu Yan's strength greatly. However, Lu Yan still had other ways to increase his strength. He still had a large number of credit resources. After the reward, Lu Yan now had about 60,000 credits. This was a very large number. Some students might not be able to accumulate so many credits from the moment they entered to the moment they graduated. After leaving the principal's office building, Lu Yan directly brought Yuna to the school's treasure vault. Looking at the door of the school's treasure vault in front of him, Lu Yan took a deep breath, and his expression became firm. This time, he only came to the school's treasure vault to do 3 things. Spend, spend, spend. Lu Yan stepped into the school's treasure vault with a nonchalant attitude. He did not go to the self-service equipment to buy the money. Instead, he called a senior to guide him. In the school's treasure vault, some items still required permission. The more points one obtained in history, the higher the permission. With about 60,000 credits, Lu Yan could already activate the highest authority and obtain more limited opportunities to buy items. Seeing that Lu Yan had about 60,000 credits, the eyes of the senior sister who was called lit up. Then, she directly brought Lu Yan to a VIP room at the side. After following the senior into the VIP room, Lu Yan exclaimed, "I didn't know that there was such a place in the school's treasure vault." The senior smiled and said, "This is prepared for the school teachers. Only students who have accumulated more than 50,000 credits can enter. This is so that business can be handled faster." Lu Yan nodded. In every place, the top people would have special privileges. The school was no exception. Those who could obtain more than 50,000 credits were basically all outstanding figures in the school. Naturally, they would be treated specially. After handing the student card to the senior in front of him, Lu Yan got her to increase his authority to the highest level. Soon, the senior returned with the student card. After handing it to Lu Yan, she smiled and asked, "I was wondering which genius could obtain so many credits. So it's Junior Lu Yan. Junior Lu Yan, you came this time to buy resources, right?" Lu Yan was very famous in the school. Almost everyone had heard of him, but there were still some people who had never seen Lu Yan, such as the senior in front of him. After all, they also had their own things to do. Lu Yan's matter might surprise them, but it would not make them spend more time specially finding videos to watch. Nov. L. B /JNN. Lu Yan nodded. "What's the limit of my current purchase of essence tonics and various enhancement pills?" Everyone had a limited number of essence tonics and enhancement pills. Lu Yan wanted to ask how many he could buy now. With his credits, he naturally had to buy essence tonics and enhancement pills first. This was the best way to increase his strength. "Alright, Junior, wait a moment. I'll check for you now." It was unknown if she knew Lu Yan's identity or if her attitude was clearly better after seeing Lu Yan's 60,000 credits. Taking out a display and operating it, the senior quickly looked at Lu Yan and said, "Junior, your current essence tonic quota is 50 pills a month. For enhancement pills, the total quota for various attributes is 60 pills a month." "Oh, right. Now that your authority has been increased to the highest level, the price of the essence tonic and enhancement pill has decreased a lot. Now, you only need 120 credits to buy an essence tonic, and you can buy an enhancement pill with 100 credits." Hearing the senior sister's words, Lu Yan revealed a happy expression. The limit of 50 essence tonics and 60 enhancement pills every month had already exceeded Lu Yan's expectations. It had to be known that in the supply station, Lu Yan's limit was 3 essence tonics and 5 enhancement pills. It could be said to be very small. Now, as long as Lu Yan had enough credits, he could increase his 4 attributes by 110 every month. This was a very terrifying thing. This was only possible for someone like Lu Yan. If it were anyone else, they would have to consider whether they could absorb so much in a month. As for the others, if they were faster, they would probably be able to absorb 10 essence tonics in a month. If they were slow, they would probably be able to absorb even less. However, Lu Yan did not have these problems. He could just absorb them all. Lu Yan pondered slightly and calculated. 1 essence tonic cost 120 credits. 20 pills required 6,000 credits. As for enhancement pills, they each cost 100 credits. 60 enhancement pills would cost 6,000 credits. In total, it was 12,000 credits. It was not very expensive, but Lu Yan knew very well that this was because of the school's preferential support. Outside, essence tonics and enhancement pills were not cheap. "Then I'll fill up the quota for this month first. I'll buy 50 essence tonics and 60 enhancement pills first." Lu Yan looked at his senior sister and directly said. The senior was stunned for a moment. She did not expect Lu Yan to directly buy all of them. Looking at Lu Yan, she hesitated for a moment and said, "Junior, don't blame me for being nosy. It's impossible for you to finish absorbing so many essence tonics and enhancement pills in a month. Why don't you buy more than 10? As for the rest of your credits, use it to buy the items you need now." Lu Yan looked at her and knew that she was reminding him out of goodwill. He shook his head and said, "Just help me buy them all." Seeing Lu Yan's firm attitude, the senior sister did not say anything else and directly helped Lu Yan buy all the essence tonics and enhancement pills that were allowed within his limit. "Junior Lu Yan, I've already bought it for you. I'll send it over after a while. Is there anything else you need to buy?" The senior looked at Lu Yan and asked. Lu Yan nodded. "Are there any new diamond-level equipment in the school's treasure vault? It's best if there's a set." Now that he had the Netherworld Soul Scythe, he no longer needed weapons, but he still needed other equipment. Now, the equipment on him was still the previous gold level set. Only the boots were diamond level. It was time to upgrade them. Nov. L. B /JNN. Luyan probably did not have enough credits for epic level equipment above the diamond level, but it should not be a big problem for him to gather a set of diamond level equipment. Hearing Luyan's question, the senior directly checked. Soon, the senior looked at Luyan and shook her head. There are diamond level equipment in the school's treasure vault, and we can also gather a set. However, it's not a complete set. There's no attribute enhancement. Hearing her words, Luyan was slightly disappointed. However, he also knew that diamond level equipment was still relatively rare. However, at this moment, the senior said, Luyan, perhaps you can go to the forging department to take a look. The teachers there can help you forge diamond level equipment sets. It's just that the teachers of the forging department have strange tempers. Junior Luyan, if you want to go, you have to be mentally prepared. However, if it's Junior Luyan, I think you should be able to obtain a satisfactory outcome. Luyan nodded. He had forgotten that there were still forging teachers in the school who could help him forge equipment. However, it cost a lot to hire a smithing teacher to forge equipment. At this moment, the essence tonics and enhancement pills Luyan bought were all sent over. Luyan checked and put them into his storage space. Junior Luyan, is there anything else you need? The senior looked at Luyan and asked. Luyan shook his head. That's all for now. I'll go to the forging department to take a look. As he spoke, Luyan received his student card and prepared to leave with Yuna. The senior behind hurriedly said, Junior Luyan, can we have a meal together tonight? The house I rented outside is empty. We can have a drink together. These words were already somewhat blatant. Luyan was stunned for a moment before saying without turning around, thank you for your kindness, senior, but there's no need. With Yuna beside him, Luyan naturally did not fancy the senior sister behind him. Moreover, judging from the situation last night, he would probably be dispirited for the next few days. How could he have the energy to drink with a senior? After leaving the school's treasure vault, Luyan went straight to the school's forging department, prepared to find a set of equipment that was suitable for him. After all, he was about to go out to carry out a combat mission. Only by getting better equipment could he get the largest external upgrade in a short period of time. Soon, Luyan arrived at the forging department. The forging department was different from the other departments and was in a small mountain behind the school. As soon as they entered, Luyan and Yuna felt a scorching temperature. The sound of various iron being forged could be heard incessantly. Inside, the blacksmith students were learning how to forge. Each of them had a furnace and were working hard. However, it was also these furnaces that made the temperature inside extremely high. Luyan pulled a student who was forging and asked, is teacher Miaoyun here? Miaoyun was the dean of the blacksmith department of the Golden Corner Academy and was also publicly recognized as the #1 blacksmith in the blacksmith department. If Luyan wanted to find someone, he naturally had to find the best blacksmith master. Hearing Luyan's words, the student was stunned for a moment. He sized Luyan up and said, you're looking for teacher Miaoyun to forge equipment? Go back. Teacher Miaoyun won't forge equipment for students so easily. Luyan said, I have enough credits to pay for teacher Miaoyun's equipment. The student shook his head and said disdainfully, the credits are useless in front of teacher Miaoyun. Teacher Miaoyun has only forged equipment for one student in the past 3 years. Moreover, the other party is her relative. Don't even think about it. Luyan was silent for a moment before saying, then, as Principal Leishuo's disciple, I wonder if I'm qualified to ask teacher Miaoyun to forge equipment. He had no choice but to bring out Leishuo's name now. Tisk, the principal's disciple. Your principal. You're the principal's disciple? That Luyan? Damn, it's really you. I didn't even recognize you just now. The student in front of him was stunned for a moment before the disdainful smile on his face immediately turned into shock before ending in surprise. Luyan? Where is he? Is that Luyan who helped our Golden Corner Academy win the National New Student Exchange Competition? Damn, really? Let me see quickly. When the surrounding new students heard the exclamation, they also shot their gazes over. They looked at Luyan, and their eyes instantly lit up. They stopped forging and directly surrounded Luyan, shouting that he wanted to take a photo with Luyan and ask for an autograph. The people outside were basically all new students of the forging department. They naturally admired Luyan very much. Luyan was also stunned for a moment. He knew that he had become very popular now, but he did not expect it to be this exaggerated. What are you all doing? Why aren't you forging? Why are you arguing? At this moment, a fiery voice sounded, making the surrounding blacksmith new students tremble. Then, the surrounding blacksmith new students quickly turned around and returned to their seats to continue forging at an extremely fast speed. Luyan looked over and saw a fiery red figure. It was a woman in fiery red clothes. She was about 30 years old and her plump body emitted the aura of a mature woman. Her face was delicate, but at this moment, as she frowned and berated, she also had a different dignity. It was Miaoyun. Miaoyun arrived beside Luyan and said bluntly, student from another department? If you want to forge equipment, find another teacher. Also, it's class time now. Go out first. Luyan hurriedly said, I'm Principal Leishuo's. Before he could finish, Miaoyun interrupted him. Leishuo? It won't do even if you're related to Leishuo. Even if Leishuo himself comes to beg me to forge equipment, I might not agree. Luyan was stunned for a moment. He did not expect Miao Yun to not even give face to Master Leishuo. Indeed, the temper of a forging teacher was strange. Just as Lu Yan was about to find another way, Miao Yun's gaze landed on Lu Yan's face and she exclaimed softly, Are you that new student called Lu Yan? Lu Yan, who was about to turn around, was stunned for a moment before nodding. That's right, it's me. Miao Yun's tightly furrowed brows relaxed when she heard this, and a smile appeared on his face. I didn't expect it to be you. Follow me. As she spoke, Miao Yun turned around and headed towards her exclusive forging room. Lu Yan was stunned. He did not expect his name to be more useful than Master Leishuo's. Shaking his head, Lu Yan was not too sure what was going on. However, with Miao Yun's change in attitude, he naturally brought Yuna along. Damn, Teacher Miao Yun actually took the initiative to invite someone to her forging room. The sun has simply risen from the west. As expected of Lu Yan, he can even deal with Teacher Miao Yun. I wonder if Lu Yan has a girlfriend. I really want to be his girlfriend. I think so. The one beside him just now should be a dark elf, right? She's so beautiful. I wonder if Lu Yan minds having another girlfriend. The new forging student at the back looked at Lu Yan, her eyes shining. Lu Yan followed Miao Yun into her forging room and saw that the surrounding walls were filled with forged equipment. Miao Yun turned around and sized Lu Yan up, the smile on her face becoming richer. You probably came to me to ask me to forge equipment for you, right? Tell me, what do you want? Hearing Miao Yun's words, Lu Yan was stunned again. He did not expect the other party to be this proactive. Lu Yan looked at Miao Yun in front of him and said with a strange expression, Teacher Miao Yun, did we know each other previously? I heard that you don't forge equipment for new students here. When Miao Yun heard this, she covered her mouth and chuckled. Don't worry, the reason why I'm giving you special treatment is because my best friend was saved by you. Lu Yan was stunned for a moment. Best friend? Saved by me? He was not a doctor. Nov. L.B//JNN. Just as he was thinking, Lu Yan's body froze. He looked at Miao Yun in shock and said, Teacher Miao Yun, are you talking about Auntie Maggie? Lu Yan thought about it and realized that Maggie was the only person he had saved. Miao Yun smiled and nodded. You don't know, but ever since my best friend received your treatment, she's been mentioning your name every day. My ears are about to grow calluses. She even keeps asking me to take care of you in school. I almost thought you were her lover. Miao Yun blinked at Lu Yan with a mischievous expression. Lu Yan's face turned red as Maggie's figure appeared in his mind, and his heart skipped a beat. All right, don't be shy. It's as if you really have an affair with her. Since Maggie has already asked me to take care of you and you've come to find me, feel free to ask for anything. When Lu Yan heard this, he retracted his thoughts. Then, he looked at Miao Yun and said, Teacher Miao Yun, I came this time to ask you to forge a diamond level set equipment. I wonder how many days it will take you to complete it. Miao Yun's eyebrows twitched. What are you thinking? You're asking me how many days it will take to complete a diamond level set equipment? I'm not Taizu. Such a set of equipment will take at least a month. Lu Yan's eyes revealed a trace of regret when he heard this. He naturally knew that it was impossible for a diamond level equipment to be completed in such a short period of time. However, he was leaving for Linen City in 2 days. Looking at Lu Yan, Miao Yun smiled and said, Why, are you in a hurry? Lu Yan nodded. Teacher Miao Yun, you should also know that the Darkborn will cause a spatial crack, right? I'm going on a mission to kill the demon beasts from the spatial crack in 2 days, so I want to quickly change into a diamond level set. Miao Yun nodded when he heard this. I see. It's very easy to get a set of diamond level equipment, but it's somewhat difficult to get a full set of diamond level equipment. However, you're really lucky. I just finished forging a set of diamond level equipment recently. As she spoke, Miao Yun arrived in front of a set of equipment hanging at the back and pointed at Lu Yan. If you don't have any special requirements, you can take a look at this diamond level set equipment. Hearing Miao Yun's words, Lu Yan revealed a happy expression and quickly arrived beside Miao Yun. His gaze landed on the diamond level set equipment on the wall. This was a blood red set equipment with a total of 4 parts. From the looks of it, it was filled with an explosive flame aura. The materials forged should be related to fire-type materials. Miao Yun pointed at this set of equipment and introduced, this is a set made of materials from various parts of the red flame fire dragon. It has a special enhancement to fire attribute power and is more suitable for warriors who are good at using fire attributes. I remember that you use the undead power, right? To be honest, this set of equipment might not be very suitable for you, but this is the only diamond level set equipment I have here. Lu Yan nodded when he heard this. Let me see its attributes first before deciding if it is suitable. As he spoke, Lu Yan's gaze landed on the diamond level set equipment in front of him and he began to check the effect of this diamond level set equipment. Red Flame Dragon Armor. Grade, Diamond. Equipment Physique plus 25, Agility plus 26. Effect, you can summon red flames to cover your entire body and double your defense. It also has a burning effect. The other party will be burned when they come into contact with the red flames. Duration, 10 minutes. Cooldown time is 1 hour. Red Flame Dragon Helm. Grade, Diamond. Equipment Physique plus 24, Agility plus 21, Intelligence plus 18. Effect, it can shoot out red flames to cover the enemy, causing a burning effect. Each shot lasts for 10 seconds. Cooldown time is 20 minutes. Red Flame Dragon Gauntlets. Grade, Diamond. Equipment Intelligence plus 28, Agility plus 21, Strength plus 30. Effect, you can form a spear with the power of red flames and shoot it out to attack from afar. There's no cooldown time. You need to store the power of red flames. You can only continue to use it after the power of red flames is exhausted. The power of red flames can recover on its own, or you can use energy crystals to accelerate the recovery. Red Flame Dragon Boots. Grade, Diamond. Equipment Intelligence plus 30, Agility plus 24. Effect, you can cover your feet with red flames. At the same time, wings will grow on the side of your boots, increasing your speed to the speed of sound. Duration, 15 minutes. Cooldown time, 2 hours. All 4 parts had good attributes and would increase his 4 attributes by quite a bit. Every part also had a special effect skill. It could be said to be a top-grade equipment. However, Luyan then discovered that this Red Flame Dragon armor set also had a set effect skill. Set effect, Red Flame Dragon Transformation, you can transform into a Red Flame Dragon. Your 4 attributes will be increased by 3/4. All your attacks will be absorbed by the transformed Red Flame Dragon. If you exceed the limit of your endurance, you can leave the Red Flame Dragon transformation after half an hour. Cooldown time is 24 hours. The effect of this set was also relatively abnormal. It could directly transform oneself into a Red Flame Dragon. Not only did it increase one's 4 attributes by 3/4, but it could also absorb all attacks. It was really powerful. Overall, this set of Red Flame Dragon armor was considered a relatively top-notch existence among diamond-level equipment. Luyan was still relatively satisfied with this diamond-level set equipment. After all, other than the moon-stepping boots, the rest of the equipment he was wearing was only gold equipment. It could also be said that he had upgraded his equipment. How many credits is this diamond-level set? Luyan looked at Miaoyun and directly asked. In reality, dark-type diamond-grade equipment or undead-type diamond-grade equipment were more suitable for him. However, he clearly could not buy them now. Miaoyun looked at Luyan and pondered for a moment before saying, "For Maggie's sake, I'll charge you 30,000 credits for this set. Use it first. When you return, tell me your requirements. I can customize another diamond-level set equipment for you. At that time, you can just make up the difference." Hearing Miaoyun's words, Luyan revealed a happy expression. A full set of diamond-level equipment only cost 30,000 credits. Many people probably would not believe it. Even in school, this price could be said to be very discounted. Luyan originally thought that he might not even have enough credits and had to ask her to put it on the tab. Moreover, the other party had even asked him to use it first before customizing better equipment for him. He only needed to make up for the difference. Where could he find such a good deal? "Thank you, Teacher Miaoyun." Luyan looked at Miaoyun and smiled. Miaoyun looked at Luyan and said, "Don't thank me. If you want to thank someone, thank my best friend. If not for her, I wouldn't even have met with you." Luyan was stunned for a moment before saying, "When I see Auntie Maggie in the future, I'll definitely thank her in person." Miaoyun smiled and said, "There's no need for that. I'm eating with Maggie tonight. Come with me." "Me too." Luyan pointed at himself and was stunned for a moment. It sounded like Miaoyun and Maggie had arranged to eat together as best friends. Was it really alright for him to go and get involved? "Why? Are you unwilling?" Miaoyun looked at Luyan and raised his eyebrows. Luyan reacted and hurriedly said, "No, I'm just a little surprised." "Teacher Miaoyun, tell me the address. I'll definitely arrive tonight." Hearing Luyan's words, a smile appeared on Miaoyun's face again. "That's more like it. Bring your phone over. The place is a little hard to get to. I'll directly send the address to your phone." Luyan handed the phone over. Soon, Miaoyun finished operating and returned the phone to Miaoyun. "Love River Restaurant?" It sounded somewhat strange. Luyan shook his head and then handed over the student card to Miaoyun to deduct his credits. After the 30,000 credits were deducted, Luyan directly put the Red Flame Dragon armor set into his storage space. Then, Luyan and Yuna bade farewell to Miaoyun and quickly left. After the two of them arrived at the forging department, Luyan directly returned to the dormitory with Yuna. Luyan still had some credits left, but he did not plan to continue spending them. Although he could still go to the library to buy some relatively high-level skills, there was no need for that now. The skills Luyan controlled now were not bad and there were also many of them. Currently, he had no special need for skills. He would save the remaining credits for buying essence tonics and enhancement pills next month. After all, he needed 12,000 credits to buy essence tonics and enhancement pills every month. Although he had obtained a large number of credits in one national new student exchange competition, there were not many opportunities for him to obtain so many credits in the future. After tidying up briefly, Luyan arrived at the training room and prepared to use the essence tonics and the enhancement pills. This time, Luyan bought 50 essence tonics and 60 enhancement pills. Among them, the enhancement pills were fixed. There were 15 pills for each of his 4 attributes. Luyan directly used them. After using it, Luyan's 4 attributes were greatly enhanced. Strength, 196. Physique, 216. Agility, 200. Intelligence, 255. Now that Luyan's 4 attributes had greatly increased, his intelligence had already reached a terrifying 255. Luyan pondered briefly for a moment before distributing the remaining essence tonics. He spent 20 for strength, 10 for physique, 10 for agility, and 10 for intelligence. After all, his strength was somewhat out of sync now. He had to increase it more. With resources to increase his 4 attributes, it was naturally better for his 4 attributes to increase at the same time. After using the essence tonic, Lu Yan's 4 attributes changed again. Strength, 216. Physique, 226. Agility, 210. Intelligence, 265. Now, Lu Yan's 4 attributes were basically incomparable to that of a level 30 professional. They had reached a very terrifying level. Moreover, Lu Yan still had many skills that could increase his 4 attributes. Now, Lu Yan's combat strength had directly soared to the peak. N/O/vel/B/jn.C//OM. After dealing with the essence tonics and the enhancement pills, Lu Yan directly trained. He first completed today's mission and then began to train his body. Soon, it was nighttime. It was the time Lu Yan and Miao Yun had agreed on. At the thought of seeing Maggie tonight, Lu Yan's heart could not help but beat. For some reason, Lu Yan, who was not much affected by the combination of the succubus and the elf, had such a huge reaction to Maggie. Shaking his head, Lu Yan directly left the room. Knowing that Lu Yan was going out to eat, Yuna also clamored to follow. It was not to monitor Lu Yan or anything, but purely to eat a good meal. After much persuasion, Lu Yan ordered a luxurious takeout for Yuna before being able to escape. Taking the teleportation formation to the entrance of the school, Lu Yan quickly walked towards the location of the Love River restaurant after checking it on his phone. After making many turns, Lu Yan saw the Love River restaurant. This restaurant looked very romantic. Even though it was located in a corner of an alley, it gave off an exquisite and interesting feeling. The shining of the lights there gave off an ambiguous aura. Why did teacher Miao Yun choose this place? Lu Yan raised his eyebrows. This seemed to be a place where young couples would choose to have a date. However, this was not the time to hesitate. Lu Yan directly walked in quickly. At this moment, in a private room on the second floor of the Love River restaurant, Miao Yun and Maggie were sitting and talking. Maggie looked at Miao Yun and thought of what Miao Yun had told her just now. She frowned slightly and asked, Miao Yun, who did you invite tonight? Why are you so mysterious? Miao Yun smiled and said, won't you know when the time comes? Maggie frowned and said, Miao Yun, you should know very well that outsiders shouldn't get involved in our agreement. It's not appropriate to invite outsiders to such a place. Miao Yun looked at Maggie and said mischievously, don't worry, you definitely won't dislike the person I invited. You might even have to thank me when the time comes. Hearing Miao Yun's words, Maggie's frown deepened, completely confused. This had always been the place where she and Miao Yun went on dates and ate. They liked the atmosphere here more, although it was more ambiguous. However, inviting others to a meal here was not very suitable. As soon as she came today, Miao Yun told her that she had invited someone else, making Maggie slightly uncomfortable. After all, this place was considered a relatively private place for the two of them. Just as she was thinking, Miao Yun chuckled and said, look, the person I invited is here. When Maggie heard this, her gaze instantly looked towards the door of the private room. The moment she gazed over, she saw Lu Yan push the door open and enter. Maggie was stunned for a moment before her brows unknowingly relaxed. The discomfort in her heart instantly disappeared. Maggie looked at Lu Yan in a slight daze. She did not expect the person Miao Yun invited to be Lu Yan. Why, are you stunned? Miao Yun bumped Maggie's arm and blinked. Maggie returned to her senses and blushed as she glared shyly at Miao Yun. Before Lu Yan entered, Maggie hurriedly said, why did you invite Lu Yan over? Miao Yun smiled and said, I heard you mention him every day and felt that you definitely missed him, so I helped you find him. For this, I gave him a diamond level set at an extremely low price. Not only did you not thank me, but you even glared at me. Maggie opened her mouth and did not know what to say for a moment. At this moment, Lu Yan had already entered. He looked at the two mature women in the room and smiled. Auntie Maggie, teacher Miao Yun. Come. Hurry up and sit. No need to be polite. We were just talking about you. Miao Yun enthusiastically pulled Lu Yan to sit down. Lu Yan asked strangely, me? I wonder why teacher Miao Yun and Auntie Maggie are talking about me. Miao Yun looked at Maggie, who was slightly uneasy at the sight, and said in amusement, Maggie was just telling me that you're the most handsome boy she's ever seen, Lu Yan. Maggie's body tightened, and her toes were clenched tightly. She looked at Miao Yun with crazy eyes. When did I say that? Miao Yun pretended not to see Maggie's expression. Her gaze landed on Lu Yan, wanting to see Lu Yan's expression. Lu Yan's face also turned red when he heard Miao Yun's words. He did not expect Miao Yun to joke like this. Ahem, I wonder why teacher Miao Yun called me over today. Lu Yan looked at Miao Yun and asked, wanting to ease the awkwardness. Miao Yun looked at Lu Yan and then at Maggie, the smile on her face becoming richer. What's there to wonder about? I just want you to accompany the two of us for a good meal. It's always been the two of us eating together. It's gotten quite tiresome. I called you over today for a change. Hearing Miao Yun's words, Lu Yan revealed an awkward but polite smile. Lu Yan kept feeling that something was wrong with eating with teacher Miao Yun and Auntie Maggie. Waiter, serve the dishes and wine. Serve the alcohol I ordered first. Miao Yun shouted out of the private room. Soon, a waiter brought over a box of beer. Lu Yan was stunned. Beer. Lu Yan thought that the two of them would only drink red wine when eating. He did not expect it to be beer. Why? You're not drinking. Miao Yun looked at Lu Yan and raised his eyebrows. Drink? Why aren't you drinking? Lu Yan looked at Miao Yun and smiled apologetically. The other party had just given him a set of diamond-level equipment at a low price. Even if it was only to thank her, he still had to drink this wine. Sigh, that's right. Come. You're the last to arrive. You made us two beauties wait for so long. You deserve to be punished. Punish yourself with 3 glasses first. Miao Yun poured 3 glasses of alcohol and directly pushed them in front of Lu Yan. Lu Yan did not hesitate and directly drank the beer. It's a happy occasion today. Come, Lu Yan, let me toast you. Miao Yun watched as Lu Yan finished 3 glasses and raised the wine glass in his hand to smile at Lu Yan. Lu Yan also hurriedly raised the wine glass in front of him. At the side, Maggie frowned and whispered to Miao Yun, "Why did you force Lu Yan to drink?" Miao Yun pretended not to hear Maggie and directly pushed the wine glass in front of Maggie. "And you? Don't pretend to be stupid here. Hurry up and drink it. I'm happy today. We have to get drunk." Looking at Miao Yun, Maggie shook her head helplessly. Then, she also picked up the wine glass in front of her. Although she did not know what Miao Yun wanted to do, Maggie did not want to embarrass her. Moreover, Lu Yan's arrival indeed made Maggie somewhat happy. Under Miao Yun's lead, the 3 of them began to drink 1 cup after another. It was unknown where Miao Yun found so many reasons to keep toasting Lu Yan. Lu Yan could not refuse. After drinking more than 10 bottles of wine and beer, Lu Yan's footsteps began to become somewhat unsteady after going to the toilet a few times. Looking at Lu Yan, the smile on Miao Yun's face became richer. Looking at Maggie beside him, Miao Yun stopped Maggie from drinking. It was not easy for her to get Lu Yan drunk. She did not want Maggie to get drunk too. Soon, Lu Yan lay on the table and was somewhat drunk. Looking at Lu Yan, Maggie's heart ached. She looked at Miao Yun and complained, "Why did you persuade him to drink so much? This is not good for his health." Miao Yun said sourly, "Huh, why? Do you feel bad? You sound more like a wife who feels sorry for her husband. Don't worry, how can this bit of alcohol affect the body of a combat professional?" Maggie looked at Lu Yan, who was already lying on the table, and looked at Miao Yun. "What exactly do you want? You invited Lu Yan and even made him drink so much." Miao Yun smiled and said, "Isn't this for my good friend? Now that Lu Yan is drunk, won't you be able to do something you usually only dare to think about?" Maggie blushed and then spat softly. "What are you talking about?" "Miao Yun, don't talk nonsense." "I'm talking nonsense? I remember that the last time we slept together, a certain someone was still talking in her sleep and calling Lu Yan's name. Wunov, L.B//JNN. Before Miao Yun could finish, her mouth was covered by Maggie, whose face was red. Maggie even looked carefully at Lu Yan and heaved a sigh of relief when she discovered that he was still drunk. "Miao Yun? What are you talking about? When did I call Lu Yan's name when I was sleeping?" Miao Yun smiled and said, "I won't argue with you. In any case, he's already drunk. You can deal with it as you see fit. Let me give you a friendly reminder. There's a room upstairs. You." Maggie glared at Miao Yun before standing up to help Lu Yan out of the private room. After walking out of the restaurant, Maggie supported Lu Yan and sent him to the entrance of the Golden Corner Academy. Just as she was wondering if she should call Reawakening and get her to get someone to send Lu Yan in, Lu Yan had already woken up. "Auntie Maggie? Why am I here?" Lu Yan looked at Maggie strangely. Seeing this, a smile appeared on Maggie's face. "Sigh, it's all because of that Miao Yun. She insisted on making you drunk. I was about to send you back to the dormitory." "Oh, I see. I was indeed drunk just now. It's much better now. Auntie, since we're already at the school entrance, I'll go back myself." Lu Yan looked at Maggie and smiled. Seeing this, Maggie nodded and let go of Lu Yan. "You should be able to leave, right? If not, I can get the security guards to send you back." "I'm fine, Auntie Maggie. I'll go back first." Lu Yan waved at Maggie and returned to the Golden Corner Academy. After walking into the Golden Corner Academy, Lu Yan's footsteps became firm, and his eyes were no longer drunk. With his current 4 attributes, he might not get drunk even if he drank 2 more boxes of beer. Just now, Lu Yan had only deliberately pretended to be drunk when he saw teacher Miao Yun force him to drink. Lu Yan naturally heard Miao Yun and Maggie's conversation. Thinking of teacher Miao Yun's words, Lu Yan's expression changed slightly. Hearing teacher Miao Yun's words just now, Maggie seemed to have been thinking about him. Moreover, teacher Miao Yun seemed to want to get him drunk and let Maggie do stuff to him. Nov, L.B//JNN. Thinking of Maggie, Lu Yan felt his body heat up. He wondered if it was the effect of the alcohol. Why would teacher Miao Yun do such a thing? Didn't she know that Maggie was Li Meier's mother? Was it for the happiness of her best friend? Lu Yan shook his head and could not understand for the time being. Forget it, he would focus on the mission he was about to carry out first. He would think about the other things later. On the other hand, Maggie's face still felt somewhat hot when she saw Lu Yan enter the school. At the same time, she was also somewhat suspicious. Lu Yan was so drunk just now. How did he wake up so quickly when he arrived at the school entrance? Could it really be because of the wind? Or was he pretending to be drunk? If he was pretending to be drunk, wouldn't he have heard what she and Miao Yun had just said? Thinking of this, Maggie's face turned even redder, as if it was on fire. "Who? Maggie took a deep breath and then told herself to calm down. Lu Yan should have really been drunk just now. However, the more Maggie thought about it, the more embarrassed she felt. She stomped her feet and returned to the Love River restaurant, prepared to settle the score with Miao Yun. After returning to the private room from before, Maggie saw Miao Yun eating with a smug expression. When she saw Maggie return, Miao Yun was even shocked. Why are you back so quickly? No way, Lu Yan, is that fast? Hearing Miao Yun's words, Maggie became even more embarrassed and angry. What are you talking about? I just sent Lu Yan back to the school. What dirty things are you thinking? When Miao Yun heard Maggie's words, she directly threw down the chopsticks in her hand and arrived beside Maggie with a resentful expression. Sigh, I am simply speechless. I finally created such a good opportunity for you, but you actually didn't seize it and even sent Lu Yan back to the school. What are you thinking? I've already booked the room upstairs for you. Don't tell me you don't know how to get there. Hearing Miao Yun's words, Maggie stomped her feet. Aya, what are you thinking? Lu Yan is my daughter's classmate. Isn't that more exciting? Miao Yun winked at Maggie. Maggie was furious. Do you think that's what I want? What's going on in your head? Hearing Maggie's words, the smile on Miao Yun's face also disappeared slightly. Looking at Maggie, Miao Yun said earnestly, Maggie, even now, are you still unable to face your heart? You should know very well what kind of feelings you have for Lu Yan, right? Hearing Miao Yun's words, Maggie was slightly stunned before her face revealed a bitter expression. That's Mayor's classmate. I can't. Maggie bit her lip tightly, clearly very conflicted. Miao Yun looked at Maggie and sighed softly. Maggie, you've raised Mayor since she was young. You shouldn't confine yourself to her anymore. You should also have a life and someone you like. That's normal. Maggie bit her lip and shook her head. No, I'm Mayor's mother. I can't do this. Miao Yun looked at Maggie and said resentfully, previously, I wouldn't have said anything when you placed Mayor in front of yourself. However, Li Mayor has already grown up. There's no need for you to give up your happiness for her. Do you want to be a virgin for the rest of your life? Hearing Miao Yun's words, Maggie's body suddenly trembled. Then, she sat on the chair and supported her forehead with her hands. Miao Yun arrived beside Maggie and slowly sat down. She held Maggie's hand and said, It's been so long. You've already done the best you can. Mayor has already grown up. You can completely tell Mayor what happened previously. I believe Mayor can also understand. Maggie seemed to have been stimulated by something and shook her head nervously. No, absolutely not. Mayor won't be able to accept it. Looking at Maggie, Miao Yun sighed. This woman had prioritized Li Mayor too much so that she did not even have a place for herself. Even Miao Yun could tell Maggie's feelings for that Lu Yan. Didn't Maggie know herself? Maggie, as your best friend, there's something I have to tell you. It's useless for you to avoid it like this. You should know your own situation. After being cursed by that angel, you can only love one person in your life. Look into your heart. You're already tempted by that Lu Yan. Do you want to give up just like that? This is something that will happen for the rest of your life. You have to think about your own happiness. If you can't say it, I'll help you tell Li Mayor. Miao Yun looked at Maggie and said. Maggie shook her head crazily. No, I can sense that Mayor also likes Lu Yan. I can't. Miao Yun sighed. She had already said so much, but the other party still refused to admit it. You've already done enough for Mayor. There's no need for you to give in this time. Miao Yun looked at Maggie and whispered. Then, she paused and hesitated. Moreover, succubi don't have as many rules as humans. If it really comes to it, you can just share him. In any case, you're not really mother and daughter. I believe Lu Yan can understand. Miao Yun, stop talking. Maggie suddenly stood up and walked out of the private room. Miao Yun looked at Maggie's back and shook her head with a sigh. She also knew that this kind of thing could not be rushed. It was still relatively difficult to change Maggie's mind. At this moment, Lu Yan did not know what was going on in the private room of the Love River restaurant. He had already returned to the dormitory by using the teleportation formation. He would rest for another day tomorrow and set off back to Linen City the day after tomorrow. Lu Yan was still very concerned about this mission. Just as Lu Yan was thinking, as soon as he opened the door, he was pressed against the wall at the side. Lu Yan's eyes widened as Yuna's warm lips pressed against his. Yuna's hands groped haphazardly on Lu Yan's body. Lu Yan's already somewhat hot body was instantly ignited. He got Yuna to wrap her legs around his waist and directly carried Yuna towards the bedroom. A dazzling sunlight shone in. Lu Yan slowly opened his eyes and was slightly absent-minded when he thought of the madness last night. Looking at Yuna's smooth back beside him, Lu Yan smiled and shook his head. This girl insisted on acting tough. It was already 5 in the morning last night, but she still wanted to turn around and take control. Even with his body, Lu Yan was somewhat unable to take it. After all, the loss of certain substances was much greater than the consumption of combat. After getting up to complete today's mission, Lu Yan went out to bring Yuna breakfast. Then, he dealt with other things. He would meet Yang Wei first to prevent this kid from constantly saying that he had forgotten his friends. Had he? It was just that he had not seen him since he returned. After all, he had been bussed. After chatting with Yang Wei for a while, Lu Yan learned that Yang Wei had really improved a lot recently. After Yang Wei developed his special summoning ability, he could already summon Lord-level demon beasts relatively steadily. Moreover, they were 10 levels higher than him. Now that Yang Wei had already become popular in the entire summoning department, many teachers wanted to study Yang Wei's summoning ability, but it was useless. Lu Yan, you don't know, but the dean of our department is light blonde and very well endowed. Now, she's pestering me every day to study me. She even asked me to go to her house to find her tonight. Do you think maybe it's because she wants to study my ability in that area? Yang Wei winked at Lu Yan with a somewhat wretched expression. Lu Yan was speechless. Don't end up getting scammed. As he spoke, the phone rang. Lu Yan looked and saw that it was Li Mayer. To be honest, Lu Yan did not really want to answer this call now. After all, he had just had such an awkward encounter with Maggie yesterday. Who's calling? Why aren't you answering? Yang Wei leaned over and looked at the name on the screen. He directly said, it's Li Mayer. Pick up, quickly. Seeing Yang Wei's excited expression, Lu Yan was speechless. Don't you have a well-endowed blonde? Why are you so excited about Li Mayer's call? Yang Wei winked and said, it's always good to interact with more beauties. Lu Yan pursed his lips, but he still answered Li Mayer's call. Hey, Lu Yan, where are you? Li Mayer's voice sounded slightly nervous and shy. Looking at Yang Wei beside him, Lu Yan said, I'm with Yang Wei. What's the matter? I heard that you're returning to Linen City tomorrow. I want to treat you to a meal today. Li Mayer asked somewhat nervously. Feng Ya, who was beside her, only felt amused. She clearly wanted to see Lu Yan, but she insisted on treating him to a meal. Nov, L, B /JNN. Alright, let's eat together at noon. Hearing Lu Yan's reply, Li Mayer heaved a sigh of relief and smiled. After hanging up, Li Mayer was somewhat excited. Quick, Fenja, what do you think I should wear? Feng Ya looked at Li Mayer and teased, are you not pretending anymore? Li Mayer's face turned red. Yeah, I like Lu Yan. There's nothing to hide. After thinking for a moment, Li Mayer added, in any case, there's no need to hide from you. After happily choosing a set of clothes, Li Mayer left her room with Feng Ya. After telling Maggie outside, Li Mayer and Feng Ya headed to the place to eat later. The door closed, and Maggie sighed in the living room. With her current strength, it was not a problem for her to hear Li Mayer's words in the room. Mayer indeed likes Lu Yan. Maggie bit her lip lightly, her eyes filled with conflict. Lu Yan had a simple meal with Yang Wei, Li Mayer, and Feng Ya at noon before returning to the dormitory. Opening the door, Yuna was eating snacks in the living room. Seeing Lu Yan return, Yuna pointed at a box at the side and said, Lu Yan, someone sent you something. They said it was from the imperial capital. Lu Yan's heart skipped a beat as he directly walked towards the box. The items sent by the imperial capital should be made by Taizu. Previously, after Lu Yan told Taizu about his needs, Taizu said he was going to forge an enhancement equipment for him. To be honest, Lu Yan was still very curious about what the enhancement equipment Taizu mentioned was. Opening the box, Lu Yan quickly saw an exquisite pendant. A pendant? Lu Yan was stunned for a moment. He had thought that Taizu would forge some equipment or item for him, but he did not expect it to be a pendant. After taking out the pendant and holding it in his hand, Lu Yan could clearly feel the warmth of the pendant. Moreover, there was a very familiar feeling in this gentleness. It was dark power and the undead power. It seemed to be a combination of the two. Without any hesitation, Lu Yan directly checked the attributes of this pendant. Dark Blessing Pendant. Grade, Epic. Effect 1, Strength plus 100, Physique plus 100, Agility plus 100, Intelligence plus 100. Effect 2, Strength increase by 20%, Physique increase by 20%, Agility increase by 20%, Intelligence increase by 30%. Effect 3, Dark Blessing. The pendant absorbs the surrounding dark power and undead power at all times to accumulate Dark Blessing. If it encounters a fatal attack, it can consume the Dark Blessing and form a Dark Blessing protection to resist damage. Looking at the attributes of the Dark Blessing pendant, Lu Yan was directly stunned. There was only one word left in his heart. Damn, was this the work of the #1 forging master in the country? His 4 attributes directly increased by 100 each. It was simple and crude. In addition, 3 of his 4 attributes increased by 20%, and his intelligence by 30%. It could simply be said to be an extremely abnormal attribute. Not to mention, it also had a life-saving ability. Such an equipment was probably also an outstanding existence among epic-level experts. Lu Yan's current 4 attributes were already very high. With this Dark Blessing pendant, the average of his 4 attributes could soar to more than 300. Even a level 30 combat professional might not be able to reach this level. With this Dark Blessing pendant, there would definitely not be any accidents during this trip to Linen City. Lu Yan directly put on the Dark Blessing pendant and clenched his fists. He felt the strength in his entire body quickly increase a lot. Now, Lu Yan was waiting to go to Linen City to carry out a mission tomorrow. Bai Miao and many others had already gone to carry out missions today. Everyone had formed a small group. Perhaps they would have a chance to meet and carry out missions together. At night, the bed in Lu Yan's bedroom swayed for the entire night again. The next morning, Lu Yan prepared to return to Linen City, and Yuna also followed beside Lu Yan. He did not know how long it would take for him to carry out the mission this time. Yuna did not want to wait for him at the school. Lei Shuo had no objections to this. After all, there were still more than 10 days before Yuna was sent back. He had already contacted the Dark Elf Queen and showed her photos and videos of Yuna. Of course, a fight was unavoidable in the beginning. After seeing that Yuna was fine, the Dark Elf Queen also calmed down a lot. The Dark Elf Queen did not comment on Leishuo's idea of building a relationship, but she would talk about it after Yuna returned. After a simple farewell to Leishuo, Lu Yan brought Yuna onto the teleportation formation to Linen City. As the light of the teleportation formation lit up, Lu Yan and Yuna's bodies instantly disappeared from their spots. The familiar dizziness rose again. When this dizziness disappeared, Lu Yan and Yuna had already appeared on the teleportation formation of Linen City. Lu Yan, welcome back. Beside the teleportation formation, the director of the Education Bureau, Feng Quan, was looking at Lu Yan and Yuna with a smile. There were also a few people from the military region in this group. They were all here to welcome Lu Yan. Ordinary students of the Golden Corner Academy would not receive such a treatment. Even Bai Miao would not be greeted like this. However, this was Lu Yan, the champion of the National New Student Exchange Competition and now the pride of Linen City. Therefore, they still took Lu Yan's return very seriously. Director Feng. Lu Yan looked at Feng Quan and smiled. Feng Quan welcomed Lu Yan enthusiastically and held Lu Yan's hand as he asked questions with a concerned expression. The two of them chatted for a while before Feng Quan patted his head. Look at me. I was so focused on catching up with student Lu Yan that I forgot about the important matter. Lu Yan, let me introduce you. These are people from the military region. They will be carrying out the mission along with you. This is Captain Li. Let me introduce you. Lu Yan looked at the young man in a military uniform Feng Quan was pointing at and also went up to chat with him with a smile. Lu Yan, the situation is relatively urgent now. If there's nothing else, why don't we directly go to the wilderness to carry out the mission? Inspector Li looked at Lu Yan, his square face slightly anxious. The spatial crack this time was distributed relatively widely. Their military had also distributed their strength. There were not many people here to begin with. Most of them were still new recruits and were still relatively slow to deal with the things caused by the spatial crack. Inspector Li naturally knew Lu Yan very well. As the champion of the National New Student Exchange Competition, Lu Yan was very powerful and could not be compared to other new students at all. Moreover, Lu Yan's undead army was also very helpful in delaying the spatial cracks. Therefore, when he learned that Lu Yan had come, he was very happy and took it very seriously. He even personally came to welcome Lu Yan. However, he really hoped that Lu Yan could directly enter the battle because the situation in Linen City was even more difficult than they thought. Hearing Inspector Li's words, Lu Yan did not hesitate. I came here to carry out a mission. Inspector Li, if anything comes up, just arrange it n/o/vel/b//n.c//om. Inspector Li did not hesitate. After informing Feng Quan, he directly brought Lu Yan and Yuna into the military region's car and directly headed towards the wilderness of Linen City. On the way, Inspector Li looked at Lu Yan and said, Lu Yan, I'll roughly tell you the current situation in the wilderness of Linen City so that you can have an idea. Lu Yan nodded. This was the first thing he needed to understand. Inspector Li said, the current situation is like this. Many spatial cracks have appeared in the wilderness of Linen City, bringing many demon beasts. Almost all the forces of the Linen City military region have been sent out, but they're still somewhat unable to handle it. Now, we've already summoned some factions in Linen City. They're also helping in the wilderness, and the situation has improved a little. Our current mission is to destroy the demon beasts brought by the spatial crack as quickly as possible to prevent too many of these demon beasts from gathering and triggering a demon tide. Hearing Inspector Li's words, Lu Yan's expression also became solemn. The demon tide was an abnormality caused by the excessive concentration of demon beasts, resulting in a union. If the demon tide appeared, the demon beasts would all gather and attack the city. If there were too many demon beasts, they might even break through the city's defense. The defense of Linen City could only defend against an A-level demon wave. If too many demon beasts formed an S-level demon wave, the defense of Linen City would still be in quite a bit of danger. Lu Yan nodded and then asked, you should know what area we're going to now and what demon we're facing, right? Although many demon beasts had just come out of the spatial crack, they should have already learned about them. Inspector Li nodded and said, the area we're going to now is located in the Wind Magi Mountain in the wilderness southeast of Linen City. The spatial crack there has brought a new batch of demon beasts. It's very troublesome. They don't have a physical body and only have a phantom form. They can avoid most physical damage and can also possess other demon beasts. When fused, they can transfer their characteristics of being immune to physical damage to the demon beasts they possess to increase their combat strength. Moreover, even if the possessed demon beasts are killed, it's very difficult for these phantoms to die. They can quickly escape and possess new demon beasts. At this point, Inspector Li paused, as if he had thought of something terrifying. His throat moved as he continued. Moreover, these phantom things can also possess combat professionals. If any combat professionals are injured or their defense decreases, they can be possessed. The possessed combat professional will still have their own consciousness, but they will completely lose control of their body. Under the other party's control, they will attack their teammates. In the beginning, many of our companions died in such a situation. Hearing Inspector Li's words, Lu Yan's expression also became solemn. He did not expect such a strange demon beast to exist. This is the first time I've heard of a demon beast with such an ability. It's simply like a ghost, Lu Yan said with a solemn expression. Inspector Li nodded. That's right. They're like ghosts. The code name we gave them is also Ghost. I hope student Lu Yan has a way to destroy these ghosts. Lu Yan pondered for a moment before his phone vibrated. He picked it up and saw that the app Leishuo had installed for them previously had already displayed a mission under his name. Mission, deal with the ghosts. Reward for dealing with a single ghost, 20 credits and 20 military points. Lu Yan raised his eyebrows. This software was quite smart. The mission was sent over just like that. However, it seemed that this mission was not chosen by him but directly assigned to him. Just as he was thinking, a cry sounded from the car in front of him. Ghosts? It's demon beasts controlled by the ghosts? Their range of activity has already arrived. Lu Yan looked up and saw several demon beasts with illusory black shadows come out from the side and rush towards them. The demon beasts that rushed out were a group of demon apes. They were famous for their agile speed and were very powerful. At this moment, these demon apes were somewhat different from ordinary demon apes. Their bodies were wrapped in an illusory black shadow, as if they were wearing a faint black cloak. The demon apes were the first to attack the car at the front. Several demon apes directly flipped the car over and rushed towards the people inside. The combat manufacturers of the military region also instantly reacted. The two sides directly fought. Lu Yan frowned. These demon apes should be around level 20, but they were clearly stronger than ordinary level 20 demon apes. Their speed and strength were far superior. Inspector Li hurriedly brought the people beside him to help. Lu Yan did not hesitate. The Netherworld Soul Scythe appeared in his hand and he directly welcomed these demon apes. Lu Yan was still very active when he came out to hunt demon beasts. After all, his undead army still needed to be expanded. By killing the demons, he could even recruit the shadows. At the very least, corpses could also be used as materials for corpse explosions. Compared to others who killed demons to obtain leveling power and sell fur, the benefits of Lu Yan killing demons were just too high. A large number of undead began to appear in the surroundings and pounced at the surrounding demon apes. Inspector Li and the surrounding military personnel instantly felt the pressure around them disappear. They looked up and saw that a large number of undead had already forced the demon apes back, giving them a lot of breathing space. As expected, applying for this Lu Yan to come was the right choice. Inspector Li looked at Lu Yan, who was holding the Netherworld Soul Scythe behind him, and a smile appeared on his face. Crack! A few undead surrounded a demon ape and worked together to break its head, directly killing it. However, in the next moment, the demon ape directly raised its arm and punched an undead, shattering its body. Seeing this, Lu Yan raised his eyebrows and his gaze landed on the illusory black shadow on the demon ape. N/O/vel/b/jn.c//om. It seemed that not only could this so-called spirit possess the body of a demon, but it could also control its body after the demon died. However, Lu Yan quickly discovered that the illusory black shadow on the dead demon beast could not control the demon beast for too long. About 2 minutes later, it appeared from the dead demon beast. Some illusory black shadows retreated, wanting to find other demons. Some illusory black shadows directly pounced at Lu Yan's undead. Soon, some illusory black shadows entered the undead controlled by Lu Yan. Lu Yan instantly felt a pulling force appear in his spiritual world, as if it wanted to directly fight for control of the undead. Lu Yan frowned slightly. Then, he sensed that the black flames lingering in his spiritual space suddenly rose and spread along this pulling force. Boom! A large number of black flames instantly surged out from the bodies of the undead in front of him that were covered by the illusory black shadows and began to burn the illusory black shadows. Miserable roars sounded. The illusory black shadows instantly escaped from the undead, wanting to avoid being burned by the black flames. However, it was useless. Even if they escaped from the undead, the black flames kept following and continued to burn the illusory black shadows. Lu Yan raised his eyebrows. These so-called spirits were souls? Otherwise, the Netherworld Soul Flame wouldn't have such a good effect. Thinking of this, Lu Yan raised the Netherworld Soul Scythe in his hand and directly slashed at a demon ape in front of him. Roar! Two miserable screams came from the demon ape in front of him. One of them was the demon ape, and the other voice came from the illusory black shadow. With just one strike, the demon ape in front of it died directly. Even the illusory black shadow covering its body cracked from the middle and was almost cut in half. The soul attack of the Netherworld Soul Scythe was effective. It seemed that these Netherworld demon beasts should be a special type of soul demon beast. Thinking of this, a large number of Nether Soul flames surged out of the Netherworld Soul Scythe in Lu Yan's hand. The Netherworld Soul Scythe in his hand continuously slashed down on the demon apes. Basically, he could kill these demon apes with one strike. The illusory black shadows on the bodies of these demon apes were not killed in one strike, but the Nether Soul Flame had already covered them. Under the continuous burning, the aura of these illusory black shadows quickly became weak. They were burned to death in less than a minute. The surrounding demon apes were continuously killed at an extremely fast speed. The demon apes in front were quickly wiped out. Inspector Li looked at the situation here and was shocked. A ghost that was usually so difficult to deal with was nothing to Lu Yan. It was as if he was cutting vegetables. Isn't this Lu Yan too strong? He can directly kill demon apes in a single strike. Even the ghosts can't block his attack. I wonder what that black flame is. It can actually burn spirit monsters. It's far beyond my imagination. This Lu Yan came at the right time. His attacks are very effective against spirit monsters. With him around, we can be much more relaxed. The surrounding military personnel also looked at Lu Yan in surprise. Inspector Li's gaze landed on the Netherworld Soul Flame on the Netherworld Soul Scythe in Liu Yan's hand, and his eyes revealed a wisp of envy. With Liu Yan around, the surrounding demon apes were quickly cleared. Liu Yan gathered a portion of the demon ape corpses and followed Inspector Li's team deeper. The demon apes possessed by the ghosts had already arrived here, proving that the number of spirit demon beasts that came out of the spatial rift was not small. They had to quickly clear it. Soon, everyone arrived at Wind Spirit Mountain. The cars could no longer be driven, so everyone switched to walking and continued deeper. Along the way, Liu Yan saw many scattered people who formed teams to hunt, as well as some combat professionals sent by various organizations. The missions of the military district were not only accepted by the school, but also by people from all walks of life. As long as one could complete the mission to eliminate the demon beasts, they could obtain points from the military district and exchange them for various resources. Therefore, many people still completed the missions of the military district. Of course, the people in the military region had to handle the most dangerous places. After entering Wind Spirit Mountain, Inspector Li and the others stopped in front. Looking at the scene in front of them, their expressions turned ugly. Previously, a large number of demon beasts were attacking a group of military personnel in front of them. There were already 5 to 6 corpses of military personnel on the ground. In the forest behind, a large number of demon beasts rushed out. Without exception, their bodies were covered in illusory black shadows. There were more spirit monsters than they had imagined. "Help out!" Inspector Li roared. Then, he led the military personnel beside him and rushed towards the demon in front. Liu Yan did not hesitate. A large number of undead appeared and directly charged at the demon beasts in front of him. N/O/vel/B//in.C//OM. Liu Yan held the Netherworld Soul Scythe in his hand and did not hesitate. His figure flashed and instantly disappeared from the spot. The Netherworld Soul Scythe in his hand was raised, and Liu Yan directly slashed at a demon beast. With Liu Yan's current 4-dimensional attributes, even a level 30 combat professional would feel inferior, let alone these level 20 or so demon beasts. A one-hit kill? As expected, after the demon beast was killed, the Nether Soul Flame also covered the spirit demon beast and burned it to death. There were many demon beasts around. Even if Inspector Li went over to help, it was futile. However, with Liu Yan around, the situation was different. Coupled with the surrounding undead, Liu Yan quickly stabilized the surrounding situation. The demon beasts covered by the spirit demon beasts in front were basically suppressed. "Liu Yan, fortunately, you're here. Otherwise, we would probably have died here." Inspector Li came to Liu Yan's side and said gratefully, "I really didn't expect there to be so many spirit monsters. If not for Liu Yan, they would probably have been instantly drowned by so many demons." Liu Yan nodded and said, "From the current situation, there should be more than one spatial crack in Wind Spirit Mountain. Moreover, the demon beasts that came over are not just limited to spirit demon beasts. Otherwise, the situation wouldn't be so serious." Inspector Li nodded and said, "That's right. Looks like we've misjudged the situation on Wind Spirit Mountain. We still need to continue asking for reinforcements." Liu Yan shook his head. "Support? No need. Inspector Li, just watch carefully." In Inspector Li's eyes, these demons were a threat, but in Liu Yan's eyes, they were a large number of reserve members of the undead army. How could he give them up to others? Another group of undead appeared around him. Liu Yan directly summoned all the undead army. At the same time, 2 bone dragons appeared. The rich aura on their bodies made Inspector Li's pupils constrict. Liu Yan's 4-dimensional attributes had been greatly enhanced. The bone dragons he summoned were naturally different from before. Their various strengths had increased greatly. The pressure on Inspector Li and the others was instantly relieved. A large number of undead helped them relieve a lot of pressure. There are so many undead. I originally thought that the number of undead just now was already very exaggerated. I didn't expect Liu Yan to actually control so many undead. Is the hidden profession Undead Monarch so strong? The number of undead controlled far exceeds that of Necromancers. In terms of controlling the number of undead, Necromancers aren't even worthy of carrying Liu Yan's shoes. Just as the surrounding military personnel were shocked, Liu Yan calmly spat out 2 words. Undead twins. In an instant, the number of undead in the surroundings directly doubled, and the 2 bone dragons also turned into 4 bone dragons. With Liu Yan's current soul power, it was still possible to support the undead twin skill. Moreover, he still had a large number of things to recover mental strength. He could completely support the mental strength consumption of the undead twin. The surrounding military personnel froze and were instantly petrified. "Damn, what's going on? Am I seeing things? Why are there suddenly so many undead around?" "You're not seeing things. Liu Yan has indeed controlled a lot more undead. No, the amount should have doubled. Too small? I was too small-minded just now? Not to mention carrying shoes, a necromancer doesn't even have the chance to see Liu Yan's back." Suddenly, the double number of undead stunned the surrounding military personnel. A large number of undead instantly surged out and blocked all the monsters before starting to attack. The 4 bone dragons rampaged through the demon beasts as if they had entered an uninhabited place, constantly killing the surrounding demon beasts. The 3-dimensional attributes of 2 of the 4 bone dragons were twice that of Liu Yan. Them dealing with these demons was simply like a monster entering a city. They could destroy many demons with a single strike. Although the remaining 2 bone dragons were twins, their 4-dimensional attributes were still much higher than that of the surrounding monsters. However, many spirit monsters still escaped. Seeing this, Lu Yan directly condensed a large number of nether soul flames in front of his body, causing the surrounding undead to pass by the nether soul flames in front of him. The undead that passed by were all tainted by the nether soul flame and pounced at the demon beasts in front of them. This time, even those spirit demon beasts could not escape death. They were all burned to death by the netherworld soul flame. However, using the netherworld soul flame like this consumed a lot of energy, so it directly covered nearly a third of the undead before stopping. However, this was already enough. With the netherworld soul flame, the spirit demon beasts covering the demon beasts in front of them were quickly killed. It seems that there's no point for us to attack. A military personnel looked at the scene in front of him and swallowed his saliva. I didn't expect the power of the black flame to be used like this. Speaking of which, what exactly is that black flame? It seems to be a heavenly nemesis of spirit monsters. Logically speaking, I should be happy now, but why am I still a little disappointed? There are so many monsters. I wonder how much leveling power there is? It's all experience points. It's already not bad to be able to participate. Don't be greedy when it comes to leveling up. Besides, there are basic rewards for participating in the mission. It's not bad. Seeing a large number of demon beasts being killed in front of them, the surrounding military personnel were a little numb. There were indeed many demons in front, but under the attack of Lu Yan and the surrounding undead army, it only took half an hour to clear out the demons in front and around. Some demons directly joined the undead army, and the rest were put into Lu Yan's storage space and stored as corpses. Lu Yan's black shadow necklace also gained many shadows, directly filling up the limit of 100. If he obtained a new shadow now, it would replace the weakest shadow. Just as Lu Yan was checking his gains, in another direction of Wind Spirit Mountain, a large number of demons gathered and rushed down from the top of the mountain, swarming down. Some of the combat professionals who were hunting not far away turned pale and ran away. The demon tide has appeared.